a very early change to green, and away we go. 3-4 wide behind. Everybody else down the inside.
One spread out. Oh, big moment. He's hit as well.
Welcome to Monza. For a century, this track, built in a royal park just about a half-hour drive from Milan, has been a focal point for Italian motorsport. The Cathedral of Speed, as it's otherwise known, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, is the venue for round 2 of the 2022-23 Le Mans Virtual Series. Welcome to our coverage of today's race. Those of you who saw qualifying yesterday will know that it is going to be extraordinarily tight, and the second round of the championship already has a high bar to reach up to. We started in Bahrain, and we now have that epic race to contend with in our memories. Monza will be half the distance, just 4 hours. This is almost the shortest in the calendar. 6 hours at Spa follow in November, then 500 miles of Sebring will be about a 3.5-hour race in December. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to our coverage of the Le Mans Virtual Series. I'm Martin Haven. Joining me in the studio, Chris McCarthy. We'll also have Lewis McGlade talking us through the action. And Chris, this second race of the championship, there is plenty to look forward to. Already had a hugely close field in qualifying, but also the race in Bahrain was a real barn burner, epic racing.
Yeah, I mean, the top 3 overall separated by 8.5 seconds after 8 hours. So that just goes to show you how close it was. And that was no different yesterday in qualifying. You know, it was incredibly close, wasn't it? There was one stage where the top 4 teams were separated by less than a tenth. We had, you know, the top 10 teams separated by less than 2/10. So, yeah, it was incredibly close, so much so that it was really hard to know who was on pole. The pole position team in the end snuck there without us even seeing.
Well, for those of you who may not have seen Le Mans Virtual Series before, for those of you that might have missed Bahrain, it's sort of a bit foggy on what happened last year. Let's take a look at what goes on.
The Le Mans Virtual Series will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 40-car field, which will be increased to more than 50 for the series finale. Each race features multi-class racing between Le Mans prototype and GTE cars. There'll be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The calendar will begin in the Middle East for the 8 hours of Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit before we head to the Temple of Speed for the 4 hours of Monza in October. A visit to the Ardennes Forest in November for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and then we go stateside for the 500 miles of Sebring in December to round out the year. The 24-hour Le Mans Virtual will close the season with a January finale. Each team roster comprises of 4 drivers, with 3 being required to participate in each race. Teams must field 1 FIA-graded driver in their lineup in at least one of the events. Each driver will need to meet minimum and maximum driver times, and teams will work to create their own setups to optimise performance and strategy. Full simulation includes fuel usage and tyre wear, so strategy will be the key to success. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failure can and will play a part, with aero damage caused by collisions affecting the car's performance, but can be repaired in the pit stops. The race director and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if necessary. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be separated between the series itself and half will be awarded for the 24 hours finale. It will be split equally between both categories, and the top 10 finishers receive prize money according to their position in the series standings.
So there you go, Le Mans Virtual Series explained neatly by Lewis McGlade. Now, the deal, of course, is that we are going to some really classic circuits. Last time out at the Bahrain International Circuit, the first time anybody's raced on that because it's been newly created on the R-Factor 2 platform. And it produced some pretty spectacular racing. Let's take a look.
A brand new season of the Le Mans Virtual Series would begin at a brand new circuit at the Sakir International Circuit, and 8 hours of racing would commence with the 2 Redline cars leading the way in both the LMP class and the GTE class as they look to defend both of their titles. However, we had new players in town, and one of those, of course, being the Oracle Red Bull Racing team, now focused on GTE, looking to go after that title in GTE. Went from 6th to 2nd right at the start. Other new faces in LMP, the 23 Porsche Coanda car. Sadly, that hit problems. We also have new factory teams in the AMG Mercedes Petronas team, but unfortunately they would run into issues early doors. Out front we would have the Van Burst team fighting with Team Redline. They would become good friends throughout the race and later go on to fight for the race lead. Here we saw the Floyd Van Burst car went for a different strategy at the start, which would later pay off for them. CEST Esports, their best result last season, P9. This season going very, very well. They began running in the top 5. We almost had a clash between the two Redline cars in the pit lane out on track. Sadly, we would have had a clash caused by the Mexico Racing team, another new face to the grid this year. This is the Oracle Racing team. We saw them battling away with the 888 R8G car, a fantastic battle for the lead. The 888 car being pedalled by Alex Smoliar. However, they'd later go on to hit technical issues. Then we saw the Floyd car going side by side into turn 1 with one of the Redline cars, and we see similar stories with another one of the Redline cars with the Oracle Red Bull Racing car. That would later see them get a penalty. Someone who didn't get any penalties was the Floyd Van Burst car. They went on to win the race by 8.3 seconds ahead of Team Redline, and winning in GTE would be Red Bull Racing.
Always something very special, Chris, about racing into the darkness, isn't there? You know, that's all that. I mean, you start the season there with a big, long race. I mean, 8 hours is a lot of racing, but also racing into darkness. Immediately you've got, okay, reeling them in, thinking about Le Mans, and of course that's going to be the big end to the season. But as a brand new facility, as a brand new track on the platform, it's certainly produce some very close racing. I mean, you sort of almost imagine that not everybody would have a handle on it, but they had plenty of time in 8 hours of racing to really kind of work on that. Yeah,
I think when you put all the best drivers in sim racing on a new circuit, give them the same amount of time to learn it, ultimately you're going to see just how close the drivers are head-to-head, and that's exactly what we saw. That's why the racing was so close. That's why we saw so much overtaking as well, and that's why the battle for the lead in both categories, it wasn't just the LMP class, in GTE, it's just as close. So, yeah, and good to see some of the new teams as well. It gave them a chance to get off to a really good start. We talked about Oracle Red Bull Racing focusing on GTE, and they got off to a brilliant start to their season.
Okay, so Monza, a completely different kettle of fish, half as long, twice as hard. Well, I don't know. It's going to be a little bit different, isn't it? But this is a real classic racing circuit. It is a track that everybody knows well. Key elements, well, of course, the 3 big chicanes and getting the parabolica right, absolutely crucial. So the first chicane, the Rettifilio at the end of the long fast straight, is a key overtaking opportunity. And it's very deceptive. I mean, the straight is super fast and it is extremely low grip as well. Mechanical grip here between the GTs and the LMP cars will be about identical. So trying to pass a GT car needs to be done before you get there. Same too with the Roger and then Variante Ascari. This actually, the exit of Ascari here is where you set up your pass down the front straight because you've got to get out of there well. In terms of tyres, well, not quite sure what anybody's going to do here, Chris. We've got 4 different types of tyres, 3 for dry conditions and 1 for rain conditions. And we've not raced in the rain yet, but again, as with Spa last year, the forecast is that we might well have rain during the race here at Monza. So we could see the wet weather tyres. They've qualified once on them last year, but we've never had a wet weather race. So again, you know, as with real life, so too with the virtual world, you never know quite how accurate the forecast is, what's going to arrive when, how hard. You know, it's going to be tough for the teams to work out.
I mean, we've already had history made in our 2 pole sitters. Are we going to have more in the Le Mans Virtual Series with the weather? As you said, they qualified on the Nordschleife last year, but we've never seen it in a race. So it would be really intriguing to go and see them go and race out in the rain. All we know is that there could be a high chance of rain. That's pretty much it. They have practiced in the rain, so they have had a feel for it, as you can see on the screen behind us. Now, there has been some subtle changes to R Factor 2 recently, which is going to give us a good level playing field. As you can see, when it goes wet pretty much everywhere, and it can get wet pretty quickly as well. So there you can see it will be wet at Ascari, and it will be wet when it goes down to Parabolica as well. The drivers won't really know how wet it is either as well. They're going to have to try and get a feel for it themselves. So I think that's going to really put them to the test.
Well, and that exactly reflects real life. You know, you'll see it coming down on the windscreen. The engineers will see it coming down in the pit lane, but it's down to the driver to decide how long he dares stay out on a slick, and then if it starts to dry again, how long he dares stay out on a wet weather tyre, because of course what you don't want to do is start making additional pit stops, because the 60-kilometre speed limit in the pit lane and the time it takes to do the tyre changes, you know, that is all eating into time when otherwise you could be going quickly. So strategy's kind of, you know, the form book gets a bit ripped up. When it starts to rain, if it starts to rain, then everybody's going to be scrambling to try and make the best of it. So, you know, that's all to come.
Yeah, and you'll see they do use the racing line. That's one thing that is different in the esports. They'll use the racing line, but not when it comes to overtaking and it's drying up. That certainly won't be the case. But yesterday we didn't see them using the wet weather tyres. We saw them using the dry tyres. As I said, we did see history made in our two pole sitters. Let's have a look back at the highlights.
Qualifying for round 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series 2022-23 at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. First up, the 16 cars in our GTE category, and as ever, just 20 minutes to get it done. Early speed being shown by Team Redline, BMW number 71 of Kevin Siggy. Alex Smoljar also very quick in the R8G Ferrari, the 888 car, but Alex not happy with that lap. There was speed 2 from the Ferrari of Jordi Sviers, the 51 Scuderia Ferrari machine. And Kevin Siggy struck back to put himself in with a shot at pole position, but dominant force was Ferrari in Monza, with the top 2 spots going to the cars from Maranello. In the end, the fastest lap of all was claimed by Alex Smoljar. So 888 starts leading a Ferrari 1-2. In the LMP2 category, even more problems with traffic. 24 cars heading out together. Jenny Simoncic in the Floyd Van Wilburst machine, not entirely happy with his first run. Michi Hoyer also had a good lap early on, but then clattered the curbs and losing a bit of time. Max Benecki in the number 1 Redline car looked like he would be top of the pile for a long time, but then the Porsche team came along, and as Benecki struggled to find his way through, Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Porsche Coanda car managed to creep up, having not been mentioned once in dispatches in the previous 20 minutes, as he claimed the fastest lap of the session. Well, you saw from that remote view how excited and how happy Mitchell de Jong was at claiming pole position. This is a new program for the Coanda drivers. Last year they were all driving in GT cars. I mean, that's where they've made their bread and butter. That's what they're so well known for. You know, him, Josh Rogers, all the other guys, Mike Backham and so on. But as reflecting the real world, Porsche will come into hypercar next year in the World Endurance Championship with their current drivers, with their GT drivers. And, you know, these guys have really stepped up. And look how close it is. You know, we talked about 22 thousandths being the difference between first and second. I mean, you overlay the laps, and there's no fresh air between any of these cars at all.
Now, as you said, they won here last year, the likes of Mitchell de Jong and so on, the Porsche team in GTE. But look at that as we go into the Roger Chicane. Slightly different lines through there, but as they come out of it, they are all as one now going into the 2 Lesmos. Nothing to choose between them. The 23 Porsche just ahead at this point, but the Redline car taking a little bit more speed through the second Lesmo, but pays the price on the exit and loses ground to the 2 Porsches.
And that's the devil in the detail here at Monza. There's only 11 turns, and actually there's really only 5, because some of those are multiple corners in a chicane. Like, you know, this is 3 corners here, Ascari. But it's how you get the lap together. And again, it's you know, we were watching Josh Rogers, and it wasn't Josh that came out with the best lap. It was Mitchell de Jong. He managed to put the final sector together, which the others hadn't. He wasn't fastest in Sector 1. He wasn't fastest in Sector 2. He wasn't fastest in Sector 3. He was fastest across all 3 sectors. And you can see how close it was, the Redline car in between the 2 Porsches. I mean, really ridiculously tight.
Yeah.
24 cars in LMP. 23 covered by less than a second.
Yeah.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, I think Mitchell de Jong got pole position at Ascari. I think Redline lost it in the second Lesmo, which is so easily done. It's so easy to carry too much speed into that corner, and then on the run down to Ascari, oh no, you know you've done it, and because the rumble strip on the exit is so aggressive. Yeah. But you know, what do I know? Of course, these are the top drivers in the world. But looking back, and you know, it's so great having that vision that we can see all 3 cars as one. But there we can see. I think that's where the time was lost for them, and the time was won for Porsche.
I think you're absolutely right, and a lot of time actually you can see. You know, when we're watching the drivers when they're we're on board with the lap and we've got the remote of them, you say, oh, the frustration if you just get the Roger wrong. You know, the problem with all the chicanes at Monza is the approach speed is so high and the lowest speed is so low. You just have to get the thing stopped. But if you are a couple of hundredths of a second later on the brakes, you overrun, and then you're too deep into the corner, and then the lap's done.
I think Monza, the trick with Monza, you know, the hardest thing about it is you have too much time to think about every corner. And that is what I think the hardest thing, even when you've driven it 1,000 times, I think that is what is make or break about Monza. You just simply have too much time to think about each corner.
And then, of course, you've got a short race like this for the LMP cars. 35 minutes or so on fuel doesn't really divide squarely into 4 hours. The question about the weather, what you're going to do, how that's going to, you know, change your strategy and so on. The GT cars with a much longer stint length, it's going to be a good hour for them. Yeah. You pretty much know if the weather changes, you know, your stint plan is going to go out of the window. So it is going to be interesting if we get rain, when we get rain, how long it lasts for. And of course, we all think about going from dry to wet because the race is, you know, it's going to start dry. It's dry now, but then it might go wet to dry again before the checkered flag. So you never know. So we're getting close to starting the race. Well, we will be hearing the Italian anthem in just a moment as we get ready to get our race underway. It's almost time to race here at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. This track, originally a 10-kilometre road circuit with double-banked corners, was built in just 3 months in 1922. And since then, it has produced phenomenal racing. Well, The weather is clear at the moment. There is a forecast of rain, sort of maybe midway through the race. We'll have to see what the afternoon brings us. And here are the cars lined up, ready to head out on the final formation lap. Martin Haven, Chris McCarthy, ready to talk you through the early stages of the race. Lewis McGlade waiting on tenterhooks to come and join us as well as the race gets into its serious running. And with all our cars safely qualified, no major dramas, but a couple of really interesting runs in qualifying, not the least of which is the Porsche Coanda team taking first and third on the grid. Team Redline, for a long while, looked like they were going to lock out the front row. They start second and fourth. So, Chris, some interesting stories, some slight disappointments as well from some of the teams. 444, the Bicolors Van Wall car, maybe the Red Bull team in GTE really underperformed. You know, so there are some stories we need to watch as the race progresses. Yeah,
I mean, I think in LMP the one disappointment would have been the R8G and, as you said, the Oracle Red Bull in GTE.
Well, here is our pole with, here is our grid. Anchan Juven showing us the starting driver, not on our screen, but there you go. With Josh Rogers, his teammate, lining up on row 2 behind him. On the outside line will be the 2 Team Redline cars. Row 3 of the grid, R8G, good qualifying run from there. And the number 4 Floyd Van Wall burst machine, Tom Dillman will start that. AMG Team Petronas Esports need a little bit of a rub of the green after a disappointing time in Bahrain, but they qualified strongly on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Vector and the second R8G car. Again, good run from Vector and from both R8G cars to be in the top 10 in qualifying. 444 disappointment for Michi Hoyer in qualifying. Esteban Guerrieri will start that car with Job van Uytert for Panis alongside him on row 6. Row 7 is Martin Stefanko for Williams Esports, and Yas Heat has Isaac Gillison alongside on row 7. On row 8 of the grid, AMG Team Williams and Rocket Sim Sports. Again, kind of middle of the grid for Rocket Sim Sports. They might have hoped for a little better. They didn't really seem to have the pace. Axel and Fordzilla on row 9 of the grid. And behind them on row 10, still in our prototype class, the GR Vector car and Brabham car number 62. Arnage competition with Yiffy Yi taking the start for them, and ARC Bratislava, Mate Homola, the driver to start the race for them. And our 24 cars in the P class are completed by Pescarolo and Mexico Racing Team, which brings us then to our pole sitter in the GTE class, and that's R8G, the Ferrari of Alex Smolyar, and Scuderia Ferrari's Kasper Stolzer starts alongside him. An all Ferrari front row. It was an all BMW front, second row right up to the dying moment. Prodrive managed to plant the best Aston Martin fourth on the grid, separating the BMWs with BS Competition, Alan Turchich starting in fifth. And Simsa Esports, again, good qualifying from that Ferrari. 3 Ferraris in the top 6. Could Ferrari end up winning this? It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Proton Coanda and Sim Maranello on row 4 in GTE, so another Ferrari there in the top 8. So half of the cars in the top 8 are from Maranello. Satellite Racing's David Pittard, the second of the Astons, the factory driver there, starting in 10th in class, ahead of Red Bull Oracle. That disappointing qualifying for the 99 car. And looking further back, P1 and Mahler Racing Team. Mahler, of course, with that BMW coming back from LMP, where they raced last season, to the GTE class. D-Station's Aston and the InSpeed racing car will round out our 40-car grid. So that is how they line up, and we have just under a minute and a half before the cars will roll away. So this is the view from the roof of our pole-sitting car. And again, a really impressive run from Mitchell de Jong in qualifying. We'd not even said his name, Chris, at any stage, and then boom, in he was. I'd absolutely, you know, got it all together and had the one lap that counted.
It was one of those qualifying sessions where the majority of the field seemed to be on pole position at one stage, except Mitchell de Jong. He timed his run to perfection, really. I think he maybe a lot of the drivers were almost on a really good lap and then would come in, peel into the pit lane. We thought they were on for pole. I think Mitchell de Jong was one of those drivers who was just lining it up, waited to the very end of the session, and then absolutely got the run. He got a toe going down to the final corner at Parabolica as well, and it was just absolutely perfect, wasn't it? And we saw the lap from him. He nailed Ascari as well. Yeah, Mitchell de Jong, an absolutely fantastic run from him.
Yeah, it really fell nicely for him. And you know, and sometimes you do need that. This is the view from the passenger seat, if you were lucky enough to get into, foolish enough, stupid enough to get into such a thing at the start of a race with Alex Smolyar. This is the 888 Ferrari. And again, you know, we talked about this in qualifying. It was a brand new car. It didn't exist on this platform, an R Factor 2, before last season, but Ferrari wanted to race in the virtual Le Mans, and they wanted their drivers to race in a Ferrari, and so it was created specifically for that. Now, as a result, it doesn't have years of history of drivers, you know, fine-tuning it and fine-tuning it and fine-tuning it, and you can't instantly get everything spot on for every track. So good to see that in season 2 of the car, we are now actually really seeing them getting a good handle on it. And it's not just one team, it's not just Scuderia Ferrari's team. All the Ferrari teams really seem to have a bit of a handle on it, and that's got to be good for competition. Yeah,
and that's a team, of course, who won at the 8 Hours of Nordschleife last year, so a really good team to jump on board the car. They finished second at the first round, got the first ever podium for the Ferrari. Can they go one better this time? Great to see Alex Smolyar out there as well. He absolutely nailed the lap that he did. Of course, known for his single-seater racing, but just as good here, racing in the GTE cars.
Shame that the only Corvette is the car that leads them round on the formation laps, because we had Corvettes racing last year. Nobody has chosen the Vet this year. Bit of a shame, but there we go. So Anchan Juven, we are told, the Turkish driver, the pro driver, is starting the race. And actually, you know, that's an element this year as well. You do not have to have a pro driver racing other than at least once in the series, but the pro drivers that are in the cars are also extremely good sim racers. You know, by and large, they actually, in a number of teams, they are actually the quickest racer in the team, and by and large, you know, even Chen Juven, the other guys at Coanda see him not as a racing driver who comes in and dabbles. They see him absolutely as an even teammate. So that's a kind of idea about just how good he is.
Yeah, it's the same for the likes of Lasse Sorensen at Prodrive, for Luke Browning at Fordzilla as well. Incredibly quick driver, and no surprise to see them back again. And I think we'll see them at several rounds throughout the season, and they're almost becoming the lead forces within the teams as well, which is great to see.
And they need to have that time with this platform, with these cars, to be able to perform at that level. You know, they've got a pro racing career as well, and so again, for somebody like Anchan Juven to race in Porsche Super Cup, Carrera Cup Germany, and all the other things he does, and to be that good in these cars as well is a pretty impressive, pretty impressive deal. And of course, like the other drivers at Coanda that are in the P class this year, this is their first year ever with these cars. So they didn't race them normally. Normally they would race a 911. They're not. They're racing an Oreca. So it's a whole different thing to learn. Okay, you know, a driver should be quick if they're quick, but it's not a given.
No, and it's a different strategy as well. You know, you'd go to the hour in the GTE. In this, we're expecting them in around 35 to 40 minutes. We're expecting the medium sort of tyres, double stint. It could be soft tyres and single stint. So it's a completely different ball game as well when it comes to strategy, and that's what they got to get their heads around as well.
So the car's forming up in 2x2 formation. The lights are off on the safety car. You can see the gap building up. The pole sitter in GTE falling back from the P class just to give themselves a little bit of elbow room at the start, and you may need that. The safety car will pull off, and as we head to the line, we should see the green lights come on to get the 4 Hours of Monza underway. Round 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022-23. And we are going to have a very scrappy looking start. The Redline car from the front row of the grid, car number 1. Max Benecki qualified it on the outside of the front row, but it was already behind, dropping back. We should see penalties, I think, because certainly the 23 Porsche made a pass before we got to the start line. Somebody on the grass, and there's a 3 or 4 car collision. And here come the GTs. The prototypes will be out of the way, as Alex Smolyar with the inside line. He's sort of in the middle, there's trouble behind, and of course it's the Red Bull team. Of course it is, they're already having that sort of a weekend, and they're not the only car involved either. Contact on the run down before they get into the braking area, and there is a change. The SF Ferrari takes the lead, and the R8G, the 888 car in second place. So trying to keep an eye on what's happening in both categories. Porsche 1-2, and the number 4 Van Wilbur's car up to 3rd place. And again, some of those changes are because the Redline cars had real problems getting away at the start.
I think it was at the BS Plus competition car, almost having a spin out of the Roger chicane as well. I think just about saved it, but yeah, very scrappy start. Our championship leaders in GTE, Oracle Red Bull Racing, spinning round before they'd even got to the first apex. But for Porsche, it was a clean start. As you said, for the Redline, they didn't really seem to get going at the start, and now they find themselves in 4th and 5th, and Van Wilburst, our winners from Bahrain, up to 3rd place.
Well, the standard rule is you're not allowed to pass before the start line, and I think then Josh Rogers and Jesper N. Pedersen may be in trouble, because Max Benecki and behind him his teammate Diogo Pinto were very, very slow. They just got sort of swamped before the start. However, leader onto lap 2. I don't think there's much of a problem with Mitchell de Jong, because he was the pole man. He paced the field and then was able to release them when he wanted to. It was rather with what was going on behind, because the Redline cars did not respond, and I'm not quite sure what was going on with Max Benecki. He was definitely the stopper in the bottle. In the GTE class, Aston Martin up to 3rd place, so that's a pretty decent start for them. It is SF Velas leading from R8G. It's BMW 1-2. In fact, it's the Team Redline car in 3rd place, Kevin Siggy, ahead of Simsa's Gustas Grimbergas, the Lithuanian driver, in 4th place. Lasse Sorensen 5th in the Aston. So Ferraris shuffling their way a little bit further up the order. Who was the big loser early on? Well, Porsche have been, haven't they? The Porsches are dropping towards the tail of the field already.
And Red Bull Racing are in the pits as well. We can see InSpeed had moved up, but they're dropping back down again. But yeah, change for 3rd place as well. Simsa up to 3rd place ahead of BMW Team Redline. So Gustas Grimberg is one of the pro drivers in on the move as well. They got their best ever result at Bahrain with that 4th place. There's Red Bull Racing in pit lane, but Simsa proving that was no fluke, and they are fighting for a podium as Redline go back through into 3rd place. But there we go, heroes to zeros there, unfortunately for Red Bull Racing. A complete disaster after a brilliant first round.
Alex Siebel is just waiting for the fixing to be fixed. You know, as in real life, the driver sits there helplessly while the mechanics fix the car. Here, he sits there while the physics fixes the car. Well, there's the Redline BMW. I mean, it doesn't look even remotely like a BMW from the front, because that livery completely hides the front of the M8 GTE. A little further back, you've got the 77 Proton car, Proton Commander car. That's Charlie Collins. And again, you know, he was one of the drivers that looked like they could have qualified in the top 3. In the end, didn't find the lap that he needed right at the death. This is the Sim Maranello Ferrari. You can see a battle under braking right in front. And Grimbergas getting passed by Lasse Sorensen. Okay, there's a lot to unpack from the start. A lot for race control to unpack from the start as well. I don't think we've seen the end of the start. On board with the 26 Ferrari.
That was a pro drive we saw there, making a good move, wasn't it, on Simsa, I think. So that's a change for 4th. So we haven't seen an Aston on the podium since the very first race, and they're going along really well up to 4th. Oh, side by side in the chicane. That's a Proton there, side by side, and wrestling their way through to hold off Sim Maranello. So Sim Maranello, we're on board with them now, coming into the Lesmos. A good attempt at the move, but a great defence by Proton.
And right behind the Ferrari we ride with is Alan Terzic in the BS competition at BMW. BMW, they were 3 of them going for one bit of tarmac there. And you can see the BMW there with the stripes right behind the Sim Maranello, the white and black Ferrari. So that's a 3-way battle, just inches ahead of the D-Station Aston. And again, qualifying is different, always different from the race. You know, what can produce a single really hot lap in qualifying is the ability to bring the tyre in. And that's not necessarily the same as what makes for a great race car. So the balance all the way through can be a little bit different. So SF Villas lead from R8G, Ferrari 1-2, BMW Team Redline, Kevin Siggy in 3rd place in that sort of bronze and black machine. Then Lasse Sorensen, Gustav Grimbergas, then Charlie Collins, Christian Melguera and Terzic behind, dropping away a little bit in the BMW. Now he's coming under a threat from the D-Station car.
Yeah, that's coming under attack, isn't it? There we can see they're side by side. We have just had a change for 6th place as well. 7th, I make that. GR Vector Esport have gone past the AMG Petronas team. So Krupi there past Bono House. Here's the number 8 R8G car battling away for 10th place. The Red Bull Racing car is now back in the race. We saw a little bit further back. BS Plus Competition had lost that place to D-Station Racing, by the way. So D-Station are up into 8th place now in GTE. Going along fantastically, it has to be said. D-Station, they've taken a real step forward this season and in this race, doing a really good job so far, but still a long way to go in this race as we follow the battle for 10th place overall.
Yeah, the leader, Mitchell de Jong, starting to pull away. Josh Rogers in 2nd place now in the 23 Porsche Coanda car, just setting its fastest race lap. Leader in GTE just also setting a fastest race lap, trying to break away. But the problem with this is that the GT cars are so close in terms of speed. The LMP cars even closer in terms of speed. You're in a queue. If you're Mitchell de Jong, you know you're pulling along every single car behind you. I mean, look at this. Your speed, whatever position you are in the race, whatever car you're in, is dictated 100% by the car in front and the car in front of him and the car in front of him. So the green car there of Michi Hoyer, you're following the 28 car, and it's Marko Pecic who is deciding your absolute pace, because even if you could go a fraction quicker, it's like being stuck behind a truck on the motorway. Your pace is decided by his. And trying to pass here is very tough indeed, because everybody knows where the passing places are, and none of them are particularly hard to defend. You've got to wait for the guy to make a mistake.
Here we go. I think this is Proton down the inside there of Collins. So they were fighting away with each other, and that is Charlie Collins getting down the inside of Gustav Grimbergas. These are fighting away with each other. Sim Maranello is the 3rd one in queue. That is Melguera. So this fight has been going on for a good lap, or a good couple of laps now, hasn't it? And the Proton car is now through into 5th place, and for the Sim Maranello team, they're going to give this a go as well, down into the Rogers chicane. In the end, they think the better of it. They know there's still a long way to go in this race, but look, everyone else getting involved in this. D-Station Racing are now coming along, and they're not alone. They've got the BS Plus competition car, they've got the Marla Racing car for company as well, and P1 Esport not too far behind that as well. In
fact, P1 Esport just moved ahead of the 88 Proton Coanda car, so 77 moved up one, 88 moved back one, so it's sort of a bit of a loss and a gain that lap for Proton Coanda. One Porsche went up, one went down, and there right in front of us, Gustav Grimbergas in the Simsa Esport car as we ride on board with Christian Melguera in the Sim Maranello machine. Again, using all the road on the exit. The second element, the right-handed element, is where you start to build the speed out of Ascari, carry it all the way through the left. The left is just flat out, and then all the way down here into the Parabolica, and try not to break that 100th or 2 of a second too late that makes you wash out too wide. And yeah, this track is all about tiny details. So let's try and unpack the start of the race. Let's see if we can pick the bones out of what happened, and we need to look at both classes really. At the start, watch the red line cars. Look, you can see where's the start line. The start line is there. So already the red line cars are down to 4th or 5th by that stage, and car number 1, which is in the middle there going 3 wide, has been passed by 2 cars, so there should be penalties for that. There's contact from behind. Axel got tagged from behind, so not their fault. They got tagged from behind, maybe just getting onto the brakes conservatively. In GTE, gentlemen, it looks like the start of a Formula 4 race. 3 wide is not wide enough. Let's see if we can make it 4 wide. Look on the inside, the BMW of Kevin Siggy.
Whoa.
And then that's where the Red Bull car got a really big hit into the barriers.
Would have felt a bit dizzy after that.
Yeah, no question at all. So in there, when we were watching what was happening behind, sort of forgot to note that the SF Velas car made it ahead of R8G for the lead of the race. But again, there's only a fraction between them. However, 23 Porsche Coanda, 4 Van Wallburst. On what we saw there, they had moved ahead of the #1 Team Redline car before they got to the start line. And in the real world, that is a penalty. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards decide here, because I don't know what was going on with Max Benecki. I don't know why he didn't pick up the pace the way that everybody else did, or the way that the poleman did, but he didn't, and as a result, yeah, there's a potential there for some penalties.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real shame for the Axel team. They had a pretty difficult start to the season, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to get much better. But this is our battle for lead in GTE. Oh, and Alex Smoliar there. Andonovski, apologies, just giving a nudge there to the SF Velas car ahead. So a great fight, Ferrari versus Ferrari, as they come round Curva Grande now and head down towards the Roggia. So what is the 888 car going to do here? Is it going to be a race of patience in this first hour? Are they going to try and fuel save, or are they going to want to take that lead straight back, I wonder? It's going to be intriguing to follow, but this is how close it is between these two. Who would have expected this 1 season ago, where we barely saw a Ferrari in the top 10? Look at them now, 2 of them fighting for the lead. Absolutely fantastic progress by both teams.
And the SF Velas, SF of course for Scuderia Ferrari, in the factory World Endurance Championship livery, so that is absolutely the pucker factory car. R8G right behind. And actually sitting where they are now, just keeping the pressure on, waiting to see if there's an opportunity. I think that's what Andonovski is going to do now, is just try and sit behind Christian Michel, see if he makes a mistake. If he does go for it, I mean, by sit behind, I mean be right up his exhaust pipe. Be aggressive, push him, make him work hard for it, but don't necessarily try and stick your nose in where it shouldn't go. Leader is coming through on the inside. So that is the first of the traffic for Mitchell de Jong, who is our race leader. He clears then all the GT cars. Josh Rogers, his teammate, follows him through.
Here we go. Are we going to see an attempt this time from R8G? They're right behind. I think they're going to have a look down the inside. There we go. Sends it down the inside, but almost couldn't get the car stopped in time. And SF Velas holding on. So I think the answer to our question is no, they don't want to play second best. We're side by side behind one of the cars, almost going into the gravel. That was Sim Marinello.
It was.
That fight behind still hasn't stopped, has it? No. Between Marinello and CEST Esports. Still continue. Oh, and neither this one as well. Going down towards the Roggia chicane there, trying to go all the way around the outside is R8G there, and becoming very impatient in that car. Fantastic racing.
And of course, all of that is very worrying when you're in the P cars coming up behind them. When you see 2 GT cars battling with each other and making contact, you're just wondering which one's going to take you out.
Well, if you're Kevin Siggy, you're like, well, keep going, guys.
No,
we've had a change for 4th, by the way. Collins has gone past Lasse Sorensen, and it's all going off behind. Yeah,
because the BS competition car has just picked up a spot as well, so that's gone past the Coanda car. And the Proton Coanda car, so that is Tercic has actually been passed by P1 there as well, so Tercic is going backwards a little bit in that BS car. Mahler have moved up as well. Have they moved up? Yes, Mahler have moved up, so they're up to 9th place, P1 in 10th, and the Team BS competition car down to 11th place. So in all of that traffic and all that bumping and boring, BS competition definitely lost out.
I tell you what,
D-Station up to 8th. They're having a great run.
And in the LMP class, AMG Team Petronas continuing to struggle here. They've now been passed by Alpine Esports as well. Tom Lartilu in the car for them has gone up into 8th place. So not a good start to the race for them at all. Still a long way to go. They might be going on a different strategy, of course, so we can't say anything just yet. But for now, it's not been the best start to the race for them.
Leaders have completed 9 laps, and a stint will be somewhere around 21 to 23 laps, probably 21 in the dry zone, maybe 20 in the first stint, just to be sure. We'll wait and see. So we're sort of halfway through the stint. Well, there's the 51 leader in GTE. Did pick up contact from the R8G number 8 car, got bumped out of the lead.
And there goes the 888 through.
Yeah, so that's how the lead has changed. There's 77. That Proton Coanda car behind the BMW Redline. That's the bronze and black car right in front. This is for 3rd place then. 3rd place in the GTE class.
It's really hard to know where to look in this race, isn't it?
And exactly, you know, this is how it reflects real life as well, as in so many other aspects. Mixed class racing, and don't forget here we've got 2 classes. There's no hypercar class, and there's no distinction between GTE Pro and GTE Am. It's GTE to make life easier for everybody, not least the TV director. But you've got 40 cars. That means you've got at least 20 battles going on track, and each one of them, again, you can see the 2P cars right in front of our GTE 2nd place car. You know, there's a pass for position going on there as we watch the BMWs, and here's another one. That's Vector coming up the order.
Yeah, no, this is Alpine Esports. They've actually just taken that place but lost it back again. Yeah. So Alpine Esports were briefly up a position. I think they must have been side by side down the straight. So this is your battle for 7th place. This is your battle for 3rd place in the GTE class. There goes Proton down the inside. Thank you very much. Change of position, and Proton up into 3rd. Redline, who were 3rd last time, dropped to 4th place.
And the Prodrive car is right there behind as well. That red and black Aston Martin sort of looks a bit like an Advan Yokohama livery of old. But they are right in the mix as well. But you're right, yeah, the 77 Charlie Collins. You know, again, we talked about him quite a lot in qualifying as being a potential front row or top 3 qualifier. And at the moment, he's having a really good run. Grimbergus did get passed. Was passed rather by Malguera, so there's been a change there as well. The Simsa Esports car is behind the Sim Maranello car, so there was a change of place that we didn't see there, and they've got the D-Station car. That's the top of the shot, just going out of camera shot. They've got the D-Station car right behind them, and then Michele D'Alessandro, he's just a fraction further back.
I think we're about to see a change here next lap round, down to turn 1 possibly. But this Prodrive team looking to be the lead charge in the Aston. Here we go. This is the battle between the Alpine team and GR Vector. GR Vector doing a brilliant job. Likewise Alpine. Alpine to the right of our screen, Vector to the left. We go on board with Alpine now. This is your battle for 7th place overall, and Vector still hold on, so it's going to be really impatient. But that battle for 3rd place in GTE as well, that's going to be a really 4th place rather. It's going to be an interesting one to watch, because Prodrive are becoming the lead force now for that Aston Martin car.
And look behind, Yas Heat on the inside of R8G. That's just a couple of cars further back. They've got the AMG team car of Bono House behind them. And was there a change? No, the Yas Heat car tucks back in behind the R8G machine. But then you've got Next View Van Wall, 444, that's Michi Hoyer, with a lot of work to do after a disappointing qualifying for him. You've got Rocket Simsport right behind, the yellow, black and white, that Brawn livery of Jensen Button's squad, and Team Fordzilla, Luke Browning, he's on the back of that queue. So that's a 5-car queue, and at the front is the R8G car in 10th place. So that's 10th to 16th place.
Fantastic stuff, isn't it? All as you can see them there, all in a line, heading down to the final corner. And got a tough job to hold off this bunch of drivers, isn't he? The R8G car out front there. Yas Heat, we can see the number 28 in the middle of our picture. Then the 444 Van Wall burst car. Not the best start to the 4-hour race for them so far. They'll be looking to make their way forward. But here we go, a change of place about to take place here.
Well, he's had a couple of looks, hasn't he? Some very strong looks as well. Let's see if he can get by R8G this time. At the line, had his nose in front and takes the racing line away. And again, just ahead of them, that battle we were watching a couple of laps ago, the Vector Sport car still under real pressure from Tom Lartilou in the blue Alpine Esports machine. So there you see immediately the Yas Heat Veloce car starting to creep away. And there's the Alpine again, looking on the inside at the Roger, and compromise. And that means Lartilu gets through, and the AMG car, Bono House, runs into the back of the Alpine, of the Vector Sport car.
That was a brilliant move by Alpine, wasn't it? Forced them to go just slightly wide and then round the outside at the next round at the right-hander at the Roger. That was fantastic driving from both cars to give each other the room. Bono House was trying to get him to get on with it on the exit because he can see the queue of cars behind them that's coming. This is going to be, what, 7 cars now in a line, because now we've got that Yas Heat battle catching this duo up and clearing off into the distance. Is, of course, the car we just had go through there, the Alpine Esports car. They're off into the distance. This is the Prodrive battle, going back to that. Prodrive versus Redline versus Sim Maranello in the middle of our picture.
Stop and go for Christian Malguera in the Sim Maranello Ferrari.
Oh, not for much longer then.
No.
So moving under braking, unfortunately.
Okay.
So they've been...
Unfortunately, there's a lot of that. You know, there is a lot of that here. That's the Proton car on the inside, and through goes Bono House. He picks up the spot, so the Vector car going in the wrong direction. So Bono House moves up to 8th place. Krupi down to 9th. Pecic for Yas Heat in 10th place. Right behind him, the R8G car. That's Chinchik. And behind him, it's 3 wide coming down to the Roger. It's all going on. Michi Hoyer, Luke Browning, the Rocket Sim Sport car, AMG Team Williams in there as well. Some ferocious racing going on here.
Panis Racing look like they've just dropped down the order as well. Here's our 2 leaders, by the way. Very close between them now. They have the beauty of deciding what they want to do. Now, it was the 20 car the first round that finished 4th, and the 23 car that finished down the order. So do they decide now, look, the 20 car is the one that's going to go for the title and work together, or is this going to be choose it between yourselves? But they have the option here of just saving it until the end of the race and then fighting it out then, rather than fighting it out with 3 hours and 37 minutes to go.
Well, now, given that they're nearly 3 seconds ahead of the number 4 Van Walber's car in 3rd place, the plan, if I was running it on the pit wall, would be run nose to tail. The 2 of them together will be more efficient through the air than the 2 cars will be on their own separately, which means that they will help themselves to save fuel. Now, whether that's actually going to be a material factor by the end of the race, if it stays dry all the way through, then yes, but if it doesn't, then probably no. So right now, just sit where you are, don't take any foolish chances, don't risk the 2 cars. Right now, they're running 1-2, and that's where they need to stay. A little further back, see the multicolour car of R8G, look down the inside.
Fordzilla there.
That's Fordzilla, Luke Browning. Did he get through?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Oh, and the Rocket Sport car, quite a long way offline there, and that means Fordzilla move up, and Rocket Sport looking to make a move as well. Let's take a look.
This is Yas Heat down the inside of Vector.
Aha, so that's why things were a little spread out there, and that's why the R8G car was all over them.
Now, that we were briefly on board with the Williams team there, who've moved forward a couple of places. But here we go back on board with the Yas Heat car. Have a look at that. So this is your battle for 9th place.
Team Fordzilla, Luke Browning again having a look down the outside, which becomes the inside as you come into the parabolica of R8G. The car, blue and orange highlights, goes through on the inside. There's contact. Oh, and that's going to be a big pile-up. Yep.
That was always going to end in tears, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid. When you start closing the door in the parabolica, it's never going to end well. The Yas Heat car losing a wing, 3 cars already in the pit lane.
I mean, Luke Browning, I think, just went far too deep on the brakes there. I don't think he was even trying to make a move. I think just slightly outbraked himself. A real shame there.
Now he's continued. Yas Heater in the pit lane, GR Vector in the pit lane as well, and Arnage competition, innocent victims and all of that. Unfortunately, when cars get sideways in the parabolica in as close a field as this, it's always going to have collateral damage. Oh, blimey, look at this. The leaders are in again with the GT cars. They still run nose to tail first and second.
There we can see them.
And they've just gone by the BS competition car. BS competition, Coanda and Satellite. That is the battle for 11th, 12th and 13th that they've just passed. And there is the other Coanda Porsche in front. That's the 88 car they're coming up to. The 77 car, rather, they're coming up to. So through they go. Leaders nose to tail, BS competition, BMW just in front of Alan Terzic. They go straight by him into the braking area. Next up for them will be well, no, it should be Mahler, actually. Let's take a look again, Chris, at what happened in the Parabolica.
Well, you can see side by side, he's trying to make a move. He's not trying to go down the inside of Jas Heat, but in trying to make that move, just got a little bit too deep on the brakes and into the path of Jas Heat, who themselves were being passed. And you know, an unfortunate incident, really, all round, but could lead to some penalties there. And a real shame, because it was a great fight going on. But it was just Luke Browning trying to make a move. And just got a little bit too deep on the brakes.
Well, he made the pass, but unfortunately for him, the Jas Heat car then came on the inside. As you say, he wasn't intending to pass Jas Heat at that stage, but the gap that he needed for survival had disappeared. So, again, stewards will look at that incident like every other incident and decide whether there is a penalty to be paid. Unfortunately for Luke Browning, I think perhaps they might say that it was his driving that triggered that incident. Now
we have had a change for second. Proton have gone up into second ahead of SF Velas Esports, and now they're staring at the back of a potential race lead. They've closed it. This gap was a couple of seconds, wasn't it? So Proton on fire in this race, and I think the race lead is going to change down this straight, because I don't think Charlie Collins is going to wait around at all. We're looking back. I don't think Proton, we're going to be staring back at him for much longer here. I think we're going to see a move down the inside at turn one.
Not sure if he's going to be close enough. We'll wait and see how late he dares to go. Now, usually a faster car gives you an opportunity. He forces the issue with Timotej Andonovski, but the Ferrari driver hangs on just in front. Now then, as the red line car goes by, you know, what you want is the quicker car to put your rival offline, and that so often is what makes a difference. Rocket around the outside, and that is Michi Hoyer, I think, on the inside in the 444 machine.
Oh, good driving.
Yeah, very close indeed, side by side, wheel to wheel.
We've had Simsa lose a couple of places to BMW Team Redline and to D-Station as well. They've dropped to 8th, but we're still side by side here. Yeah, the Rocket Sport car with an overlap, and again, you know, when he's alongside you there going into the Rogia, you don't have the real, you know, the real life feel of exactly where he is. You just have to be a little bit cautious. Michi Hoyer being cautious there. Now he's in trouble from behind, looking to hang on. Just keeping his nose in front. The Axel Sport car, Nadal Aslan, moving up into 12th ahead of AMG Team Williams. Good recovery for them, given where they were in the first corner. Well, Brzezinski sort of got alongside in the Williams car, got alongside Michi Hoyer, and then couldn't complete the move, and then was offline, and then the Axel Sport car had to run. Just ran into the back of Michi there, trying to get a good run out of Ascari, as the Coanda Porsche stays well out. That's the Red Bull car, in fact, staying well out of the way. But look at this, you know, imagine being a GT driver trying to race, you know, for the lead of the class or your own position, and all this lot keep coming past you every few laps. Here we go, back to the battle for the lead in GTE, on board with Collins, looking at Andonovski, not able to get through on this lap either. Might have to try something else, because not able to get the run down to turn one. And here we can see the 444 Van Waalburst car defending down in towards turn number one from that Axel car, and Axel might give this a go down into the Rogia. Yeah, Michi Hoyer really feeling under pressure here. This is for 11th place now, sort of just about where they qualified. This is where 77 might be able to get a run here, following someone like we've got the Mexico racing team coming through there, but traffic
Yeah,
is where we might
and
see
the
a
problem
change
is
for lead.
now, actually, it's opened up the gap between himself and the R8G Esports Ferrari in front to more than a car length. So it's now going to take a couple of laps of really hard work to close right back up on the leader, Gustas Grimbergus. So ARC Bratislava, how many laps have we completed? 9 to 18. This is the beginning of lap 19, or the end of lap 18 for them. 3 shy of a short stint. So maybe, I did sort of wonder whether we might see some of the leaders coming in after maybe 19 laps just to try and get out of all the mayhem in LMP. We'll wait and see.
Here we can see the 2 leaders taking slightly different lines into the parabolica there. On the exit, nothing to choose between them. And now they make the run down towards the first corner there. Porsche versus Ferrari down the start-finish straight.
Oh, now here's an opportunity. If the Rocket Sport car stops inside the Ferrari or holds the Ferrari up in any way, or Michi Hoyer does, then there's a chance for the Porsche. Look at the battered nose on that Porsche. Now, big break there for Michi Hoyer in the 444 car. He got ahead of the GTE leaders into the Rettifilo, and so he comes to clean run out of the Rettifilo through Curva Grande. He can put space between himself and the car behind. So the way traffic falls for you, sometimes you've got to make the most of it. Sometimes it works for you. Oh, but this time the Porsche's eased offline. Yeah, so that's the Panis Racing car. And so now the Porsche with 51, the Ferrari for second place right behind. So that is the SF Velas car. Christian Michel is right back in it suddenly. And again, that's how traffic can affect your race.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well so far for the R8G car, but every time the second sector seems to be where the Porsche is stronger, seems to close in. And you can see once again, even though the gap had opened up, it's closed right back down again. Here we go into Ascari, and that looks like the R8G car coming through. It is, and are they going to be able to get past? They'll get by down the straight, so that will be no problem. But it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? It's just with traffic, you've just got to hope that it falls in the right place for you.
And the same for the P cars. You know, they're weaving their way from hard shoulder to central reservation down the straight there, trying to get through. You know, like it's the banking at Daytona. But you know, sometimes the traffic ruins your race, sometimes or your lap. Sometimes it doesn't.
I tell you what, Prodrive are getting involved in this as well now. They're in the battle for the lead. There they are in fourth. They're right behind SF Velas. So 4 cars separated by less than 2 seconds for the race lead after 30 minutes of racing. That's how close it is in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
It certainly is. Here's the battle for 4th place overall. So Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall in the number 4 machine. Right behind him, Diogo Pinto, Team Redline. Don't forget that car started in 4th. Redline started 2nd and 4th. Benecki is now 3rd. Pinto is in 5th in the 2 Redline cars. And again, they didn't get away well at the start. There has been no action from race control, so looks as though Josh Rogers got away with that. And Jesper Pedersen as well in the number 4 car, but he's now under pressure for that 4th place.
Tell you what, D-Station, great job. They're up to 7th place in GTE as well. So moving forward really, really well are the D-Station team.
Pit stops.
Here we go.
Okay, so Mitchell de Jong is in, Josh Rogers is in. So the 2 Porsche Commander cars stopping after 21 laps. So after a full stint, they were out front. I am slightly surprised that nobody else jumped in a lap early just to get out of the car. I mean, you're always going to be in traffic, but you're not always going to be in a long queue of LMP cars. There is our race leader.
Doesn't surprise me that Porsche both came in on the same lap, though. They're just going to keep working together as a unit here, I think, till the end of the race, and then they can fight it out then. Oh, there we go. Ooh, there we go.
Now, he was parked behind the 23 car of Josh Rogers, and the man you're looking there on the insert, Mitchell de Jong, has lost the lead in the pit lane because of how the car's pitted. R8G coming in there under the tower. So he came in as the leader. 23 had to pull in front of him, but then he couldn't get out because 23 was pulled in front of him. And again, that's why you don't stop both cars in real life on the same lap, because it's going to cost one of them time. And he looked significantly more relaxed about that than a lot of real-life drivers would have been. If that had been, let's say, for argument's sake, Sebastian Buemi, he would have been going absolutely mental about losing the race because they pitted both cars together. Again, there's lots of reasons I'm not a team manager, but I don't know why you do that.
However, I mean, I don't know how much quicker he would have got out, but don't forget the car following rounds would have saved fuel.
What was the winning margin after 8 hours in Bahrain?
8 seconds.
Okay, it doesn't matter how much quicker he would have got out. Half a second or a second can make the difference between having a place and not having a place.
Yeah.
Team Redline, again, both cars together, but look, they've both lined up side by side, not nose to tail. Again, I don't know why you would have both cars in together if you could avoid it. And you can avoid it by stopping one a lap early. That's the real world way of doing it. However, R8G lead in GTE by inches, and now it is, everybody in and out of the pit lane.
Yeah, pretty much that's only AMG Team Petronas have stayed out. Other than that, everyone is in.
Bono House is our race leader then.
He's been dropping down the order, so I wonder, they've clearly, I wonder if that's a fuel-saving strategy.
Has he got his carpet slippers on? Yeah, is he driving gently? Well, look, two cars coming out of the pit lane, and here comes the lead quartet in GTE, steaming down the outside. Timotej Andonovski looking back at the 77 Proton Co-Anda car of Charlie Collins. Christian Michel in third, Lasse Sorensen fourth. Christian Melguera has dropped back in the Sim Maranello car. Now, he had that penalty, didn't he?
Isn't he? Yeah,
but he hasn't taken it yet. No.
But even when you look back after that, Kevin Siggy's only 5 seconds back from this, and then D'Station aren't far back from this either, but 5 seconds between our top 6 as it's very close. Here we go. He's not going to try and move into the Lesmo.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he does. Down the inside. Fantastic move there.
And actually, he really took advantage there of the Ferrari driver not being, again, real-world certain about where he was, and it's so very easy to end up in the gravel on the exit of the Lesmo. So, again, Charlie Collins there taking advantage, put himself in sort of a bit of a blind spot for Timotej Andonovski. Andonovski wasn't quite sure where he was. When you're coming from behind, it's much easier. As you see there, he passes back into Ascari. But when somebody's coming up on your blind spot in the real world or the virtual world, in somewhere like Lesmo 1 or Lesmo 2, you just leave the door open a little, just release the steering a fraction, let him go, don't risk an incident.
This is going to be interesting. That's the R8G car down the inside.
Yeah. Fresh out of the pits. There's the leader in, Bono House.
Well, helping the teammates there, the R8G car, by just getting down the inside of the Proton. And that's now going to see the Proton lose a place on the exit. The SFLS car were side by side there. This is a little bit further up the road, but there we go. The Prodrive car might come through 3 wide down to turn 1, Martin.
Yes, absolutely right. Down on the inside, and your money's on Prodrive on this one. Smokes them into the chicane, and it's, the red arrows burst formation. I think the Prodrive car possibly came out just slightly the winner in that one, but no, already he's lost a couple of spots.
That's a case where someone's broken late and everyone's broken at the same point that driver broke at. Yeah. So we all go wide. Yeah,
the Aston went in first, came out sort of first, but the Ferrari 51 has gone through, so FS Velas in second, Prodrive third, Proton in fourth, with that blue and orange livery with the white wings, and then behind them Sim Maranello, the black and white Ferrari, and then not too far back the BMW, Kevin Siggy, the 71 Team Redline BMW, but again not really in touch with this group. But again, it doesn't take more than one sort of slight out fumbling of each other for him to be back in the frame, and actually for R8G to be quite a long way away. R8G at the moment with about 1.5 seconds, and the longer the battle for second goes on with these 3 cars, the better it is for R8G. A little further back, BS competition ahead of this battle, which is ARC Bratislava 44 and 65. That is the Panis machine, but that is for position. That's for 16th. They're still on the same lap, although ARC Bratislava stopped a couple of laps earlier, and Vector just in front going through.
Now, the gap between Porsche and Team Redline after those stops, 2 seconds after the pit stop. So that's where the gap remains at. So Team Redline, the 1 is 3.5 back, 8 seconds back for the number 2.
Now then, unfortunately, a penalty coming up for the Fordzilla car after that contact.
Which was that was the other. What was the other car that ran into the back there? There was another car.
That was Pescarolo.
Pescarolo,
yeah. So unfortunately for them, Luke Browning with a 10-second stop and go, and that will have to be served separately to a pit stop. So we have 2 stop and goes. The other one was for, I forget now, one of our GT cars.
Sim Maranello, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Sim Maranello, you're right.
Side by side here. So this is Prodrive and Proton. Good battle this, but this is just letting the R8G go. Where's the SF Velas car? That's
behind us. No, that's ahead of us, rather.
That's cleared off now. So
Christian Michel up to 2nd, so it's back to a Ferrari 1-2, and then Proton and Prodrive and Proton and Prodrive battling for 3rd place. Sim Maranello a little further back in 4th. And again, unfortunately for Sim Maranello, they are going to have to serve that drive-through, and that is going to, that's going to cost them 45, 55 seconds, basically.
Here we can see on board with Panis Racing trying to get down the inside of ARC Bratislava, and job done.
Manages to do it without tagging the back of the Vector Sport car in front. There was just enough room, and that wasn't there. Fordzilla take their penalty. Now that wasn't the case for Luke Browning. Wasn't quite enough room for him to get through. So who's steaming by him now? Well, there's that battle. He'll probably come out behind Brabham, behind Mexico Racing Team, maybe around the area of that pink Pescarolo car that was one of the unfortunate collateral damage in that incident. A couple of driver changes. Florian Lebique taking over in the Panis car. There were a couple of other driver changes as well, but it's Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong 1-2, Max Benecki, Diogo Pinto 3-4. So it's Porsche Coanda ahead of the 2 Team Redline cars. That's your top 4. Jesper Pedersen in the number 4 Floyd Van Wall car. He is still in that car in 5th. Hemmingson for R8G still in that car in 6th. So not many changes early on. Some of these drivers will do their double stint, and then that will be their race completed. Minimum driving time for any driver is 40 minutes. So unless we get a long wet stint, it will not be a single stint for any of our drivers.
That's the I think it is a good battle going on a little bit further down. P1 Esport versus BS Plus competition. We haven't really spoken a lot about P1 Esport yet, one of the new faces to the championship this year, but sadly they're going to be under attack into Ascari. That's a really good attempt for a move. Doesn't quite come off. Good racing by both teams there, gave each other enough space, and we jump on board now with Alan Terzic down towards Parabolica.
Yeah, Turkka Häkkinen just in front of him. So the P1 Esport car trying to hang on to this top 10 spot. And PS competition, Alan Terzic looking to move up the order a little bit. Again, that car was early on in the top half dozen, top 5 battle, but got tangled up and dropped down the order. They kind of lost out there.
It was a 10th place for P1 Esport back at Bahrain. Great introduction to the series for them. Turkka Häkkinen, part of the squad for them, who raced with GR Wolves last year. They brought some new faces into Le Mans Virtual Series with it as well. So a team that could be improvers throughout the year. Great to have them with us.
And you just saw the Team Fordzilla car come steaming past them. So Luke Browning out of the pits after serving that drive-through, and he has come out actually in 18th place behind Brabham, but ahead of Mexico Racing Team and Pescarolo. So that's where he is, but he's gone from wherever he was, 6th place down to 18th place. A penalty early on, I'm afraid, is always going to cost you more in terms of the gaps between the cars being smaller than it will be later in the race.
BS Plus competition, I don't think they'll be too happy about fighting for 9th place. I mean, qualified on the 3rd row in GTE, but not been the best of first hours for the race. Still some time to come back though, because it's a fairly congested field in GTE. You can see, look, there's D-Station just up the road, and not too far up the road from them is Kevin Siggy and Gustas Grimberger. So there's still plenty of room for improvement here. They're just going to have to, first of all, try and get past P1 Esport, and it looks like they are just getting out the way there for one of the P1, the prototype cars. That's the Mexico Racing team, isn't it?
I think he was rather hoping the Mexico car might hold up the Porsche, but it didn't work that way, no. But you've got to try something, haven't you?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm trying to remember exactly who they got tangled with, but they did get tangled with somebody, the BMW, and they got sort of, you know, eased off track and down the order.
It was coming out of Roger, wasn't it? They had a moment, didn't they?
Yeah. And that's where, because they were in that top 6 tussle, which is where, you know, they'd moved up from qualifying, and then suddenly, the cards don't fall your way and you're half dozen places further back, and then it's going to be a short 4 hours, because you've got not very much time to recover, and of course nobody else is lapping any slower to help you.
I mean, those 2 laps are a great example of how closely matched a lot of these drivers are. They've not really extended the gap on each other. They've not been able to make any moves on each other, despite the fact they've been nose to tail for 2 laps. Make that probably about 10 or 15 laps.
But they have got closer to the D-Station Aston in front, which has been held up in traffic. So the D-Station car is actually further back from Simsa Esports, and suddenly P1 in that blue and orange Porsche, there's the black and green of D-Station, much closer than it was even 1 lap ago. And so suddenly the Porsche is going to be focusing a little less on the BMW behind, a little more on the Aston in front, and actually that's going to help keep his speed up, because he'll be not looking to defend, he'll be looking to attack more, and that is always going to be an advantage.
I tell you what, the Proton car, I don't know if that's just made a mistake, but all of a sudden seems a lot more under pressure from Prodrive, but also trying to close in on SF Velas was a little bit quicker on this lap through the 2nd sector. So that battle for second has taken a slight breather for now, but I think very shortly we'll be resuming once again, and R8G over 2 seconds clear. It's not too long before we're going to start seeing the GTE cars into the pits now as well.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the hour, aren't we? They might go 62, 63 minutes, but again, you know, if you've got 2 cars that are relatively close on the track, you don't necessarily want to be both in the pits at the same time. You want to avoid those queuing dramas. Running on board number 5. So the Williams Esport car down in, and it unfortunately is down as well. Where is he? I've lost him on my timing screen now. I've gone temporarily blind. He's down in 12th place,
12th place, yeah. Williams Esports. 11th at the first round for them. So roughly where they were last time around. But you'll remember it was a dreadful start to the season for them last year. They couldn't finish a race until we got to Sebring. So it was any finishes for them is progress. They did eventually then start to get their finishes in, but overall last season was really disappointing for them. They just had so many misfortunes. They got a top 10 at Sebring, but other than that we never really got to see what they could do. But 11th for them last time out, and they are once again knocking on the door of the top 10. I think that's what they're going to be building towards, going towards the 24 hour in January.
Well, and now right behind the battle between AMG Team Williams, who've just gone by Rocket, and goes through on the inside at the Lesmos. They're both off in the gravel, and through goes Axel, and Rocket looked like that. Did Rocket shed something?
Yeah, it's Panis as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Panis has gone through too. So the Axel car of Nabil Aslan now up to 11th place. Where were they on the grid?
Axel
18th, something like that. Yeah.
And they took that spin, didn't they? They were 17th on the grid.
Yeah, there you go. And now up knocking on the door of the top 10. And again, you know, when we were riding on board with the number 5 Williams car, there was a 2-car battle in front. That is now sort of half in front and half behind them. Because the Rocket car really lost out there. Mika Hakimi really lost out there, unfortunately, down to 14th place. And the Panis racing car just found enough of a gap. And when you've got momentum, Actually, the gap doesn't have to be that big. 51 is in the pit lane. Why is that? Is that the first of our stops?
It must be.
Okay, so Christian Michel is in.
Stop.
Well, again...
Oh, no, it's not them. That's Sim Maranello. No, that's an early stop, isn't it?
That's SFLS, yeah. That's the 51 car. That's the factory livery. So they are in. Now, the question is, will Timotej Andonovski, Charlie Collins, Lasse Sorensen, or any of the others come in on the next lap? Have they only stopped a lap before their rivals?
Jordi's Vire's in. Who qualified, of course.
Yes.
And we'll see what happens then.
Okay, so their first driver change. Now, that's more than 40 minutes of the race gone, so they do not have to use that driver again. They can do, but they don't have to, so he's at least done his minimum. Yeah. And the maximum is an hour and 120. Yeah,
minutes,
okay, so 2 hours.
Here we go. So, yes.
Yeah, okay. So they were just a lap before some of their rivals. So Charlie Collins in, Lasse Sorensen in, D'Station are in, P1 in, BS Competition in, Sasa, hello, it's a whole field, GT whole field pit stops, except for Timotej Andonovski. Now, he may come in at the end of the current lap, the lap that he is on. And back in LMP, we are not far away. Potential. We're 10 laps away, maybe, from the next round of pit stops as well. So the GTs will have come and gone long since by that stage. Back on board with the number 5 Williams car. Peter Briac down the inside on the Panis car. Nice move, neatly done, classic Monza stuff. And he moves up into what is 12th place.
Well, our leaders have stayed out in GTE. R8G, Sim Maranello likewise. They're going to have 2 trips to the pit lane to take that penalty. Yep. And BMW Team Redline stayed out. Simsa have stayed out as well. So they're going to go at least 2 more laps more. But they can see the Proton cars are in. And just like we've seen once already today, struggling to get out.
Why do you do that? You're not towing each other. They're not nose to tail like the Coanda Porsches at the front. They're not towing each other around. They're not helping each other. They're in different battles. Why do you do that? Why don't you just say, stop a lap short? Come in a lap early. Come on. If you can do it in the real world, you can do it in the virtual world as well. I don't understand. And I'm very open to being lectured firmly by race engineers who say it's better not to come a lap early and to lose 2 seconds in the pits. I don't see that. I don't get it.
Right,
anyway.
Redline and Simsa in. R8G and Sim Maranello have stayed out. R8G doing a really good job here to stay out this whole time.
No way can the Ferraris be front-running pace and 2 laps longer on fuel as well. That's insane, isn't it? The Williams car with a mistake there. Saved by the bell because 65 comes into the pit lane. Why?
Yeah, Panis
Why
racing.
have Panis pitted?
It's a good question.
Okay, well, we're not receiving any indications of rain. That's got to be it's a drive-through.
Yeah, they've gone straight through.
65 has got a drive-through. Okay, now, was he the car that got a drive-through for moving under braking?
No, that was the Sim Maranello.
Sim Maranello. Now,
but there was a lot of... Look, that was a busy start to the race, wasn't there? There was a...
Hang on a minute. Sim Maranello, have they made...
We will... Here we go, D-Station. Why are you having a look at that? D-Station side by side going down towards Parabolica, trying to make a move here on the P1 Esport team as they hit the brakes now. This is your battle for 9th place round the outside. Fantastic move.
And look at Satellite right behind. That red, white and blue car has been malingering, hovering with intent behind and is now closer. So that Aston now, because of the move for D-Station, holding up the Aston, holding up the black and green car and holding up the Porsche, suddenly it brings that second Aston into play. Fine, D-Station's got the racing line on the inside. That's fine. You could go the long way around there as many times as you like. Oh, that was clumsy. Now, luckily for the Porsche driver, the D-Station Aston did not end up backwards in the gravel. Otherwise, you'd think that's absolutely a certain penalty that you might get away with as a racing incident. But suddenly...
There's our leaders.
There's, Timotej Andonovski in the pit lane, and so too is Sim Maranello. Now, Sim Maranello, it is their first stop, so they have not served a drive-through. And again, a stop and go, I don't know why not.
Not too sure, but that's...
Because, again, in the real world, you only get 3 laps to serve your drive-through, and if you don't do it, you get black flagged.
That's D-Station running wide. Their satellite have helped themselves to 2 places here. But I think that was a case there of D-Station trying to slam the door closed, where they just, you know, it was a...
No,
it was a bit touch and go.
The Porsche was being overly ambitious. He didn't have an overlap. He was not ahead going into the right-hand element. He had no right to be on the curb on the inside on the left-hand element at the Rettifilo. He was being over-ambitious, and he shouldn't have been there. So for my mind, that was not his corner at any stage. Meanwhile, looking back at... so we have had a change at Proton Coanda. So Dane Warren is in the 77 car, Kevin Siggy in the BMW for Team Redline just in front. So there was no penalty for Sim Marinello. It wasn't 26, so in that case I guess that was
that must have been for Panis.
For Panis, 65, yes. So okay, which is why Sim Marinello have not served a penalty, because they didn't have a penalty to serve.
That's very good news for them. That means they are in contention for a podium
Very
today.
good news for us as well. Means we're not quite as stupid as we thought we were.
Yeah, but there they are.
We probably still are.
Well, you can see them in the background.
Yes.
There they are. This is the battle for that said podium. And Redline currently leading it from Proton.
Yeah. That one shot there in the Roger of the Redline car sparking as it hits the sausage curves. I mean, this is what the real racing drivers said when they came to the very first virtual Le Mans. They said there are things that you can do with these cars that you would never dream of doing in real life, because you wouldn't survive a lap or two. I mean, you think about the AV18 TF Sport Porsche that got sideways into the Roger in the World Endurance Race in Monza, hit the curb, it ripped the floor out of the car, and it took off into the air. Here, not only can you, but you have to go attack those sausage curbs. You have to straddle the sausage curbs to keep the speed in the car. So not everything that happens in the real world happens in the virtual world, and vice versa. You can't automatically translate a setup from a real car onto a virtual car. You can't automatically drive it in the same way. So, you know, for the real world drivers, there is a lot to learn about these cars, because it's not automatic. What you know doesn't always apply. No,
there is a different element to driving it, and you have to almost teach yourself again.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of the drivers did. There we go.
Just squeezed in.
Down the inside. Oh, and where we side by side behind that was Prodrive and
I think there was
Sim Marinello.
I think there was almost a change of place. No, yes, there was. Sim Marinello got by Prodrive. Well spotted, yeah.
So looks like those two right together. A great fight going on between Prodrive and Sim Marinello for 5th place.
Now drive-through for sorry, I've called him Naki Aslan. Drive-through for the 21 Axel Orica, and that's a real shame, because they've had a good race so far.
It's been a good recovery for them.
Yeah. Now they've had some entertaining times. There's the Team Mexico car on the inside and gets collected by the Porsche. So the Team Mexico car survived, but the Porsche losing ground. Through goes Rocket, through goes Vector. Through does not, however, go the Mahler car. There it is on the inside. The BMW's got its nose inside into the second Lesmo. And again, the Porsche did not dare close that door all the way down into the ditch there, because he wasn't quite sure how far alongside the BMW was. Mirrors, as in the real world, can only teach you so much. Look at the Brabham behind, can't get through. Losing touch with the car in front is that 62 green and gold Brabham, because he just can't get by these two GTE cars.
Yeah, that was good racing from both cars there to give each other the space. And Mahler going to give this one another go now, coming down towards the Parabolica. Here we go. That would be risky trying to move into there. I think it's better to wait until the first corner. Out front, by the way, the gap's 6.5 seconds from SF Velas back to R8G. And here come Axel. What a shame. Their first round, a 15th place for them at Bahrain. They were on for a potential 11th place finish, if not a top 10 finish. But sadly, it's going to be a lot of work for them to get anywhere near that now after that drive-through. drive through.
Not quite at 1 hour of 4 hours, so all sorts of things can happen. Don't forget, you know, only one driver's been in the car so far, you know, apart from anything else, that as drivers cycle through the other cars, their relative speeds will change, fractionally, but they will change.
Yeah, it will. Here we go. This is the battle for third place, by the way. Redline looking back at Proton. This is a really good fight between these two. Now, what do they do? Because they're about 3 seconds back from R8G. There they are up the road. Proton, though, have been the team that have been on the charge. We saw them make their way through all the way to the front of the order, of course, so do watch out. I think in doing so, they perhaps burnt more fuel than the other cars, and they've paid the price for it and dropped back in the pit stop sequence by a good few seconds. But Proton made up a lot of ground in this first hour, and it's been a fantastic first stint for them. Now they are in contention, not only for a podium, but I'd say for the race win as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they were in contention for qualifying really strongly. In the end, didn't quite end up with the lap they needed, but they've got every opportunity to produce a very big result. You know, we're at 1/4 distance, a lot of racing already, all sorts of incidents and accidents, and a lot of racing yet to come. Still, the weather forecasters are saying, yes, we might well get some rain, so
who knows? Who knows?
Exactly, because that definitely won't throw a cat among the pigeons at all.
Well, it would be the first ever time we've seen wet weather racing, so who knows? It would be fantastic to watch, but only time will tell. For now, all we can do is watch, and there we can see Redline leading this battle for third place. You can see them making their way into the Rogier chicane, and now down towards the Lesmos. 2 hours and 58 minutes remaining in this one, and Smoliar 5.7 seconds back from Jordi's Vires.
Right, at some stage we're going to have to try and leave the live racing and bring you our hourly highlights, and this seems as about as calm a time as possible. So the race getting underway with interesting start. The two Redline cars that were second and fourth on the grid, definitely very slow away. Porsche moving into a 1-2 lead with the number 4 Floyd car in third place. Problems for Axel down at the first turn. They weren't alone. Panis and a couple of others also involved. GTE much cleaner. No, not even remotely any cleaner whatsoever. Ferrari 1-2 in qualifying, but Kevin Siggy trying to put his BMW down the inside of both of them into the Rettifilio for the very first time. And further back, trouble for Red Bull. Okay, so it was the Project 1 car that nudged them into the barriers, and unfortunately the Red Bull Porsche then having to make a pit stop. 51 got nudged off in traffic, and so the SF Velas car that was in the lead battle. Further back in our top 10, at the tail of the top 10, a long queue, and as Fordzilla got inside the Yas Heat car, unfortunately triggering a multi-car pile-up. Fordzilla having to serve a penalty for that, and at least 3 other cars also in the pit lane for damage as a result of that. Pescarolo, one of those that was badly affected. Fordzilla stopping, and then as we got to our first stops, a change of leadership. 20 came in ahead of 23, but had to park behind them, and as a result the lead changed in the pit lane. They weren't the only Porsche team that got held up in the pit lane either. Meanwhile, in GTE, SF Velas coming back into it, battling with Prodrive and 77 Proton for second and third place, as the R8G Ferrari led out front. Number 23 Porsche starting to creep away in the hands of Josh Rogers from Mitchell de Jong, now leads by 3.3 seconds, and SF Velas have come right back into it after the first round of pit stops for GT. They lead the GT category. So let's take a look after the first of our 4 hours here in Monza. Porsche 1-2 overall, ahead of Redline 3-4. Floyd number 4 in fourth, 4 in fifth rather, ahead of R8G Alpine and AMG Petronas. It's been all arms and elbows basically from about 8th place down to 15th, and you can see that the gaps there are still absolutely tiny. Axel Panis still hard at it. In GT, SF Velas with a 4-second lead now over R8G. Team Redline's BMW in third, and then Sim Marinello, Prodrive, Satellite, D'Station, the rest of them still no clear indication really of who is going to come out on top. It is just not going to be a good day in the office for Oracle Red Bull unless some major factors change. They will be in all sorts of trouble. So Martin Haven and joined by Lewis McGlade. Lewis, an entirely predictably peaceful and calm start to the race, and the first hour has followed very much in that vein.
Yeah, zero issues whatsoever on the race. I mean, we were discussing this last night and yesterday and throughout the morning as well, that we know what this race is going to be like. It's 4 hours. It's barely even an endurance race. We know this is entering proper crazy town, and it's exactly what we've seen. We've seen high drama. We've seen a little bit of strategy as well being played out, and that's what I like to see. Ferrari's going a bit longer than most. We're in the 888 camp, but the 51 going a lot more aggressive. And when you were talking to us, we were in a little bit of a chat this morning about what to do with rain in the air. You were saying going aggressive sometimes is a really good strategy.
Yeah, it is a really good strategy. What's again, and I don't want to harp on against it, so I'll talk about it at once. Is we saw both Redline, both co-anda Porsches stop together and one hold the other one up. Now that might end up costing them the race in the end. We never know what happens. And similarly with the two Proton cars, I mean, what on earth are you doing? You've got two cars, they're not even close to each other on track. What are you doing stopping them on the same lap?
Which is baffling, more so because we literally saw this a few weeks ago in the 8 Hours of Bahrain, because Redline did the same thing in the prototype category. They pitted both on the same lap quite late into the race, and they delayed each other in the pit lane. And yeah, they didn't win, so...
Well, Redline learned their lesson, because although they stopped the two cars together, they didn't actually stop them nose to tail. They stopped them side by side. So one was hard up against the garage, and one was only just into the pit lane out of the fast lane, so that they both had a straight drive out. And I'm afraid Porsche co-anda just absolutely didn't. It was a... and again, you know, if you were Mitchell de Jong, you came in as the leader, and purely because the team brought you in together, you came back out in second place. Yeah. And that means your pace now, I mean, Josh Rogers, it may be that he was going to be going quicker anyway, you know, he's now pulled away, and Mitchell de Jong is 2 to 3 seconds off the lead, which he shouldn't be.
And of course, Mitchell de Jong, race winner here last year in the GTE category, of course, the 91 Porsche last year, so knows how to win around this circuit. So there's plenty of that, but now racing in a car where you've said before, you know, they're kind of stepping into the unknown, with it being the Orica LMP. They might have to do that again in the near future as well. Potentially the LMDH is on the. I mean, I can't wait to see those, by the way, in real life and in game. But
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you know, real life is going to be one thing, but when they start, when hypercar as a category starts to arrive in R Factor 2, it's going to be epic, because there are so many brand new cars already testing, already racing. You know, we've already got the Peugeot racing. We've already, you know, cars that exist in the real world. We don't have Toyotas in this game. We don't have Glickenhaus. We don't have Peugeot. What's coming? We've got Porsche coming. We've got Cadillac coming. We've got Ferrari coming. For goodness sake, you know, the carrots that are being dangled in front of software developers are just so enormous. And that's just, you know, BMW, we get so many different manufacturers coming into the top class of sports car racing. It's just going to be insane. And then in 25, suddenly you've got a whole new host of GT cars, because we go from GTE to GT3, and suddenly you've got your Audis and your Mercedeses and your Lamborghinis and all of that stuff. Now, this time the Porsches are in, but they have learned their lesson. They are parked a little better, so unfortunately it's not going to help, because the 20 car came in behind and 3 seconds behind, so 23 should leave. Back with Kevin Siggy under attack from behind, and there are going to be driver changes. I think probably at Porsche. Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong have both done a double stint, so I think that's probably as much as we're going to see from them.
I mean, I'm not. They might do another one if they fancy doing an X, but I would also suspect that this will be it for them, which I'm surprised they're putting them in at this point. I know it's obviously the start of the race, but I'd kind of want to maybe lean on their experience in sim racing generally. Obviously, I know they're not used to wet in sim race, but still leading on their experience.
Well, again, you have, you know, they've built up a lead. The two Porsches are out front. They have built a lead, so now do a driver change, get the next guys in for a double, maybe double the tyres as well, and that all helps you with time in the pit lane. So double the tyres, double the drivers, send them back out, and then you've still got more time that you can use Mitchell and Josh later in the race if and when you want to. And it may well be that they stay in the car and they do a triple stint or whatever. But if you double and double, then you know, you can come back to them for more. It's like rotating your bowlers in cricket. You don't just, if he's got 20 overs, you don't just bowl all 20. You bowl them in spells. You'll take like a couple of spells of 8, and then you've got some late in the game if you want to use him later. Kevin Siggy he's not really ahead of Dane Warren, is he? Dane is just not quite in the same driving seat as Kevin Siggy, but very nearly, and half the time almost using exactly the same bit of tarmac as the BMW. So a great battle for third, but they are allowing the two Ferraris to creep away in front, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, and they're under so much pressure at the moment. Kevin Siggy's not normally under this level of pressure. The problem is with the BMW, each of the cars in the GTE category, they're all different, right? The Ferraris are the fastest in the straight lines. The Porsches are kind of in the middle. They're very good in low speed. The BMW is really not very good in a straight line. If this was a Ferrari directly behind that Ferrari, I would have no harm in saying that would be ahead by now, because it would have been able to get through. But if you're Dane Warren, again, use the slipstream to save that a little bit extra fuel, because the Porsche is not great on fuel, and it would drag you back into the mix. So we'll have to wait and see whether the fuel saving strategy is going to work, but who knows.
Well, down the straight, this is what you're looking for when you're the car behind, is for an LMP car to come through on the inside and just put the car that you're attacking a little offline, a little late into the braking area, just a fraction out of his window of opportunity. That didn't happen. Cars coming into the pit lane now. Max Benecchi and Diogo Pinto are in. They were 1-2, and again, a couple of laps later than Porsche. Jesper Pedersen coming in, just see him there, that's car number 4, the Floyd Van Wallburst machine. And Jesper's done a double. Bono House now moves up the order. Now, Bono House took the lead for AMG Team Petronas last time round. They ran a couple of laps longer than just about everybody in LMP. Michi Hoyer in the pits as well, so almost everybody is in. R8G, Williams and so on have all come out. Porsche co-anda Mac Backham and Tommy Østgaard are the two drivers. So they, again, I will think they will double it again. Yeah, Dane Warren. Dane is now starting to go, right, okay, I really need to get by this BMW because he's actually slowing me down.
But I've said this time and time again, how good is this about the world of sim racing, that you can have this? This is Dane Warren racing from Australia, from home. He's not had to travel anywhere, he's not had to do anything. He's racing from his home simulator in Australia against Kevin Siggy, who is Slovenian. He's actually racing from the Netherlands, from the Team Redline sort of HQ. But it's like, how good is that you could just race from all over the planet? You know, obviously Najima and that are coming from Japan, and the InSpeed team coming from China, Yiffy Yi also. It's so good. I love that about sim racing.
Well, Dane Warren, unfortunately, is, you know, the big problem with that time zone difference is, you know, 11 hours ahead of us. So for him, it's sort of late evening. So Dane Warren clinging on there and still trying to find a way through.
Well, I'm getting word in my ear, and very interesting, that in the LMP category, Diogo Pinto in the number 2 Team Redline car has jumped the lot of them. Has jumped the Porsches, has jumped the number 1 Redline as well. Now, what will happen in that is that will be because everyone's doing double stints on tyres, right? Yes. So they're taking the tyres for 2 stints. I think he's taken a gamble and gone for 3 consecutive.
Is that 4 or 444? I can't remember what colour the windscreen strips are. Okay, so that was so it's driver change. That's the outlap as well for the next Van Wall car.
Davin Marocek behind the wheel now.
Yeah, so Bono House the leader, but you're right, Bono House in the pit lane now, so our new race leader will be Redline's Diogo Pinto. And the question then is, did they do a single tyre stop
earlier,
or did they not do a single tyre stop? Did they do a tyre stop earlier, is he now triple stinting the tyres? And did he start on a hard rather than a medium, maybe that some of the others might have been on?
His total pit stop time is 1 minute and 51 seconds. Playing Mac Backham, Tommy Østgaard, Jeffrey Rietveld, the number 1, the 2 Porsche Commander cars. Their stationary, their time in the pit lane has been 2 minutes and 20 seconds, all of them, which tells tells me that is a double stint for the first, and then they've changed tyres on this stop. Meanwhile, Diogo Pinto, the car we're looking at now, has not changed tyres. Makes sense, because Monza's not a particularly high tyre wear circuit, so you can theoretically get away with triples. But I will say, those interesting angle from Diogo Pinto. Maybe he's very short, but either way, trying something on the tyres.
Yeah, that is definitely playing to national stereotyping. I think possibly the camera is maybe just aimed a little bit high. He's sort of aimed it standing up and then has sat down in his rig, hasn't he? Because, yeah, there he is.
Great nose, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, I've just checked on our RFID tracker, and they are all on the medium tyre. So he's not on a hard tyre. So they have decided that to save and again, you know, we talked about this, about whether you go long on fuel and you try and save fuel and find an extra lap because there's weather potentially in the air. No. Track position is always going to be more important in my head, and I might be 100% wrong, than having saved a lap. Because if the rain comes, it's never going to come at the convenient time when, oh, it's perfect, we're just about to stop anyway. No, it's never going to be like that. You know, it might be once in a blue moon, but it's never really going to be like that. So go for track position, and they've done exactly that. They're triple stinting him. It's going to be interesting to see. He is, okay, 11.8. I'm just going to write that down on a little scruffy piece of paper. I haven't got a scruffy piece of paper. 11.8.
I'll give you one of Chris's, it's fine.
He's the king of scruffy bits of paper. No, I can't do that because he's color-coded and
he's done very well with all these. I'm sat in front of all of his highlighted notes thinking, I wish I was that impressed. I can't do that.
Yeah, but you're going colourblind. So Van will burst, 444 now up to 9th place. Now, actually, that means that they were net gainers quite significantly there in those pit stops. So, yeah, Davin Rocek in 444, taking over from Michi Hoyer. They are in the top 10, and that, I think, is the first time they've been in the top 10 during the race, actually.
Yeah, that's, oh my goodness me, Michael Romanidis nearly gets into the rear end of the AMG Team Williams Esports car. That's not from doing triple stints or anything like that. His time in the pit lane is exactly the same. The only one that's trying a triple stint is Diogo Pinto. 7-9 Flash Axel has been in pit lane, I think, more for damage. They've been in longer than basically anyone else. Same with Team Fordzilla, of course, because they're stop and go. But Diogo Pinto is the only one trying a triple stint. And I'm just going to say it now, I don't like it. His last lap time was a 1:36.9. Now that is a random number that I'll throw at you, fair enough. Mac Backham, who is at 11.8 seconds behind, well, he just did a 34.5. So he went 2 to 2.5 seconds faster than Diogo Pinto on the last lap.
Okay.
That's big.
So he was 11.8. He's now 10.2 behind. So let's see what the progress is over a couple of laps. So he's 2 tenths up in the first sector, half a second in sector 2, 3/4 of a second by the end of sector 3. So gap's still 10.3. So again, you know, gaps are going to open and close, and close because of traffic. Unless he can find a second a lap every lap, it's still going to be a net gain at the end of the stint for Diogo Pinto and for Redline.
And also remember that Diogo Pinto's strategy, this is always kind of one of the things when people are experimenting on strategy, and this is something that we thought, well, I fall foul to anyway, because there was a commentator, you was like, oh, but he's not going to hold on to the race lead. At this point, realistically, if you want to know if the strategy is successful, you don't look at the race lead. You look at where they came in and where they are at the end of the stint. He was obviously behind the number 1, so it's about that. Here we've got GR Vector and Sem9 Axel, bit of contact into the parabolica.
Yep, but for 6th place. No, not for 6th place, I beg your pardon. No, further back. 16th place.
I was going to say, you were panicking me there. I was like, hang on, am I looking at the wrong time?
Now, I was looking at the position indicator on the side of the axle car, but the first digit was a bit hidden, so it didn't look like 16, it looked like 6. So, Inigo Anton, okay, so they've had a driver change. Adam Maguire, he's in GR Vector, so they've had a driver change as well. So again, you know, the cars remain the same, the positions are pretty much where they were, but you've got 2 different drivers who are, you know, within 2 or 3 laps of starting their stints in the car. And again, that's an advantage. And yeah, I'm not saying that Mac Backham won't be instantly up to speed, or Tommy Usgaard in the 2 Porsches, but Diogo Pinto is already up to speed. He is instantly up to speed, so even 1 or 2 laps out of the pits, he doesn't need that to bed himself in. He's already bedded in. So all of those incremental little gains, and you see, Redline didn't do it with both cars. They split their strategy, and so they've gone, okay, is that going to work? And they did it with the car that was second best placed. And again, as a real-time team manager, that's what you do. If you're going to do something different, don't do it with your better placed car.
Yeah.
Do it with your not quite so well placed car. Okay, they were only third and fifth, but don't do it with a car that's third.
Yeah.
And so, you know, okay, if it works, okay, great. Now we start to look at other things that they might do, or they might repeat that with both cars later on in the race, you know, depending on how things pan out.
And whether, you know, maybe the number one's classified as the lead car in the team. You know, obviously, that's something that at this point in the season is probably not decided, really. It's later in the championship they will. But still, if they were the lead car per se, then obviously you do take the gamble with the second car and see what happens. Either way, well, I'm sure we'll be tracking that one vigorously over the next sort of 35, 40 minutes.
I absolutely think we will. But again, you know, if your number one car that was in third place anyway is your quote nominated, if it's got Fernando Alonso in, we'll say, for, you know, real world reference, then you might actually try and throw them up to the front of the race, and you know that by not changing tyres they will come out in front in the race. Absolutely. And then you rely on Fernando to hold off the others if they catch them, when they catch them. So again, I think, you know, one race in, you don't have a favourite car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, certainly not at this point. I mean, look at them last year. Redline, they were like, it was the 1, 2, 3. Obviously, the real team hydrogen Redline car after the first round. Where it was like, this is the car, and then for the next few rounds, it was like, that's not the car. And then back to the Le Mans, it's like, this is the car. As we'll see, the defensive move, Christopher Hoogveld trying to hang on from Rory McDuffie, who's gone straight down the inside in that Alpine Esports car. A little bit of contact, Rory McDuffie with a bit of contact, and then sent back around by Hoogveld. That was very nice of him. R8G just getting into them a little bit.
That just saved him a penalty.
Potentially,
genuinely did save him a penalty, because if the car had been turned around completely, I think you would probably have seen that R8G might have been penalised for that. But the Alpine car, got tapped straight. Certainly, I'm sure not by design, but by accident. That's the way it was. Now then, look at the way he's just gone past that Proton Porsche. Suddenly, the BS BMW behind is like 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths close to the Porsche. So we're on board in this P-class battle, and suddenly, again, you see another battle changing just because of where the car that we're riding with has gone.
From experience of doing endurance racing, in sim racing and whatever, I always hated driving Monza because it's, when it comes to, like, you think this is an easy one for lap traffic. I'd argue it's one of the hardest for lap traffic.
Agreed.
We were talking about this earlier. You've at Bahrain or Silverstone or something like that, you've got time to like build up your overtake on the lap traffic through a couple of corners and work it onto a straight. Whereas around here, you're through a corner and you're on a straight. You're through a corner and you're on a straight. And the straight line speed difference between an LMP and a GT is not as much as you'd think. It's the cornering where the big difference happens. That's where it's risky.
And the real problem is that you pass here when you're nearly stationary, and the minimum speed in the corner of the GT car is higher than a prototype, and they've got better mechanical grip, and coming off the corner at that lowest speed, talk about rotating. Talk about rotating. When they come off the corner, that initial hit, they're no slower than a P car is, and so they are really hard to pass. You need a fast or a medium speed corner to get by them. And there's only Curva Grande here. That's the only, and Parabolica. So you have to use the straights, but down into the Rettifiglio, down into the Roggia, into the Lesmos even, really, really hard to pass anything. And that includes the GT cars. And for the GT drivers, really hard, because you know that a prototype is going to struggle to get by you.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, this is one thing that we did this obviously with Axel last year. 7-9 Flash Axel were in Le Mans Virtual, looking into what was happening in Malaysia and whatnot with them. Love seeing this in speed. Obviously, coming from China, they did Le Mans Virtual last year, earlier on this year, the last season. Their determination, their focus and their setup, they are not the fastest team on the grid. They are learning, they use this as a learning experience, but their determination, I love it. And their setup looks so good. Look at the banners and stuff in the background, all printed. I think it looks great.
Absolutely. And you know, and one of the, again, we talked about this right at the very beginning of this whole experiment where we started with the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual, is that you can go racing at actually a really decent level for very, very little money at all, which in the real world is utterly impossible. So it democratizes sport. It democratizes, you know, motorsport in this way, and it equals the playing field between relative newcomers who have only got virtual world experience and hugely experienced real world drivers. You know, you can genuinely go head to head after a couple of years, quote, in your bedroom with the Max Verstappens of the world. You know, genuinely can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why I love sim racing is the ultimate open ground. This is the race leader in the GTE category. So we've got the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, and you can see Ferrari on Ferrari action. Alex Smolyar behind the wheel now of the 888, taking over from Timotej Andonovski, and now right there, knocking at the door for the race lead. And this is important for them. You know, obviously the 888 have had a victory before. Let's not forget they did win at the Nordschleife last season. Of course, it was a Tesla R8G car that was in a BMW M8. They're looking for their first win in a Ferrari, and how fitting would it be for them to win around here? But I know that SF Velez Esports, there is no circuit on the calendar, with the exception of Le Mans, there is no circuit on the main season calendar, those 4 rounds, that they are targeting more than here. It might be the virtual Monza, but it's still home.
Yeah. They're still racing at Ferrari.
Yeah.
In Italy.
Yeah.
An Italian race. And again, you know, Sim Maranello, they will be exactly in the same boat because they're an Italian team. They're racing an Italian car at an Italian circuit. And to win at Monza in a Ferrari, real or virtual, same deal. Look at the BMW now, right up behind the Porsche again. We said a couple of laps ago when we were in the P-Class battle how that had helped the BMW catch. And there's been clearly a couple of other issues, and the Team BS car now up behind the Proton car, but this is for 12th. I mean, BS were battling for 5th earlier on, so this is the first and second hours of the race have not gone in the right direction for BS competition. Ibrahim Khan at the wheel of the 89 BMW, Oscar Bitsrud at the wheel of the 88 Proton car, and actually the BS car was battling with the 77 Proton car. Dane Warren is currently in 4th, and the BS BMW is down in 13th. Yeah,
they've had some issues. I mean, last year when we started the season here, there was a lot of curb taking from Ibrahim Khan there also. Last year when we started here, of course, the BS competition car ended up finishing in the top 5, finished in 5th place, and, you know, looked pretty strong. They looked to tackle on something to do with the championship later on. They looked really strong in the early stage of the race as well. They actually had some bad luck that dropped them back to 5th. 5th is their highest placed finish in the Le Mans Virtual Series. It's kind of a bit disappointing almost to see them down this far. There's clearly been some drama. I know for Ibrahim Khan, when we did the R Factor 2 Formula Pro Series, which is the highest level open wheel competition on the platform, Ibrahim Khan was racing in that 4BS competition. He did not have a good round. I remember him spinning at the parabolic and lights. So maybe there is some issue for the zebras around Monza. They don't really like it too much, it seems.
Maybe that's just Ibrahim himself, but I mean the car started 5th. They qualified 5th. And in fact, they had initially thought they'd qualified 4th until the Prodrive car, the last car to the line, got 3rd place, got 4th place rather. So they started 5th. They're down in the 13th. That's not a good race so far, and it's not that there's no speed in the car.
No.
Now back with our lead battle. You can see Alex Smolyar there in the inset picture, and the picture above is looking at the race leader from his viewpoint. So FS Velez, Jordi Spheres again right in the battle for pole. These cars started 1st and 2nd, but in the reverse of which they currently sit in the race, with the SF Velez car behind R8G in qualifying, but there was nothing between them in terms of outright pace, and we sort of expected that to be the case in the race as well.
Again, with the Ferraris in the Le Mans Virtual Series, last season, and including the original Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, we were saying about this at Bahrain, we'd never seen a Ferrari on the podium until last round. I mean, the first round of this championship, when SF Velez Esports got onto the podium there with a 2nd place finish. The fact that they're looking for back-to-back podiums, what a confidence boost. Even now, I know obviously 2.5 hours from the end, knock on wood, etc. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how, if the rain hits, how it's going to affect them. But right now, an hour and a half into this race, the confidence in that camp must be so high right now.
Well, and also for Sim Marinello and anybody thinking of running a Ferrari, there are 3 Ferraris in the top 5, and the field is not short on talented rivals. BMW, Porsche, Aston Martin have all been, you know, battling in the top half dozen, but not in the top 3. Not all the time, you know. The top 2 of the top 3 have always been from Marinello. So, yeah, Smolyar, he was quickest in qualifying, he's quickest at the moment, and right up behind Jordi Spheres. Mexico Racing Team in the pits, I just noticed.
Yeah, I saw that.
They now dropped down to last spot. Not quite sure. Again, there's been a couple of random pit stops.
I think they might have pitted earlier for damages, kind of throwing them off sequence. Yeah. I'm going to admit something wrong. I'm always happy to admit when I'm wrong here, Martin. When we were discussing about Pinto, his strategy, going kind of almost aggressive on the tyres in the sense of like, rather reserved on the tyres, doing the exact opposite, doing the triple stint, trying to do something experimental on strategy. I was saying it definitely wouldn't work. The fact that we're maybe 10 minutes away from the pit window, I would have guaranteed 20 minutes ago that he would have lost the race lead by now.
Yeah.
And still hanging on to it, still got 3.8 seconds clear. And again, his gap isn't necessarily about what he is to the Porsche, it's about where he is to Jeffrey Rietveld in the #1 car.
Yeah.
I am impressed every single time I see Diogo Pinto race. This is not his platform. Yeah, he's an iRacing world champion now this year. Absolutely incredible driver.
And compared to Jeffrey Rietveld in the #1 car, he's getting on for 20 seconds ahead of him still.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, compared to the Porsches. And don't forget, yeah, the #2 team. Oh, Smolyar on the inside. Just enough for Jordi Spheres as they come through Curva Grande to hang on. Just enough. But again, very close. And again, both professional enough to leave racing room. That was extremely good by both drivers. And again, Smolyar down into the Roger, really pushing hard, and a big slide there. Spheres loses traction, but can Smolyar get his nose inside down into the first of the Lesmos? He does. Again, they give each other racing room. Smolyar didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, is he? Yes, there is as well. Oh, interesting, they both had time there to flick their wipers on, or are they both scrambling?
It's automated.
Oh, right, okay.
The wipers are automated, so Smolyar's going to take over the race lead, but we definitely have rain here at Monza.
Wow.
2.5 hours in, you can see the drops on. It's very light at the moment, shouldn't be a worry. Jordi Spheres to the inside, coming into Ascari. Smolyar straight around the outside. Brilliant move from the Triple Eight, and R8G head to the front of the GTE field again, but I don't know if it's going to last long, Martin.
No, look at Smolyar, shakes his head as he clatters it over the curbs in Ascari. Takes the lead of the race. Yeah, you're right. Jordi Spheres right behind him, pushing hard. And whatever else, he does not want Alex Smolyar to get away. Smolyar looking very cool, calm and collected in the inset. And behind, Redline and the 77 Proton car battling for 3rd place. It is just as close. So Kevin Siggy ahead of Dane Warren. Sim Marinello, some, half dozen seconds back. Not even that now, actually, coming about a second back.
I think it's Fordzilla that had just come through and slowed down Smolyar. And so, once again, Jordi Spheres is right there. You kind of see that Smolyar wasn't looking particularly pleased with it. We can see the full side-by-side. Right-hand side of your screen is on board with Jordi Spheres, looking up towards Smolyar, hanging on for the GT lead. And what we're seeing on the left, this is the battle for 3rd. It's not that far behind.
No, it's not, and it's just as tight as well. That Sim Marinello car is the next one in the queue, the white and black Ferrari. Oh, and again, Kevin Siggy runs out very wide. Dane Warren can't find a way through. And Siggy just sticks it in the middle of the road. He knew he'd made a mistake. He was slow out of the Roger. And Dane Warren had the speed, but all he could do basically was run into the back of the BMW because Kevin Siggy was guarding inside and outside. Now, more P cars coming. Are they going to be on the inside as they get up to Ascari? Where are they? No, I don't think they are. Dane Warren can't quite find a way through, but he needs those faster cars. Now, unfortunately, they're going to pass him long before they get to braking for Parabolica. There goes the Axel car. There goes Vector, I think it is. So that's no help. Maybe the R8G car behind will be of some assistance. It does look like there's a bit of precipitation in the air, a bit more precipitation in the air. That long camera shot down the straight always kind of makes the air look denser.
I mean, it's light. It is very light at the moment. It certainly is nothing to worry. And they can use the slick tyres a little bit deeper than you'd expect into the wet weather sequence, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's not going to be panicking any drivers now, but they'll be taking their strategy and throwing it out. Remember what we were saying about the LMP, or the windows, the pit windows for each of these teams, whatever, when it starts raining, and you kind of like, is it going to be heavy enough for wets? Not yet. LMPs are approaching their pit window sequence in the next sort of like 5 minutes or so. It's certainly not wet enough now for wet tyres.
Now, I was just about to make the point before it went mental with the Ferraris that Diogo Pinto leading gained the lead because they saved time in the pits by not changing tyres.
Yeah.
If it had remained, or if it is still slicks by the time they get to the next stop, he's going to lose time back because he will need to take tyres. They can't quad the tyre unless they think there's not going to be a full stint before we need wets. But again,
they'll be low on the percentage though.
I know, but look, you know, they were brave. They took a big punt on triple stinting the tyre, and it's worked for him. All right, Mac Backham is right behind him now in the battle for the lead, but he's still the leader, and Tommy Usgaard is still 4 seconds behind Mac Backham. So the Team Redline at the moment are still in a net gain. What they now must pray for is that everybody has to change tyres at the next stop, which will be in maybe 4 laps, maybe 5. So Redline want it to properly rain now, so everybody has to change, and then they don't lose the time they've gained.
Absolutely right, Martin. Now, what we can see here, these are wets going onto the Arnage competition way too early. Way too early. Now, I mean, I know that it says track declared wet, etc., but...
well, now, no.
I don't know.
Again, in real life, the race director has to declare the track wet before you're allowed to fit wets.
Right.
Did they do that prematurely? Now, the other thing is, where are they in the running order? They've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to lose. What might happen is that's gas heat. Again, they had damage, same deal. But why are they stopping now? Why are you stopping early if you're staying on slicks?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to get the most out of the slicks. So I do not know. I don't believe there's any rule that
there's the leaders
that they have to the track has to be declared wet in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and then you pit. You can kind of pit whenever you want. You can take wets in the dry if you want.
In which case, why do we have track declared wet? That's in real life. It's not just it's raining. Oh, I'm going to declare the track wet. That's when you're allowed to use wets.
Yeah.
Okay, with Mac Backham behind Diogo Pinto, and again, you know, it's maybe 3 or 4 laps. They might decide to bring him in early if he says, yes, I think a wet will survive. I'm not sure. Again, I don't have the experience of driving this, but right now you would say visually it wouldn't be a wet weather track. Is he in? He is in. He is in.
I don't think this is wet weather yet. I think this is still, unfortunately, I think it's still slicks. The rain's not coming down hard enough. I think we're going to be talking about if you go onto wets, they're going to overheat massively. This is important, though, because not only that you can see the 23 there, they're still on slicks. They're staying on medium tyres, whether it's the same set or a new set. I think it might be a new set, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
I think he stopped too short of their pit window to make staying on the same tyre viable.
Yeah, agree.
What they might do is say a brand new slick is going to last longer if it stays like this, or give you more if it stays like this. Redline also bringing in Kevin Siggy, which is interesting.
And that is early. That is earlier than we would expect it to be. I'd normally expect it to be in about 10 minutes time, if I'm honest. So maybe they're going on to the wets.
Well, it's definitely not for fuel.
No.
And it's definitely not because he's outstayed his warning in driver time. So there can only be one other factor for bringing him in.
True.
And it is tyres in R8G. Oh, that was a good bit of out-fumbling.
Yeah, as AMG Petronas Esports trying to get their way past R8G at the moment.
That's the other way round. R8G have just moved up to 6. AMG were ahead at the line. So that was, and again, trying to come back. All right, so Kevin Siggy has changed
and he's
onto
still in the car. This is bad because did he start the car? Kevin Siggy started the car, didn't he?
What's happened to the where's the number 2 card on?
Kevin Siggy started the car. He's come into the pit lane now, unless he's got damage or something. The problem with that is that he's got he will breach the driver time. The maximum driver time that you can do is 2 hours.
He hasn't taken. Okay, so maybe he has swapped, and maybe it just hasn't caught up.
We're just panicking.
It's saying
classic.
Okay, so there has been a driver change at Redline as well. So Schmiedel is in. But I'm struggling to see on our thingy where we have to wait for it to scroll around to see what tyres he's got on. You watch that. R8G, who's in R8G at the moment? Christian Hoogveld getting ahead of AMG Team Petronas and leaving him to deal with David Marocek. And 51 is in as well. Okay, now then, this is interesting because that is SF Velas and Jordi Spheres clearly then thinking, okay, it's not really 100% slicks.
But then,
are they going to go wets?
No, I think because if Redline have come in and they've gone slicks, remember Jordi Spheres on the SFLS Esports team, they did pit earlier on the initial stop, so maybe they are just going super aggressive on fuel, and maybe it's not too much of a worry. We'll have to wait and see.
Still doesn't look like much on the cameras, does it? I mean, look at the rear wing there. It's not exactly straight. You can't see vortices, so, you know, okay, it's not real world, but it's close. Graham Carroll hanging on here, trying to stay with Christian Hoogveld. Not quite able to get back on terms, though. Looks like the R8G car has just sort of crept away a little bit.
And none of the LMP cars that have come in, with the exception of our Nage competition, have come in and gone out on wets. That is medium tyres on the SF Velas Esports car. R8G! Big in the barrier. That's the 18. That's a big shame. That is Christopher Hoogveld sent off into the barrier. That's Lesmo 1, I believe.
Right. Is that traffic, or was that contact from behind? It's traffic. He's gone inside the Aston, who has tagged him from behind.
That is 100% Christian Hoogveld. He's just chopped straight over the nose of the Satellite Racing Aston, as we'll see them. We've got a full course. This is a code 80, or code 60, sorry. So they'll be slowing down. Pit limiter is on 60 kilometres because...
Alex Smollier in the pits. Leader is in the pits.
This is... If I am anyone on the track right now, I'm in the pit lane. Boom, this is a cheap pit stop. This will cost you less now than it will at any other point.
But what do you do? Okay, fuel and fresh soft tyres.
Yeah, no, I just take fuel, I just take soft tyres, I'd accept it's a cheap pit stop, and then I'd be like, look, if we're going to have to come into pits to come on wet, we can't go on wets right now. Wets will not work right now. So let's just try and take advantage. Let's try and get some even fuel in the car now. Means the stationary time later on, when you come in for your eventual pit stop, your stationary time will be less because they don't do fuel and tyres at the same time.
Everybody who's stopping is going onto softs.
Yeah, I don't see anyone using this time to go onto wets.
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
all the GT cars that are stopping are going onto softs. Kevin Stoltz at SS Velas, we need to see what he's taken on. Where is he?
Also, first ever full course yellow in Le Mans Virtual. Of course, we did have 2 red flags in the original Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, but we've never had a full course yellow. Because I remember when we were talking about earlier, I wasn't sure if we had them.
No, because we've never seen one.
No, we've seen some pretty stonking crashes, but nothing that's required this. Obviously, it's come out because if Christopher Hoogveld carries on, he is a danger to everyone, you know, on circuit. I know it's obviously not a physical danger, but it's a danger to everyone else's race, and you know, you don't want to risk that even in the sim racing world. And I can only describe when you've got no rear wing and one of your rear wheels is towed in or towed out, you know, it's broken. Essentially, the car is impossible to drive. It is even at a slow speed, it is impossible to drive, especially when the track's a bit greasy.
Okay.
He has himself to blame for it,
everybody, and actually he's only halfway down to the Parabolica, so if you were anywhere ahead of him, you do come in. If you're behind him, I guess you don't, because it's time that you're not spending stationary, and you just have to take the, you know, what fate offers you. And at the moment, look at this. This is a battle we were on board with a fraction ago.
It's so close.
Well, it's you know when you see trucks on the motorway and they're limited to 100 Ks. Well, one will be 99.5, one will be 99.9, and it's that tiny difference in the limiters, how close they're set. That is 23, Mac Backham and Tommy Østgaard. That's, in fact, that's not behind, that's...
That was one of the GR, I think it was GR
Yeah.
Vector car.
There we go, back to green. Okay, so all sorts of cars in the pit lane, and the question is, the ones that stopped, how are they going to end up?
AMG Team Petronas Esports, wet tyres. Oh, there's been a bit of a lock up there from the 23. He's going to go straight on. That is Mac Backham just going on. He's not going to lose anything major, but he's dropped back into the clutches of his teammate Tommy Østgaard. And they're both in the pit lane. Wet. Surely it's got to be wet.
Well,
even though I don't think this is wet.
No. No. And you know, he sort of slid off there because they've been full course yellow for a lap and there's no temperature in the tyres.
I know.
And a wet track removes the temperature from the tyres a little bit quicker than a dry track.
Oh, no, stay on slicks.
Well, they are at the moment, but you've got to do fuel first.
No, it will basically, as soon as you come stationary, it doesn't really matter. It will pop instantly.
Where's the water drops on the screen? There are almost no water drops on the screen at all.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not a smart man, so it's very easy to confuse me. But AMG Petronas Esports, they're the only team in the LMP field, of course, apart from Arnage, that have come in and taken the wets. Now, I wasn't sure if then maybe it was the right strategy, but now I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, that is not. I do not believe. That is definite slicks, definite medium. It's obviously a double stint. It's the same mediums they were running earlier on, so they've not changed tyres on that stop at all.
It looks dry. By the way, Redline still lead.
But with the one.
Yeah, with the one car, which didn't stop. So car number 2, Schmiedel is down in 11th place, so they did stop. But again, they are now full of fuel, and the number 1 car isn't, nor is the number 4 car, nor is 36 Alpine, who are third. So that's all going to, you know, that's more grist to the mill. We're going to have to try and remember all of this stuff in 2 hours when we're down into the final 15 minutes going, they're going to win it. No, hang on a minute, they're not, because they need to. So now we're in a fuel race.
Oh, we're not smart people.
Yeah, I know. Now not only do and we can't track their fuel, unfortunately, we can only track what tyres they've got. Now not only do we have potential of, I don't know if we're done with the weather, and nobody knows if we're done with the weather, and if that's it, then fine, and if it's not, then okay. But we're now in a fuel race because we've got 2 different sets of cars. We've got Set A, who have stopped and are full of fuel now, and Set B, which is maybe a smaller subset, who didn't get to stop or didn't want to stop and have got less fuel, and so we got 2 different strategies.
And we've got Michael Romanidis here going for a move on Ferris Stanley. This is going to be a little bit tricky in these slightly greasy conditions, but quite nicely done. Probably sent it in, has very high confidence in that car. Do you know who the highest placed car is that's made a pit stop in the LMP category? Because I didn't. It was Alpine. At the moment in 3rd position, Rory McDuff behind the wheel. Have a team manager who's sat over watching Jürgen van Bergen, have they played a masterstroke on strategy here?
Were they in the Parabolica when it went full course yellow?
Must have done.
You know, because what wins you the time there is not that everybody's going slowly while you're stationary, it's how short your in and out laps are.
Yeah, comparatively, yeah.
So actually, or did he come in last so that his out lap was green? I can't remember how it works. Anyway, yeah, I'm too stupid.
Either way, he would have been in the pit lane for, like, the entirety of the time he was in the pit lane, either way, was when the full course yellow was out. Because at that point, you know, your difference to those travelling around on the circuit is a lot lower. Yeah. There is Rory McDuff. Nice Alpine hat on Rory McDuff. That is just a bit of tape on a hat.
Yeah, but he's got a proper Alpine shirt.
He does have a proper Alpine shirt.
That's a thing, yeah. He's probably had to cover it. I don't know what it said on that. You know, beer for the lads or something. Who knows? But
he does have a hat that talks about his love of fishing. We won't go into that.
Oh, down the inside, R8G going by the AMG Williams car. No, that's not, is it? Yes, it is.
It's the AMG Petronas Esports car.
There you go.
It's got. I noticed this earlier in the first stint. They do have a lot of damage on the front end of that car. Now, clearly it's not too bad because they've been doing fine. But they're trying to do something on the fuel game. You've got R8G trying to make a move directly ahead of that also. So it's pretty dicey back here, got to be said.
And there's still a tiny little bit of water left on the cars, but it really doesn't have the look of much in the air, does it, at the moment? You know, when we get an onboard view, there's pressure still. Oh, look, BS is still hard at it. This BMW Porsche battle is the one that refuses to give up right now, and the two lead Porsches get squeezed, and the BS car goes a long way around the outside. That was a good move. That was a good move. He held his nerve there.
I did get a message from one of their drivers, Jonas Raivio, who messaged me saying that sort of background information. There was contact between Alan Terzic, who started the race, and the Fira car of Lasse Sorensen, and they got some damage at the start, at the very start of the race, on the initial start. They got some damage. They kind of lived with it for a little while, and then they were like, we're losing too much time. We're just going to stop. We're going to repair it. So they just repaired it under their pit stop, just let it do its thing. And so, you know, fair enough. The number one car has come into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So they've come to a stop now. Jeffrey Reed, I would assume the Floyd Van Wall burst car will come in quite soon, which then will promote the Alpine car to the race lead.
Yeah, Erhan Jojowski in the pit lane for R8G. So Rietveld is in, Tom Dillman in the number 4, Floyd Van Wall is in from second, and you're right, that means Rory McDuff will be the leader, because he has already completed 3 stops, and our top 2 now make their 3rd stop. So P1 in 12th place. They've had a pretty good race actually so far. They're having a decent run. So Rory McDuff will lead. Mac Backham ahead of Tommy Usgaard by a couple of seconds at the moment, and they were only. Actually, do you know what? Alpine is still going to be right in there with the Porsches. Let's see how far back they drop. They might drop back down to about 7th or 8th place. Tom Dillman in the Floyd Van Wall car in the pit lane has already dropped down to 8th place. We'll see how Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, he's on his outlap, still shown as in 2nd place. Wait though for when the Porsche Coanda cars come across the line and see how they fare. And
I've said again in conversation before that I commentated on a race last week which was won by Race Clutch, which is the team that runs the Alpine Esports car. It was a mixed weather race. It wasn't in these cars, it was in slightly different cars, fair enough. It wasn't an endurance race, 8 hours at Spa, and they won because they got not the first transition, because it went, obviously, you know what Spa's like, it goes from dry to wet to dry to wet to dry, etc, etc. And they got the second sequence bang on, perfect, and they came back, that they won after having a few driving panels at the start of the race, and they came back to win because they got that strategy right. Now that's confidence that's boosted them there, and the thing is, because you've used that in a race scenario, that's confidence you kind of bring into this to be bold enough to kind of, when you think of like a brave call, sometimes you kind of think, oh, maybe I should come in for wets. No, maybe it is, no, I don't know, when you doubt yourself. Whereas the confidence they got is to be like, no, this is not wets, this is slicks, 100% slicks. We're not even worried about it right now. We're just going to drive the race and pretend the rain's not even there until we need to. Love it.
Well, and sometimes I think it makes sense to wait until you are forced to pit rather than
trying to predict it.
Yeah. And you know, and actually the number 2 Team Redline team, they were forced to pit for fuel, but they weren't forced to take tyres, and they made big capital out of that, and that may yet come back. I don't quite remember where they were in terms of when they took fuel or what they took. Did they stop under full course yellow? Can't remember. Far too many cars to follow. We do need a proper strategy laptop to do that. But here's the battle between the 2 Williams Esports cars, AMG Team Williams Esports and Williams Esports, and the gap coming down, coming down, coming down.
An AMG Team Williams Esports, when we had a couple of issues last round, there was a little bit of an issue. They got disconnected along with a couple of others. When they rejoined, they just kind of rejoined and got on with it, and they had someone else like dealing in the back. It was like, basically, it was like Takuma Brzezinski. It's like, right, get back in the race, and you just keep driving. We'll deal with this behind the scenes and try and get you back into it and whatever. And some stuff that happened behind the scenes, etc., that kind of brought them a little bit kind of back to where they were. But rather than like throwing the toys out of the pram too much and whatnot, and just kind of getting on with it, not pointing fingers, don't worry, they ended up finishing in 7th place. A great recovery drive. They're now running in 6th. This is obviously a team we're expecting to fight for the championship. This is the team that finished in 2nd place last year. by the most painful half point that I think I've ever seen, right?
Yeah.
But they've got that confidence, they've got that focus, and I think they just need to kind of build on one good result, which is what they did last year. They didn't start out the season very strong last year.
Well, it's avoiding big losses that's the real key. And again, you know, when double points come around at Le Mans 24 hours, then yeah, suddenly the whole game is wide open. If you're close. Oh, Stanley in Rocket Sports into the pit lane. So Mikkel Schmiedel here for Team Redline, 8th place. He's a little bit on his own now. So that's a 4th stop now for Rocket Simsport. Ferry Stanley. What tyre did they have on?
They were on the mediums. I think this is very close. Genuinely, I think this is not a million miles away from being wet. You can kind of see, particularly over just because the camera angles at the Rettifilio and whatnot, you can kind of see a little bit more reflection in the road surface. You can kind of see, as you can see here, coming through with the tyre marks, just coming through. You can see a little bit more of the reflection in the road surface, and that normally tells you that it's like we're closing on wets now.
It's interesting that Arnage have not changed off their wets.
They're staying on the wets.
They are still on the wets.
Same with AMG Team Petronas.
Yeah.
Wets.
And it is wets for Rocket Simsport. And again, you know, you look at the long shot, it looks more like it's wet weather now. It's got that sort of slightly claggy, hemmed-in look that you get at Monza because you got these sort of big forests around, big tree, big you know, park area around. There's lots of trees. It keeps the winds down, and that allows the water to hang in the air. Pescarolo have wets. So nobody in GT took
Alpine
wets.
are in. Alpine are in the pit lane now. Are they going on to wets as well? Are they feeling to pull the trigger on the strategy call and try and switch something here? AMG Team Williams Esports going on the attack of the 444. Van will burst the next few. Van will kart getting to the outside, coming down into the Rettifilio, and it is wet tyres for Alpine Esports. This is a big moment in the race.
It is, and especially for them. Now, not, you know, everybody else will be watching to see what their lap times are like compared to what struggling along on a slick is, but don't forget, what are we now? This is the 70th lap, and it's a 21.22, so we're looking at getting to lap 83 or 4. Aside from those who did a full course, and now if you stopped in the full course yellow, you're only about 5 or 6 laps into your stint, so it's well, moderately more of a hit, except it isn't, because you'll only put in a small amount of fuel, because you'll only have burned a small amount of fuel, so your pit stop will be shorter than somebody who's nearly at the end of their stint taking on a full tank, and both of you will be fully tanked up and on the appropriate tyre for the conditions. So actually, again, those who did full course yellow stops, who were in the right position on track, don't hit the team car. Again, that sort of just adds a little bit into the positive ledger for them.
Good move from Michael Romanidis. The second one we've seen for him down the inside of Adam Rotchek, coming down into Ascari, now getting a little bit of slipstream, I think, from the Pescarolo car. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that I think you have more to gain if you're pitting under that full course. You have more to gain because you're just backing yourself into a corner where when you come into the pit lane later on, you're having a shorter pit stop because the fuel you're putting in is less. A drive-through penalty then for the number 65. I think that's the second drive-through penalty that we've had for the 65 Panis. That is Job van Uytert for speeding under the full course yellow. Well, I wonder if he'll be the only one.
I was going to say he's just stopped, or not long stopped. I would have thought it was for speeding in the pit lane, but speeding under full course yellow. So okay, you can't change tyres while you're doing the drive-through, so he's going to have to do the drive-through now, and then they're going to have to decide on whether or not they're going to take tyres.
Tom Tillman in.
Okay, Jeffrey Riewald stays out for Redline. He leads from Mac Backham and Tommy Østgaard. Mikko Romanidis, David Mrocek, Schmiedel, Stefanko, they stay out. But yeah, Floyd Van Walburst, the number 4 car, there it is. And that's Redline's BMW. The 51 Ferrari is in as well. So who else is in? Has Smolyar come in? No. D'Station are in. Enzo Benito for Red Bull. He's now on board. DeLorme, D'Station. Kevin Stolzer for SF.
It's an interesting time in the pit. This is the point, though. This is the point where it gets the busiest in the pit lane, right? Because this is where everyone's coming in. You've got GTEs and LMPs in the pit lane. This is the point where it's seriously dangerous. And this is where car contact in the pit lane. We saw it last year with Wisniewski in the pit lane. It's possible to make contact on there.
Prodrive and Simsa have both stopped as well. They were 3rd and 4th. They're now 4th and 5th and dropping down the order. But there is Kevin Siggy. Beg your pardon, Enzo Benito. He's taken over BMW Team Redline, Team Red Bull. So Alex Smolyar leads. So there's the Simsa car. Prodrive in as well. Satellite are in as well.
Yeah, this is busy in the pit lane. Yeah, like I say, you got Fordzilla in there as well.
And look how he squirmed away from the pit apron as well.
It's wet in the pit lane. The thing is, you don't have any, like, you're not constantly driving in there. You've got both the red lines in once again. And the number one, that looks like they're staying on slicks to me. They are staying on slicks. They're staying on mediums. The number one is staying on mediums whilst the entire contingent of LMPs is going on to wets. What's that about?
Ooh. Now, we didn't quite see what was happening with number 2, but we will find out.
2's on
wets. There we go.
Oh, okay, that is the number 1. That is on wets, so never mind. We won't panic too much. That was onto the wets. We're okay. It's updated now. The number 1 and the number 2 both on wets.
Okie doke.
Just going senile.
And you can see why. Look at the way the cars are squirming all over the curbs as well. There are the Porsches running 1st and 2nd. AMG Williams up to 3rd. 444 Van Wallburst up to 4th. Now, don't forget, all of these are still on dry weather tyres. They're on the yellow sidewall on the medium tyre. So that is going to be tough. Right, 2 hours down, 2 hours still to go here, and all to play for.
Certainly is. What a race it's been. It's been a dramatic first hour, somehow a more dramatic second hour. When we started, though, it was nice and dry. A bit of a dramatic start to the race in both the LMP and GTE categories. Contact down into the first corner from Sem9 Axel, straight into the side of the number 8 R8G, sending them straight on. And then there was this contact as well. Again, 3-4 wide on the race start in GTE, as you would expect in that category. And as they were racing down, it was contact between Project 1, the Dirt Esports car, into the side of the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, and there was contact that dragged them down to the first corner. A few other cars also involved in all this. Watch this from Luke Browning, biggest penalty in the race being a stop-go 10-second time penalty. He got one of those for making contact with the Yaz Heat Veloce car, and then also more calamitous affair as they came through. Our Nage competition also joining into it, being a bit aggressive coming through there. And then we've got the Alpine Esports car trying to find their way through on the R8G car, the number 18. A little bit of contact between Rory McDuff and Christopher Hugfeld, sending Rory McDuff back around, and so there was no harm, no foul in that battle. Meanwhile, the race lead in the GTE category was on fire. It was Jordi Zveers in the SF Velez Esports car trying to defend from Smolyar in that R8G car on the left-hand side. A brilliant attempt from Smolyar, but it was failed on that time, but would eventually steal the race lead away from that 51. It was a brilliant battle. It was this move up into the first Lesmo, a big send down the inside to try and get his way through. The two of them will remain side by side up towards the second Lesmo, and this was the big moment. Windscreen wipers on, rain starting to come down as Smolyar would take the lead in the GTE category in the 888 R8G car. An absolutely fantastic battle between Smolyar and Zveers, but the drama was continuing. This from Christopher Hugfeld. He's had some positive moments in the race. This certainly wasn't one. Chopping back over the nose of the satellite racing car into the barrier. Severe damage, and that would bring out the full course yellow for the first time in the Le Mans Virtual Series. And that would be big when it comes to strategy. Everyone deciding to come down into pit lane that was ahead of that incident, trying to get ahead of the race, trying to get ahead of the wet weather conditions as well. Most of them would come out on slicks through that sequence, but once they got back racing again, it was all the talk of wet tyres. And as we head into the third hour of the race, passing the halfway point, it is AMG Team Williams Esports leading the way at the moment, but I expect this to change very much so. Porsche Coanda here in second position with Williams Esports Esports in third. Williams Esports just coming into the pit lane. Those three are on slick tyres. Your race leader at the moment, realistically, is the AMG Team Petronas Esports car. They went onto the wets before everyone else as we roll through the rest of the LMP contingent. A few heavy hitters at the early point of the day. Of course, Team Fordzilla getting a big penalty earlier on after spinning out the likes of Yazheat Veloce. In the GTE category, R8G Esports are hanging on to the race lead. Timotej Andonovski climbs back into the 888 car, just 7 seconds clear of the Proton Commander Esports car. Prodrive Fire looking really, really strong today, presently in third position in class. Had a super performance in that 4-5-way even fight when Sim Marinello joined it for the race lead earlier on. A dismal day, though, for our championship leaders. Oracle Red Bull Racing in last position in the GTE category, last position overall, and it all happened into the first corner. Well, we've said goodbye to Martin Haven, who's rushed upstairs, probably to get interviewed by social media, because they've been absolutely on it. I'm sure you've had your fair share, as we are joined once again by Mr. McCarthy. Hello.
Hello. It's, well, here we go. We're looking, I think we're straight into a replay here.
We're straight into it.
Here we go. Let's have a look back at what we've missed out while we were looking back at those highlights, and that is the number 53 going through into the lead of the race. AMG Team Williams. It only seems to be in qualifying where they struggle, but in the races they always make up ground, and today has been absolutely no different. Leading the way is Romanidis from Tommy Usgaard, but of course we are in different conditions now. We still have pit stops to be made, and that could change very shortly.
I mean, they'll need to come into the pit lane soon. Look at how wet the track's getting, and you can see they are still on slicks. The top two, AMG Team Williams Esports and Porsche Commander, are both on these slick tyres. They're both on the mediums, Romanidis and Tommy Usgaard. It's not comfortable out there right now. Now, as much as the slick tyres will technically work in these conditions, as we head back to BS competition versus P1 Esports, what a battle this has been between these two. It's not where they wanted to fight, but it's a great battle.
So Romanidis last time round a 147 for him, a 148 for Tommy Usgaard. But looking down, Team Redline, a 144 for them last time round, a 146 for Rory McDuff, a 144 for the other Redline car as well. The quickest car out there currently looks to be that number 1 Team Redline car in our LMP class, with Bennett in the car. Team Redline 144.3. Certainly just going off the last lap, they seem to be going the quickest so far, so they are about 3 seconds down now, staying out on those slick tyres.
There is Thierry Neuville. No, sorry, it's Jonas Raivio. He's just got the same glasses on. I do love those glasses that Jonas Raivio does. Of course, Neuville does use them in the World Rally Championship as well, these slightly yellow tinted glasses. Helps with a bit of strain as well from the screens, of course.
Yes.
It's essentially like running a blue filter on when you kind of remove the blue light from your phone and whatnot. Kind of like that, I guess. Only you look dope as when doing it. Jonas Raivio, though, in 12th position. Do you like that? That was very much on it as he's trying to get past Busk. I mean, again, 12th position for them. They're not having a good day of it.
No, qualifying was, went pretty well, went okay for them, went really well on the third row, but they had that moment coming out of the Rogier chicane, and since then, sadly, they've lost a lot of ground, and now they're fighting just to try and get into the top 10. But the wet weather has come. There we can see the number 53 car is now in, and that is now the wet tyres going on the AMG Team Williams car. Let's see where this brings them back out into the queue then. They've made their pit stop. They're going to come back out. They're already down to 5th place. Let's see where they filter back out into. You can see a couple of the teams going by. That's Team Redline in the number 2, which goes by. The 444 car goes by as well, so that should bring them back out into 8th place.
Yeah, indeed. And as this race unfolds and adds more drama into the next, I'm not really sure where it's going to go over the next hour.
Who's left on slicks then, Lewis?
Porsche Commander at the moment. Next to you, Van Wilburst, who are in 7th position at the moment. Floyd Van Wilburst as well, the number 4, of course, the championship leaders in LMP. They are also still in the mediums, as well as the number 8 R8G have really not had a good day within the LMP category. As we'll see, the 20s trying to come into the pit lane.
It's got to go in.
No, he wasn't trying to come into the pit lane.
Wow.
My goodness.
That's just trying to accelerate coming out of Parabolica.
I respect Tommy Osgaard's ability an awful lot, but I'm terrified.
Now did a 150 on the last lap.
It's getting harder and harder.
It really is getting harder. So losing around 5 seconds to the Team Redline car, which is quickest so far. 888 going really well in the GTE class. Proton having a good run, a good start to the race for them. They've charged through the order, and it's been an impressive performance so far for Prodrive as well. There we can see the number 20 car still out there on those slick tyres. Let's see how they get on. We've got an incident we're picking out. This is the Mexico racing team going straight on at Ascari. And unfortunately,
I'm scared. Oh, that was one of the
wow.
Proton Commander cars. Yeah, as that was predictable as, unfortunately.
Now that was the number 88 of Dylan Pereira. It was a bad lap last time around. Dylan Pereira lost 15 seconds, and that explains why. Dylan Pereira, Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion this year, claimed his title at this very circuit not too long ago. Great to have him racing with us, along with many other great professional drivers out there, part of these fantastic professional esports teams, along with the pro esports drivers as well. And this is a great fight we're watching as well, coming down to Parabolica. There we can see the Axel car, which had to come in and serve a drive-through a little bit earlier in the race, alongside one of the GR Vector cars. Of course, jumping up to the LMP class this year after racing in GT in what was a very tough season for them. That is the Mexico team returning out of the pit lane after that incident. It seems Dylan Pereira has continued on. Side by side we go in towards the Rettifilio, the 86 car on the outside there, and coming to the back of both of them there is the number 71, the Redline car, approaching the back of the pair of them there. Right, here we go. Porsche getting rid of those slick tyres, I think that will be.
Yeah, they need to. Tommy Osgaard into the pit lane, trying to get off of the slicks to get onto some much needed wets, and it certainly will do in conditions like this. And also, by the way, whilst we're watching all of this competition going on, there are competitions that you at home can take part in, because we've said before with some of our partners, had a couple of these. Obviously, we had it at Le Mans Virtual, we had it in the previous round about building your own Lego. Oh, trophy, never mind, as GR Vector's having more issues whilst I'm waffling on. We've got we had the building of the podium, we had the building of the trophy.
I have to say was very impressive.
Amazing.
The winning entry.
Of both of those, absolutely amazing. This time though, spicing it up a little bit, build your own perfect race grandstand.
They don't quite want you to read this out, I'm afraid. BS Plus competition have gone off and have gone straight on. Anyway, continue.
Yes, I'll try and
wait for the next. We'll wait for the. You've got about 5 seconds until the next car goes off. Go.
Well, through this race, you can build your own perfect race grandstand. You can search it, you can share it with us by tagging at Le Mans Virtual on social media and using the hashtag #BuildForReal, and then if you win your competition through that, which there are some incredible builds, you get to do some more building, because you'll be sent one of the most fantastic bits of Lego Technic products. Is the Lego Technic Ferrari 488 GTE set. I built the Porsche. We've had a chat on this one before last round. They are incredible bits of gear, and I would severely recommend, again, building yourself a perfect race grandstand at Le Mans Virtual and #BuildForReal.
Yeah, good stuff. And if you can win a T248 steering wheel, thanks to Thrustmaster, one of our other partners as well, with pedals during the broadcast. Keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden code. Maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat. There might be some ones in there. Now, whilst you are reading that out, we were having a look here at the number 20 car, which has served its pit stop as well. We can see it's now back out onto the circuit. There is the number 63 AMG Petronas, the first of the cars to come in. And now it is in a very close battle for the race lead.
Three-way fight.
We have, it's less than a second between Team Redline there, who quickly go by our shot. Then the number 63 of AMG Team Petronas. Then Alpine Esports. Did we ever expect to be saying that in this race?
No, Rory McDuff just squeezed the in-speed car just ever so slightly there on the braking zone coming down into the Roger. I've got to say, the number 1 car returning to the top, it does mean that it's very nice in our live time because the number 1 is in first in class and overall. It looks very nice. 1-1-1. Looks very tidy indeed. But they are very strong at the moment because they were, originally through the pit lane sequence, they were behind the Alpine Esports car. They've got ahead of them and then ahead the AMG Petronas Esports car, who are obviously struggling a little bit on tyre wear. They've been driving around on a dry track on these wet tyres, I'll remind you, so they're pretty worn. They've gone through an awful lot of thermal degradation as well. It's not an ideal scenario for the 63, but saying that, they're still in second. They've done a great job taking a wild gamble and still to work their way up.
They've done 3 pit stops. Most of the teams around them, all the other teams in the top 10 have done 4. And AMG Petronas, because of that, find themselves up in second place. They were dropping down the lower end of the top 10 at the start of this race, but clearly they've been playing the long game. They were waiting for what the teams were told were a risk of rain throughout the race, and that rain has now come. You can see this is what they practiced in as well, similar conditions to this. This is the first time ever we are seeing rain in the Le Mans Virtual Series in a racing situation. We saw it in qualifying for Nordschleifer. Yeah, it was for the Nordschleifer last season. Now we're seeing it in a racing situation, and it's always going to throw up some surprises, isn't it? Some twists and turns. The wet conditions, particularly around a circuit like Monza as well. What's it like driving round in the wet around this circuit?
I've never done. Oh, have I done? I don't know if I did a wet race around Monza. I mean, generally driving in the wet in R8G 2, I actually really enjoy it. Some people absolutely despise driving in the wet. I love it. I think there is something about it, especially when it's dry, when it's wet to dry. There is something about the level of precision required when you're driving. Oh, there's a bit of contact in the barrier. Is that?
That's someone in the barriers. Yeah.
Was that Mex
with a missing rear wing as well?
Pretty heavy crash into the barrier.
There you go. Some people don't like driving in the rain.
Clearly
easy to make a mistake.
I love it. I think there's something about it. You've got to be able to drive at 99%. That's the important bit. You've got to be able to roll yourself down. Well,
it looks like the Mexico racing team were the one in trouble. Now, was this a mistake? Was it something to do with Team Redline behind, I wonder? It's going to be one or the other, isn't it? And it looks like Mexico Racing hit the curb. Oh, no.
Okay. I will be fair to the Redline car. You wouldn't expect a car to pull straight off the line and basically lift on the exit of...
So there was a mistake from Mexico Racing Team. They hit the curb. Car got out of shape. They slowed up on the exit. Redline had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I don't know where I'd say about that one. BS competition, that is he is really Thierry Neuville now, isn't he? Thierry Neuville, he's gone straight off the track.
That's not for the first time either.
Jonas Raivio in the BS competition car, they are having a torrid time out there. And, I mean, to be fair, that does happen into Ascari a lot. Either a snap on the rear end, on the brakes as you're trying to slow the car down. If not, just not braking enough and going straight over it. And Jonas Raivio for the BS competition team. Bit of drifting as well through the Parabolica. That's very nice.
Looks good, doesn't it? Through Parabolica there. Now down the start-finish straight. Gap between our leaders, 4 seconds overall between our leaders in GTE. It is 5.7 seconds. So once again, we find ourselves with 2 very close fights overall. There you can see gaps to leaders to the left-hand side of screen now as the BS Plus competition car makes its way through the Rettifilio. We have the Williams car just behind that, making its way round, and then one of the Proton cars next along. Now I wonder if that is the Dylan Pereira car or if that's the 77. This is one of the, is this the Mexico car back into pit lane? I believe it is, and that will be the repairs required. Unfortunate for them, that's not the first bit of trouble they've had in this race either, so it's been another learning process for a new team joining us this season. And I think similar to Axel Motorsport, they'll be treating all of this as extended test sessions in a hope to really go out and get a good result in that 24-hour race in January.
Axel, 7-9 Axel, they're the ones to kind of really look at when it comes to the I'm struggling now, but let's just keep at it, because they're a great example of it. Another one at the moment, I've got to say how well they've done today. The 777 D'Station currently running in 9th position. Sure, we've seen some flashes of them in qualifying being very, very strong, but in the races,
never.
No siree.
No.
Looking really, really good in this. Like I say, running up. That's their race done, by the way. That's the commentator's curse if ever I've seen it.
We'll just wait to see them go into the barriers now.
Yeah, but either way, doing a great job. But yeah, I don't believe in the commentator's curse. I only believe in bad driving. We've been through this.
No, but D'Station picking up from that. 11th at the first round. Last season, their best result was 12th. It was a really good improvement for them. Showed that they're here to fight for top 10s now, and this isn't because anything to do with the wet weather. They were up in P7 earlier in the race when it was dry, and they made some really good overtakes. And that wasn't through people falling off the track. That was genuine D'Station moving through the order. They got past the AMG team. Remy Delorme in the car for them now. So they have made some driver changes to that team this season as well. There you can see D'Station, and certainly they're building a real strong force there to try and go and challenge for top 5s and maybe podiums a little bit later this season.
Clearly Aston Martin's overpowered. No, I'm jesting. I'm joking. No, it's like I say, it's
Prodrive third. Yeah,
we'll take a look again. I'll come back to that in a second, and I'll try and figure a way of digging myself out of the grave.
Did he get touched there?
I'm not sure.
I think
we'll see a slow-mo here. And now you can see there was a little bit of warping through that, so that was definite. I know obviously it looked like it warped through the first, but that's obviously the netcode then being a bit delayed. There was contact with just how that car pitched off.
It would be very harsh to give.
If I'm honest, again, I don't want to speak on behalf of race control. They're there to make their own decisions, and they can see everything. They look at every speed, every angle, everything they want to look at. They can go look at in reference to previous laps. I say that all the time. I would not give the number 1 a penalty for that.
Yeah, it looked like a racing incident, didn't it? I don't think there was.
You wouldn't expect a car to slow down like that.
No, it came from a mistake there from Mexico Racing, having hit that curb just a little bit too hard through the second Lesmo, which is very easily done. Here we look back from the Van Wall, the 444 car, making its way now through Curva Grande. Whoa, and you can see getting a little bit out of shape. There comes the number 20 Porsche. So this is your battle going on a little bit further back. This is the number 4 car, apologies, being passed. So this is a battle for 8th place. Tommy Jusgaard going past Jesper Pedersen there. Good move done there from the number 20. That is 8th place in the bag. Esteban Guerrieri will be next for him. That's the next view car. The 444 car will be next on the list. 10 seconds up the road. 10 seconds back from this, the Rocket SimSport car, but a good move there from the Porsche team.
I think realistically in the LMP category, we're actually looking at about 3 pit stops to the end. One of them will be quite short. Now, you don't want a short fill now, just to clarify, because we do not know if this rain will be with us until the end of the race.
Yeah, and there we can see that's one of the cars still out on slick tyres as well, isn't it?
Really? Yeah, we've got Next View Van Wall Burst and Floyd. Why a Floyd Van Wall Burst still out on the slicks?
So 4 and 444, are there any others?
As far as I'm aware, no.
That's...
I mean, I respect it. I respect it, but yeah, maybe they need to. Maybe they. No, I was going to say that's harsh. I was going to start judging their strategy, and I should.
I mean, look, these were the winners.
Actually,
these are championship leaders.
No, I am just going to throw them straight into
Four are championship leaders.
Maybe they need to get Cameron Roger back in to run their strategy. But I'm not vibing with that one. I'm not necessarily. Look, again, I was wrong earlier about the number 2 car and how the gamble was actually originally going to work. But being out on slicks in this condition, I kind of get what they're trying to do. They're trying not to go off strategy too much. And to be perfectly honest, their pace is very impressive, all things considered. But still, it's the risk you're taking by doing this. It's so heavily on the side of danger that one GTE breathing on you in a slightly funny way, you're round.
Look, here we go. This is on board then. So you can hit. I guess this will give us a good idea of exactly what they're up against.
Watch it for Ascari.
Yeah, here we go.
I mean, this is great for fuel saving, by the way, because you can't really get on power. So it's great for fuel mileage. But you'll see here, you kind of got to avoid the curve. I mean, he uses more of the first curve than I was expecting, if I'm perfectly honest. Just brushing the second one and then completely missing that third and final one. That's the important one, because that's the one that if you watch in the dry weather, when we watch qualifying, they slam it over that curve. Totally avoided it, did Guerrieri, and I do fully understand why. There looks, to be honest, like there's more grip than I would expect.
Let's watch them out of here, because this is obviously a really important part of the circuit.
Oh yeah, you're listening.
Yeah, you could hear they're struggling to get the power down. And here we go. We're going to go straight back into a battle. We'll pick up on that in a second, because this is Redline side by side. This is a battle for 4th place with Porsche. Coanda, you can see the number 23 car once battling for the lead of the race. No further action for the number 20. With contact between 29, which is Redline, and Mexico Racing. So that was the decision we both expected there.
Yeah.
So
we're very good at this.
Yeah, of course.
We should just take over race. Actually, no, I don't want to take over race control. There's one job.
That'll make a good video.
If there's one job that I would do around sim racing or around motorsport generally, it would never be race control. The pressure that they have to deal with to get the decision right.
I think we should get our social team to put you in there.
No, thank you. Okay, here's the deal, and I hope you're listening upstairs, Mr. Haven. I will do race control. You can see that. I will do race control.
There are the guys.
And then Martin Haven has to get in the sim. All right, that's the deal. If Martin Haven gets into the simulator next door, I'll go and do race control for a bit.
Okay.
All right. We'll try and plan this out for Spa.
I mean, someone has to commentate with me. We haven't need to get Ben back. I'll be left on my own. Here are the guys you can see putting the show together for you.
We've got Rich, who's a traitor. We've got Tom, who's a broadcast director. There we go. There's a wave from Rich, of course. You've got Cam, who's doing our audio in here. You've got Dan, who's helping out with replays as well. You've got Dean, who I've apparently not given a shout out ever on a broadcast before. You know,
yeah, gives the nod.
It's all good in there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Great stuff.
Did I not say Tom was our director?
Huh?
Did I not say Tom was our director?
I don't know. Did you?
No, probably not. Apparently he's absolutely... no, it's fine. No, we're not going to go there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's shouting in my ear. It's awful. We can throw him straight under the bus. It's fine. Either way, into the pit lane for New Wets, the number 63. That is Graham and Carroll jumping in. So we'll see if he gets out of the car. But I don't know.
Make their way down to the second chicane. Wow.
Instantly entering an argument. It's fine.
I know. You know what? You can go and speak to them, and we can go back to those pictures, and we'll see what goes on. I'll happily commentate on that.
Oh dear.
Right, this is your battle for 3rd place, which we're going to pick back up again. Now, what are the lap times being done actually through the number 4 car? Because they're still out there on slick tyres, aren't they? Last time round, the Jesper Pedersen did a 146. The 444 did a 147.
I think that
Team Redline did a 146.
Their pace is actually, again, this is why I shouldn't disagree with them straight away. Their pace is actually quite good.
Their pace is actually okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's amazing, but I get what they're trying to do.
Well, no, look, okay, they did a 146.9 last time. 147.1 for Team Redline this time.
I will say, I'm 90% sure the slick should not work in these conditions.
Well, let's see what they do this time. If they're quicker than that, then what do you do? What do you do if you're on wet tyres?
I don't know.
You know, did you cross back over? You know.
The thing is, as far as we're aware, there will be a turning point and it will start drying up. Now, the easiest way, by the way, to tell if it's raining or not and when it stops raining, and it's even regardless of spray, is that a lot of drivers are running, well, in fact, I would say a majority of the grid are running an automated windscreen wiper, right? So if you ever want to see if it stops raining, or if it is raining right now, see if the windscreen wiper's going.
Wow.
Genuinely, that's it. As soon as that stops, the rain stops.
Right.
Right? So yeah, that's kind of that's the thing to really look at in that scenario. But as of right now, the rain is still coming down. It's just keeping but I think it's keeping the track in a very stable, moist state.
They're not losing much time. They're losing. they're losing about a second a lap, half a second to a second. But you could see riding on board, and how do you make any places up? The moment you go offline, I mean, there is, you know, you can see there is where everyone's driving it is creating a you know, more grip to the racing line, but going off that, surely it's gonna be almost impossible to overtake.
I said before about, you know, like loving driving in the wet, especially in wet to dry parts of the race. I do, not in endurance racing.
Well, this will show us the difference, because this is a car with wet tyres on, I believe. So here we'll see the difference coming out of Parabolic.
Oh, this will be the Porsche, because it will be the 23, I believe. Yeah, you'll really see it kind of put the power down. Let's listen. It's not easy. Oh, yeah, it's not easy.
It's almost like they knew we were watching.
There's a couple of big snaps in there.
But Mac Backham used a lot more of the circuit there than the Floyd.
I would 100%, even if the pace was exactly the same between slicks and wets, I would 100% take wets right now because of the risk. Like, you come up to some GTEs on slicks, even if they were like 2 or 3 tenths a lap faster, right? Even at this point. If you come up to some GTEs and you're on an LMP, your options are very, very limited as to what to do, because you can only really stay on this on the less wet line. It's not a drying line, it's an okay line. Meanwhile, on the wets, you've got more options.
Here we go. This is a great battle going on. Third place in GTE has just changed hands. Sim Marinello, Prodrive, battling away with each other. So we're going on board with the Prodrive car as they head down towards the second Lesmo now. Christian Malguera is the car ahead of us. There we can see the Prodrive car trying to get that Aston Martin on to the podium. We haven't seen one on there since the factory team finished second in 2020 in the first running of the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual. They make their way in towards Ascari. There's the 95 car. Are we going to see a change of place? Sim Marinello going through to third place ahead of Prodrive. They are around 8 seconds back from Proton, who are in turn 8 seconds back from the R8G team.
I say it's in the GTE category. R8G, I think, have been the super impressive with their pace over the first round. Of course, they took a big hit in the first round. They had a disconnection late on in the race, which robbed them of any chance of victory. They've come back here at Monza with a massive fire in their belly, with so much passion and aggression to get back after it, leading by 8.3 seconds over Pash Gergis. Then you got Morgera and Lasse back, who we just took a look on board with. I mean, Prodrive Fire doing an incredible job as well. And I've got to be said, it's another round where we're looking at the 71 thinking, you are not where you should be. You are not where we would expect you to be. Down in 7th position in class, Enzo Benito, although this time I think they've avoided receiving drive-through penalties for track limits and squeezing people on the exit pit lane, so they're doing better. Yeah, and behind that, Satellite Racing having a really good race as well. They were the best of the wildcards that entered the 24-hour race. The second running of the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual finished in P10, back for a full season. That was in the Corvette, though, so they've switched car for their first full season. They've gone to the Aston Martin. They're running in 5th place, and behind that we have a good battle going on for 6th place, actually, between CEST Esports and BMW Team Redline, and that is what we pick up now. We go on board with BMW Team Redline. We can see the CEST Esports car just ahead of us. We're coming around Curva Grande now. This is Enzo Benito looking at Schindler as they head down to the Rogier chicane. Difficult to overtake. You can see the amount of curve they take there, and Benito almost on the gravel on the exit as we come up towards the Lesmos. Good driving from Redline. Of course, they took pole position at Bahrain, finished in 3rd place in the end. They did have to serve a drive-through penalty, but had a great battle for second. CEST got their best ever result at that 8 hours of Bahrain, and they're looking to match that here or get as close as they can. 6th place for them, but that might become 7th because Enzo Benito is going to try and have a look down the inside into Ascari. Just waving to Patrick Schindler in the mirrors there. Schindler, though, not making any mistakes
as he comes through Ascari and now makes his way down towards Parabolic at least.
And the problem with the BMW, I mean, obviously I was a bit critical there with the 71, like knowing the BMW's strengths and weaknesses. I mean, two of its weaknesses, in comparative to the rest of the GTE field, are it's not very good on the straights, right? Yeah, and it's not very good in the low-speed corners. However, in medium to high-speed corners, like that, boom, gets the advantage, gets to the inside. Now, I would suspect the 66 should be faster in a straight line, and Schindler should still be able to hold this, and that's the problem that Benito is struggling with right now. He is unable to do it, but he has to properly send it on the wetter part of the track. It's got to be a big, brave send from Enzo Benito. Home soil it might be. The 71 gets down the inside, and BMW Team Redline trying to get 6th position off of Simsa Esports. That drive off was absolutely spot on, but I do not think this battle is done yet.
Yeah, good driving from the pair of them there. Gave each other the space. Redline go through, though, into 6th place. And we now jump on board with Simsa, who are back down into 7th place as they head down to the Rogier chicane. They've got plenty of space behind them. Next along is the SF Velas Ferrari. That's quite a few seconds back from this now, about 20 seconds back from this. Let's go back to one of the LMP battles. This looks like the Rockets Sim Sport car that we are picking up, heading down to Ascari, just clearing off the P1 door car. Is that the Project 1 car? Yes, Rocket Sim Sport. Oh, and Project 1 are out there on slick tyres, are they, as well? So at least it looked like they were, so they're going to be struggling with those. But Rocket Simsport, in the process of trying to get past that Project 1 by door car, who has slick tyres on, has lost a place. So that's fortunate for them. Williams have gone through and into 9th place.
Oh, big snap as well for Ferris Stanley, who are riding on board with here. I've got to say, I was not a fan coming straight into the pit lane. I was not a fan of the attempted move coming down into the into Ascari. That was a bit naughty from Ferris Stanley, who you can see there coming into his box, which is very early in the pit lane. That is, I'm pretty sure that is in the box.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's
not even in the pit lane.
It looks like he's going to get weighed.
Yeah, right. I thought, is this the penalty box? But yeah, no, I think that is actually genuinely in the pit lane. There's just 40 cars around here, and Monza is not. Oh, I think he might be waiting for another driver to. This would make more sense. I think he's waiting for another driver to join so that he can actually hand over. So they're just losing time. So I don't know what's happened with
the next driver's not ready, but he's out of fuel.
Must be.
And he can't keep going because there is minimum and maximum driver times.
Maybe the driver is going to breach that. I don't know. Either way, this is a disastrous affair for Rocket Simsports, who are actually in a decent spot. And Mike Yao and Ed Trevelyan Johnson, of course, who run the team. Mike Yao is currently in Indianapolis. I don't think he'll be best pleased when he tunes in to watch this and think, wait, what's happened to this car? It's not a good round.
We've never seen this before, have we? We've never seen.
He's switched the engine off, I believe.
So, well, that means the next driver is either having some technical problems on their end, but then, of course, there are 3 drivers in each team, so can't you get the other driver? Can't the other driver? Okay.
There are rules and limitations about when you can join the server. You can't just be on the server all of the time because there are a certain amount of people that are allowed to be on the server realistically. And when you think about it, think of like server load. Think of how many people that have to be on the server right now. So you've got all 40 of the drivers that we've got actually driving. Cool. Then you've got race control, that's 2 PCs. Then you've got our broadcast cameras, that's 5 PCs. So we're already closing in on 50. And then through the pit lane, you're allowed to have 1 person join. And let's say, for example, 20 cars want to change drivers basically around the same time.
They all come in at the same time,
right.
Yeah.
That's 20 extra people joining, which means that you're approaching 70, 80, 90 people joining the server. It's very high load on the server. It's why they don't allow you to just sit on the server. Otherwise, we'd be talking like 200-300 people on the server all the time.
Yeah, exactly. No, very good point. Panis Racing, we are watching there the number 65 battling away with GR Vector Esports. That looked like. So a change of place there. That's a change of 20th place. There they are just behind. Now we did have coming into the pits. The other GR Vector Esport car is in the pit lane. Pescarolo are in. Ferris Stanley is still waiting in the pit lane as well. There he is, still waiting. That is their race ruined. That's a real shame for Rocket Sim Sport. They didn't have the best of first rounds either. Unfortunately, they had a DNF at the first round, and it seems they're having a bit of a disaster at this one as well.
Could be a DNF in this one. Here's the battle for second position, though. I think Schmiedel has just got through on Rory McDuff. So you've got the number 2 car here ahead now. There they are. So that was down into the Rettifilio. So it is a Team Redline 1-2 in the LMP category. Rory McDuff just being deposed a single spot, who has done every round, I believe. Maybe not the first round of last season. I don't remember too much. No, he certainly did the first ever Le Mans Virtual, finished in 4th position, of course, along with Ollie Rowland and Devon Browner.
Yeah, the 2Cs car. Yeah, brilliant.
Did very, very well indeed.
It was fantastic.
Along with Isabin Abdullah Khalifa, I believe,
yes,
who was also in that car.
Yes, it was. It was a really good performance from them.
Very good.
Rory McDuff played a big part in that result as we watch the BS Plus competition car coming under threat here from P1 Esport. That looks like, yes it is, as they make their way through the Rogier chicane and now down to the Lesmos, and a bad exit from BS Plus competition, and now they're going to lose a place. This is going to be a change of 11th place through the first Lesmo. Might line this one up into the second. BS Plus competition did a good job round the outside there, though, to hold, carry the speed round the outside and hold on to the position for the time being.
Yeah, and again, these two, they've been battling for about 2 hours now, so they're going to continue the fight, which is unfortunate for some, but it's great for us. I will take it every single day of the week, and here comes P1 straight back through on the inside, and that's BS competition, literally a sitting duck on the outside. They're both going to send it in and go side by side through Ascari, but the 89 is going to hang on to 11th. I did not see that one coming.
Great driving standards from both cars here. Alpine Esports are in the pit lane, by the way, just to take a very quick breather away from this, but let's go back to it now. P1 Esports down the inside there. You can see them to the left-hand side of screen. Are they going to be able to complete this move? We've seen a couple of failed attempts for overtakes down at the Parabolica. Oh, what's happened?
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
What is that for?
Now,
that is going to help Alpine. If they are still in the pit lane, it's going to help them. It's because of course the rocket car's just still sat there.
The rocket car's there.
I mean, he's loving life, isn't he?
Is he rejoined?
He's moving.
He's back. So the car's out. Okay, so is it for something else?
Unless there's something else that's gone on that we haven't seen.
Yeah. Well, okay. Look. Well, in the pit lane. Let's go with what we do know. Alpine Esports came in. Floyd Van Wilburst came in. William Esports came in as well. Those were the first cars that came in. So they were 7th, 8th, and 9th. Now we're going to see. We're going to see everyone piling in now, aren't we?
Yeah, big time.
P1 Esports are there, Prodrive are there. We've got Sim Maranello, they're the closest car to us. Now look, here we go. We've got more cars coming in in the background as well. There goes Pescarolo, as you point out. They're into the pit lane now as well. So we've got more cars making their way into the pit lane. We have a full course yellow.
That was close.
That was a quick stop as well, wasn't it, from Pescarolo? Just a quick bit of fuel in for them. Here we see our race leaders, Team Redline. Now, will we see them come in? It's...
I just don't know what's going. Like, we've not had any word from race control as of yet as to what this full course yellow is for, which would be great. But we're all a bit in the unknown. The thing is that 9 times out of 10, it is kind of how it goes sometimes. That if we're in the unknown, a lot of the teams are in the unknown as well. So a lot of drivers just driving around being like, "What's going on?"
But what does this do now? This opens up the opportunity to. You got to take advantage of this as a team.
LMP. 100%, because there's an hour and 18 left in this race. If it was to remain wet until the end of the race, oh, there we go. It's GR Vector. It's got a big damaged car. That is crabbing. Let's see. I believe if we ride on board with it, I believe it looks like it's running out of fuel. Oh, no, it's not crabbing. I thought we were crabbing a little bit through there, but we're telling it's running out of fuel, and we're getting a full course yellow because of that, because they can't run fuel numbers, apparently.
So there we go then. So we're riding on board with them now.
It's not crabbing. It's fine.
So this is the GR Vector car, which has run out of fuel, or is running out of fuel. Daniel Brewer in the 86, and hence why we have the full course yellow. It hadn't been the best of races for them already, and unfortunately it seems to have got a little bit worse, down in 22nd place, sadly.
I am being told from inside the GF Esports camp that the guy on board with, I'll take back my criticism immediately because I've just been sent a picture, has no in-game HUD. So has no idea what fuel the car is on. And so having a bit of... So as he's leaving the pit lane, and this is it, because like this is what I'm being told as well, is that because they've not got any HUD or anything, he can't, for whatever reason, he cannot release the pit limiter right now. Which, to be fair, 60 kilometres around here is hilariously dangerous because it is one of the fastest racetracks on the entire planet.
Yeah, when you get to the Lesmos particularly and down through Ascari, that's
I'll remove my criticism. That's fine.
So.
I'm going to get out of this broadcast and everyone's going to hate me. It's great. What a time to be alive. But yes, as I'm saying, for LMP, everyone needs to be in the pit lane now because only less than an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race.
We need to get this car back into the pit lane and get it fixed, or get the problem fixed.
Switch drivers.
For whatever's going on for Daniel Brewer, we need to get Stevens or Grankvist back in the car, and Brewer needs to get whatever problems he's having back at home fixed so that he can get back out again. But very good info there from coming within the camp. So thanks to those guys for sending that to us. And this car will now come back in. That will see the full course yellow come back out. Now, whilst that's been going on, Redline, basically everyone's come in, haven't they? I don't know who hasn't come in. We've seen everyone coming in to the pits. In GTE, we've seen... R8G, I don't think came in, but Proton in the 77 have come in. Sim Marinello have come in as well, and R8G, I think they have come in as well. So it looks like pretty much the entire field served a pit stop.
Because of how long that was out for, I'm pretty sure most of them did come into the pit lane, and there is I'd say for a lot of these, especially in the LMP, they have to come in because from this point on there's only one more pit stop they have to make, which is actually ideal timing for the LMP category. It does mean that Team Redline, the #1 car, leads. Tommy Usgaard in 2nd position, and the #2 LMP car, I believe, still in 3rd position as they all switch around. There is the 86 in the pit lane again, thanks to Toby Davis and Anthony Nickpon, who were the ones that were sending over the information from inside the camp, running the engineering for both the 86 and the 101. But yeah, not an ideal moment, and that is a very stressful moment as a driver because you're driving around being like, I'm a sitting duck. Someone's definitely about to drive into me at some point.
Yeah, and you can't just leave the car there because you're in a race. You need to get back so that you can keep going. So that was handled very well, I think, by the team at Race Control.
You can't also, I know you can on some sims, fair enough, but you can't just pull over and then press the escape key and you're back in, and it'll tow you around. Helicopter, nice, and it'll tow you back round to the pit lane, but it won't do that. Also, helicopters, I'm pretty sure we're on a helicopter. Getting very,
I know.
Very much.
We can put two together.
Blowing the budget of the Le Mans Virtual Series on 2. I think there's a 3rd one up there as well.
I know.
Flying all over the place.
I know.
It's clearly not that bad weather-wise, is it? We're so far off topic, it's not even funny. P1
I know.
moving out there for they're a lap down, I think.
Getting out the way for Prodrive there. So that's Prodrive going through because they're running in 4th place. P1 Esport 12th place. Prodrive running 4th place, trying to chase down Sim Marinello, who just turned into Ascari. And there you can see 12th place on the side of the car there. That's their position in class. Prodrive trying to chase down Sim Marinello here, who are having a good race. Well, of course, we had some confusion early on. We thought they might have had a penalty. They don't. And this opens up the opportunity for them to get a podium, which could argue they deserved at the first round because they drove a really, really good race there. And for a long time at Bahrain, we all thought Sim Marinello are going to be on the podium here. Could be 2nd, could be 3rd. In the end, it was a top 5 finish, a 5th place finish for them. But what a start to Sim Marinello's Le Mans Virtual Series campaign, and it looks like they can continue that here. Of course, we've still got another pit stop to do. Sadly,
couldn't fix the problem, unfortunately.
that looks like we're going to be seeing GR Vector out of the race, and that is a real shame.
They still might be able to rejoin. They might try and rectify the problem and then get back out there. So it might not be the last, but then literally they will just be going for the checkered flag, unfortunately.
It's a chance to put some more laps in, isn't it, in the wet? We haven't had this in a racing situation. It's different to testing, isn't it?
Which you can do. I was talking to Martin about this earlier. Is that you can do 400 laps of practice in the wet by yourself, and that's fine. But it's by yourself. It doesn't tell you how the track's going to change, going to dry. I will say, as much as the rain is still coming down, you can kind of see that the off-circuit, the offline reflections, particularly coming out towards the sky, well, it doesn't look anywhere near as bad as it did earlier. So I think it is not drying out.
Did anyone go to slicks in those pit stops?
Porsche Commander did, 23 did. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And AMG Team Williams Esports did as well. Of course, Floyd Vanwall and Nextview Vanwall both remain on the mediums anyway. So we do have two LMPs switching back over. I think it is almost time to switch back over to the mediums.
Yeah, so the 23 Porsche Commander is now on slick tyres. Okay, so we need to keep an eye.
I'd hate doing the strategy in this race, by the way. Oh my God, that is so hard. I feel bad for any of the race engineers in this race.
I think you would have walked out by now.
I would have walked out if I was in the car. No, I'm good. No, actually, in this kind of scenario, when you're actually in the car, sometimes it's a little bit calm. I said this before, like, if you speak to some drivers, particularly in sim racing and endurance racing, is that being in the car is actually the least stressful part, because you're in control. You're the one that's in charge of the car. You then get out of the car and then you have to run the strategy, and someone else is driving, and you're just sat there being like, please don't bin all of my really hard work. So it's quite interesting. By the way, helicopter on helicopter that we just saw there. I did get some a message from Ed Trevelyan Johnson. I will just shout out on air. I was trying to think of an Inception-based pun with a helicopter. He said heliception, which I thought was very good. If not, you could call it a metacopter. But still, I like both of those. Either way, back to the action.
Absolutely fantastic.
The 51's lost out a little bit through that final pit sequence, by the way, because they're obviously battling for the race lead. They're down to 8th now.
Brilliant stuff. Here we see the 50. Here we see the 51. Now, did any of the GT cars go to the slick tyres?
We're just waiting for it to switch around. So, I don't believe any did.
So Porsche Commander and the 23 have. Last time around, they did a 146.5. Leaders did a 146.8. However, 145s for the Alpine, 144s for the other team. Here we go. Williams in. Yes. So Williams Esports are in the number 5. It's been a really good race for them.
It's kind of one of those things that whatever call you make right now, you are trying. You're obviously not trying to. There you go. It goes on to the soft tyres, actually. White-walled soft tyres. Whatever call you make now, it's almost like it's not the decision for now. It's a decision for 10, 15, 20 minutes down the line.
What would you do now? Sorry, I need to put. I just need to put you on this.
I'd mediums, double stint mediums.
Double stint mediums.
100%. If I'm an LMP coming in now, I'd double stint mediums to the checkered flag. The rain looks like it's slowing down. It looks like it's starting to dry up ever so slightly, and there's only an hour and 10 minutes left to go. That is in double stint territory. It looks like it's slick tyres. We've had the both the Vanwall burst cars running on the wet tyre, slick tyres, even through the harsher of the wet period. For me, as much as that drying line's not wide, the fact that they've made it stick tells me that this is that's all I need to know. I'm double stinting slicks in this. What would you do?
I'd probably
cry.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, there's a reason I asked the question.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I am definitely not a driver much anymore. Somehow I'm too fat for sim racing driving as well.
There's Oracle Red Bull Racing. Now, where do they lie? 14. Not, of course, it started as a complete disaster for them, hasn't it? And
it's continued.
And it's really continued in that way. However, one thing that must be remembered for them is in that 8-hour race, they scored more. They scored 38 points. So 25 points for the win this time. So even we have to remember our champions last year had throughout the season a DNF and a 19th and still won the title by half a point. So having a bad result at one round isn't a big deal.
Well, remember the crash. I think it was Schmieder, wasn't it? Going through Blanchimont.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I think it was Blanchimont.
Yes.
The 1-2-3 had that massive shunt as the AMG Petronas Esports car does manage to get past the 444 next view Van Wallburst.
Spa was a race of several crashes, and it's not going to be long before we are at Spa. And in the meantime, of course, between now and Spa, there is the chance to win a couple of things as well.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, as we were saying earlier, the Lego #Build for Real competition, which you can take part in. We had a couple of these over the running of the Le Mans Virtual Series. This time, during the race, we want you to build the perfect grandstand, and then be sure to share it on at Le Mans Virtual using the #, Build for Real. Get your Lego creations absolutely on it. Try and use your imagination. Think outside the box. Try something a bit different. And if yours is the best, you will win a Lego Technic Ferrari 488 GTE set. I might give it a go if I wasn't on this broadcast, because I want some of that.
You can give it a go.
Do you have any spare?
Give it a go and post it up later. And we'll all have a look.
No, it's got to be done during the race.
Yeah, but you can still do it. We'll all still have a look. We'll share. You can also win a T248 steering wheel with pedals during the broadcast as well. Keep your eyes peeled on the Le Mans Virtual social channels for hidden codes. And maybe check out the Traction YouTube chat as well. Okay, here we look back in with Brabham Esports, team we haven't really mentioned for quite a while now, running down in 12th place. A new team for this year, and not a bad start to the season so far. It was a very positive start with an 8th place back at Bahrain, and an 8th and a 12th would be a really good start to the season for them.
I am going to be a bit harsher on Brabham. I think that they might actually be a bit disappointed with how this race has gone. They've the lineup that they've got within the Brabham Esports camp is quite a strong one at the moment, and yet still it's just not quite really there for them. You've got Devin Browner, Jan van der Heijden and Arne Schoonvliet, who are behind the wheel of this Brabham Esports car, and yet still they're just, I would expect them to be comfortably inside the top 10 if I'm brutally honest.
It takes time though, doesn't it, as a team to get the momentum together.
But they've been, as much as Brabham is a new team, in a sense, it's run by Zancho Sinsport, and those three have been teammates for a while. They've been teammates for over a year. Jan van der Heijden, of course, is the R8G 2 GT Pro Champion of Season 3, which was about a year ago, as well as having done various competitions. He's worked with Devin Browner, he's worked with Arne Schoonvliet. They've worked together quite a lot, and the fact that they're only in 12th might be a little bit of a kick of the teeth, especially because they were behind the Rocket Sinsports car, which they realistically should have been ahead of for quite a while.
Yeah, there we see a move. That's the 53 car going by the 63 car. AMG Williams past AMG Petronas, who of course were the first to come in for those wets, and it's now similar to what we saw with them a little earlier in the race, starting to lose a couple of places. That's pretty much a move we saw earlier in the race happening again, and that's one of the cars. That's one of the cars that went to the slick tyres as well. So that's a car on slicks going past a car on wets, and doing so very, very comfortably as well. There we see the car on wets. There's the car on slicks ahead. Lap times compared: 143.3 for Nikodem Wisniewski. James Baldwin did a 144.9. Luke Bennett out front, a 147. So AMG Team Williams are 4 seconds quicker than your race leaders. The slick tyres are now, I think it's fair to say, pretty much the quicker tyre.
Yeah, like I say, it's interesting to see the switched on tyres. We can see Mr. Action Man Curtains. It's Jack Keithley in the number 5, of course, driving around, trying to really put the pressure on. Absolutely iconic.
Yeah.
The car ahead of him is a lap up. That is the Alpine car at the moment. But I'm loving the openness of strategy in this right now. We've got wet tyres as the number 20 Porsche Commander car of Tommy Østgaard comes into the pit lane. Wets for the top 4. The number 23 on the mediums.
That was a big slide coming out.
I think he's struggling on the tackle, but they are on slicks, they are on softs, remember?
And goes past the wet tires.
Number 20 goes onto the slicks as well. They came in on the wets, they've come out onto the mediums.
Now, of course, the 23 is out there on the slicks and was closing in on the 20 car very quickly. On the 36 car, I think that is rather, is closing in on Alpine Esports. It's closing in. Took 3 seconds out of Alpine Esports last time around. The gap between them is now 9 seconds. So if they stay out, it's not going to be long before we see that battle for third taking place.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said,
it's hard. Oh, there we go. Williams off.
He's struggling with the grip. Is Mr. Jack Keith? They're definitely faster, but he is. The thing is you lock up one corner, you go ever so slightly offline. I'm talking like half a car width, and it will drag you off the track. That's the problem.
Yeah. So slick tyres. Reminder: Porsche Coanda, AMG Team Williams, and then the 444 as well. Also out there on the slick tyres. And there you can see the number 23 Porsche out there on the slicks, really closing in fast on the Alpine Esports car ahead. Took basically 2 seconds out of the Alpine car through this second sector. It's not going to be long before they're in the toe of them. You can see them up the road, but Alpine might decide to come into the pits.
Bennett in the pit lane.
There's our leader in, and they will make that change of tyres now, surely, as well. And the other Redline car as well comes in. So cars 1 and 2, both in the pit lane. Surely
Colin Spork in the Alpine also will be
so.
Into the pit lane as well. Oh no, the number 2 staying on the. Okay, we had this before. Okay, I'm not going to panic as much as I did last time, but the number 2 is staying on the wets, at least on that. We do know that once they started rolling, it did then flick back over. So we'll keep our eye on the number 2. But at the moment, it does seem as though Josh Thompson might actually stay on the wet weather tyres. Colin Spork stays out though.
Yes, and the gap is now under 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So this car is really closing in fast on Alpine Esports.
I've got to say, this win for me in this race was a guarantee between 3 different teams over the last 40 minutes. It's like, yeah, no, this is a guaranteed Redline win. No, it's a guaranteed Alpine. No, it's a guaranteed Porsche Coanda win. I love it. I just think it's so open when you have these switching conditions. But you're absolutely right. Martin Kronker at the moment, knowing how fast Martin Kronker is, of course, he is a multiple world champion of the world of sim racing. Closing in that gap, launching himself up towards Colin Spork by 3 seconds a lap. Absolutely incredible. Colin Spork has to come in and go onto the softs and potentially stint and a half the softs, really, potentially almost close to double stinting the softs, but not fully.
There is the Alpine car. Surely this is going to be its last lap. Makes its way out of the chicane, and the dry line is well and truly out there now, and it's lost another 2 seconds already. We haven't even reached the start-finish line. There you can see the gap there. We can see them both in the same shot, and that is a big sign that they have lost a lot of time. Will we see Alpine Esports peel into the pit lane this time? They make their way out of the final corner. Yes, it was only a matter of time. The gap was 2.5 seconds after those 2 sectors.
Yeah, they left it too long. They've lost so much time over that sequence. it's absolutely a slick track. I mean, look at that line. Whilst the rain is still lightly coming down, it's so light that it's allowing the dry line to be built. I mean, there's 38, 39 cars. I think maybe even still a full 40, dragging in all that wet stuff off of the circuit, creating a nice, somewhat dry line that you can run the slick tyres on. So Alpine might well lose out a fair amount in that, but it does mean that their final stop should be a little bit shorter.
Yep. So Porsche Coanda leading the way. Now the 23 car, 21 seconds to the good, but that, I tell you what, the battle for second is going to be, it's 20 seconds between the pair of them. So Team Redline next, AMG Team Williams after that, and then AMG Team Petronas up to 4th place. As for the score in GTE, R8G 11 seconds ahead of Proton. Next along after that, Sim Maranello, and then Prodrive running in 4th place. Still plenty to play for as we enter the final hour of the 4 Hours of Monza.
Yes, indeed. Second and third, the battle on our screens right now. Jeffrey Rietveld and Nikodem Wisniewski currently under a lot of pressure. Wisniewski's going for second position. He's going on the attack. He's got to the inside up towards Ascari, and Jeffrey Rietveld has just fresh got into the car. Wisniewski's trying to make the move stick, but Rietveld's going to be able to hang on. He's driven it all over the curb on the exit of Ascari. Wisniewski now has the attack, now has the position surely in that AMG Williams car. He's going to pick up a spot on Team Redline as they race up towards the Parabolica, but he's got to make the move stick all the way around the outside. It's going to be a very dicey moment indeed, but a super drive from Nikodem Wisniewski to take second position in the 4 Hours of Monza as we head into the final hour. Jeffrey Rietveld will surely go back on the attack. He's got that slipstream and he's got the speed. He's got slightly fresher tyres also, and so I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to fight his way back, or maybe whether he's going to be a little bit more patient on that one. Of course, slick tyres on that moment. I don't want to use that wet stuff too much.
No, in towards the first corner. We're on board with Rietveld. Loses a bit of time on the exit though, and that allows AMG Team Williams just to clear off into the distance, gives them a bit of breathing space. But now 20 seconds up the road, Porsche co-anda in the lead.
Yeah, hopefully this is now a good time to lob in the highlights whilst they've been separated by enough, because it's been an incredible 3 hours of the race thus far. And we've got a final one to deal with. Let's take a look at the hourly highlights. Of course, it's been a dramatic race thus far. Wet weather has been the talk of the town over the last hour or so. And there was this as we were heading into the halfway point of the race. Christopher Hookfeld making contact with a satellite racing car into the barrier with a very heavy crash. And that would cause the full course yellow. He'd bring it round into the pit lane, but so would everyone else, because they decided to take advantage of this as the rain would start coming down. It was wet tyres being used for most. The Mexico racing team having a couple of issues getting used to the wet weather conditions, sliding over the track and rejoining in front of the 88, who just could not avoid it in that Proton co-anda Porsche. Big bit of contact there for the Mexico racing team, but they get back into the race and try and continue. The 86 having a couple of issues through the race, including this slide out of the first Lesmo, slightly into the barrier in the number 86 GR Vector Esports car. Just a quick little reverse and then got back going again. Mexico racing team and the number 1 car having a little bit of contact here, going a lap down with the Mexico racing team straight into the barrier. It was adjudicated by race control that this was no further action required. The number 1 keeping hold of the race lead at that point. Rocket Systems having a very odd issue on the way into the pit lane, having a couple of slides, and when they came in, Mika Hakimi, who was behind the wheel, came to a stop before they actually entered pit lane in a bizarre issue. Thankfully, though, off of the normal pit lane entry line, so everyone could kind of carry on as they were waiting for another driver to join. But it was a long stop, engine off, as they were trying not to overheat. Of course, P1 versus BS competition. This was a battle that literally lasted about 2 hours. They were each and every single way round. Busk versus Rivio over the last stint or so, and it's been a super battle that's caught our attention and captured our imagination. Jonas Rivio going out a little bit too wide. He did that a couple of times, including down into Ascari as well. Rejoining the GR Vector car, the number 86 rejoining the race, but with an issue on their side. There was a pit limiter that was left on and they could not turn it off. It would cause another full course yellow that caused the drama up to this point, and that was then out of the race. Either way, the race lead at the moment being held by the number 23 Porsche co-anda car that Martin Kroenke is behind the wheel. Nikodem Wisniewski just taken over second position of the AMG Team Williams Esports car ahead of the number 1 Team Redline. Floyd Van Mulburst took a big gamble over the wet weather conditions. They are running in 4th position with Jerne Simoncic behind the wheel. Rolling down the order, we can see a couple of the heavy hitters that have dropped down. Team Fordzilla, we said before, Brabham Esports down in 15th position. GR Vector Esports, their highest placed car, the 101, up in 16th position. Sem9 Axel, of course. Then you look at R8G Esports, who have had issues from the very start of the day. In the GTE category, it's the number 77 Proton co-anda Esports car. They've just entered their final pit lane sequence. R8G Esports and that 888 currently running in 2nd position in class. Timothej Andonovski just finishing his final stint in this race. And you can see some of the big drama later on down the order, because Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, our championship leaders, down in the penultimate position, just getting ahead of InSpeed as well. And whilst we were looking over the highlights, there's been a little bit extra drama behind the scenes as well. We'll take a look at a replay as to what's happened happened to the AMG Petronas Esports team. A big slide out of the parabolica. James Baldwin behind the wheel into the barrier. Bit of damage on the left-hand side. Certainly not ideal. Chris McCarthy has run off to go and try and catch a train. We'll give him some good luck on that one, because Martin Haven joins us back in the commentary booth. Hello.
It hasn't calmed down any, has it?
No, and it won't. That's the thing. That's the joy of a race like this. We know it will not calm down. Not for another 52 minutes and 30 seconds.
Now, with 2 full course yellows, all of the changes in some teams having made a pit stop under the first full course yellow and some not, have they all sort of re-sorted themselves out? Is everybody now basically with the same amount of fuel and pretty much with the same tyres?
Kind of. That's the thing. They're all in the LMP category. They're all back onto the slick tyres, but there are some that are running longer, shorter than others. I mean, the AMG Petronas Esports team, they're the kind of ones that I'm kind of focused on because they pitted earlier than everyone else. Of course, the Alpine Esports, we were saying that they were pitting much later than everyone else. Basically, as far as I'm aware, within the category, everyone should be good for one more stop in the LMP category until the end of the race. In GTE, I believe everyone has made their final stop. If not, they're in the process of making their final stops in the next sort of 3 or 4 minutes.
In fact, even as you say that, Proton Coanda come in from 2nd place. Still, it is, in fact, 95 Proton now, Prodrive rather, leading. So R8G, Risto Capet takes over 888. And he has taken over that car that was in the lead when it came into the pit lane. Little drama for the number 2. That is
Josh Thompson.
Josh Thompson down in 7th place. So that car was very strong earlier on. Anchan Juven now in 5th place in the number 20 Porsche that led the first stint, and that car, once it lost the lead in the pit stops, has actually never been able to regain it. So number 20 car talks about this when they were held up by their teammates in the pits early on, how that might end up costing them quite a lot long term, and it has through various other incidents. But again, battle for the lead. AMG Williams ahead of Team Redline by just a fraction.
Yeah, it's
a second rather.
Yeah, I didn't want to correct you straight away. Wisniewski, of course, got through. We know the number 1 car's come out of the pit lane the last 2 or 3 laps. It's got slightly fresher medium tyre. They'll be double stinting to the end. Wisniewski got straight back through, and this is really a battle between the heavy hitters. Remember, when it came to the championship last year, these 2 teams were separated by half a point. Absolutely incredible between the 2 of them.
There's an equally tight battle right behind, actually, for 4th place. Jenny Simoncic, the number 4 Floyd Van Wilburst car, was half a second ahead of Anchan Juven in the number 20 Porsche. That has grown enormously. In fact, he's grown it by 100%. He's now out to a full second ahead of Anchan Juven, so that might possibly have been in traffic. So 2 very tight battles. This is the battle for 2nd. Got an equally tight battle for 4th position. A couple of other interesting battles shaping up. James Baldwin, who we just saw going off into the gravel, he's now down to 10th in the AMG Team Petronas car, but only 5 seconds behind Jack Keithley in the number 5 Williams Esports car in 9th, and only 3 seconds, and the gap is diminishing as Team Fordzilla catches him from behind. It's Alessandro Ottaviani in that car, car number 966. But again, this battle for 2nd spot. Team Redline looked as that at one stage, actually about halfway through qualifying, 10 or 12 minutes in, they were 1-2, and it didn't look like anybody was going to challenge them. Then both Porsches came up and actually managed to not quite look out the front row, but go 1st and 3rd, with Redline 2nd and 4th. Redline then started very slowly indeed. I have no idea still what was wrong with the number 1 car at the start, but came across the start-finish line in 4th place.
I think I've watched it a few times. I think Max Benecke double shifted. I think he pulled the gear pedal twice, and then, rather than starting in 1st, he was actually starting in 3rd. Obviously, the car bogged down slightly. It's the only thing that can make sense in that kind of scenario. It's very bizarre. I've never seen that on a rolling start in R8G 2. It's a very odd one, as we see Jeffrey Riefeld getting back through, or getting past, and Nikodem Wisniewski coming down at the parabolica.
Well, the 23 Porsche was one of the cars that passed that number 1 car before the start line, and in the real world, that would have had them instantly penalised with a drive-through penalty. The other car was number 4 Van Wilburst car, so both of them, in a real-world situation, would not be where they are now. So they actually got away with that quite lightly. Van Wilburst and Porsche are now, still within a second. So that's that battle for 4th place. Jenny Simoncic and Anchan Juven.
Was that? Oh, it was Mexico Racing Team. So we're off.
Of course.
I didn't mean to say it like that. I was just like, oh, who was it? Oh, no, oh, it's just them again. No, it's, they're obviously not having a great day. And I will say the conditions are very tricky out there, so they've got a lot on their plate right now.
Well, you were saying earlier when we were talking about whether or not it might rain and what it means compared to the real world. Actually, some things are quite similar. So there's very much a drying line. That's slick territory. If you venture off it, it's dramatically not dry and very not slick territory as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but with how I will say with how the slick tyres have taken to the way, obviously I'm pretty sure, despite how heavy that rain was, that the Van Wall burst cars, neither of them have touched wet tyres today.
Yeah.
There is enough grip on the six. The thing is it's a very noticeable drop-off in grip when you go offline, as you would expect. You know, even now, yes, sure, it's only slightly damp offline, but if you go down to the first corner, you have to account for that in the braking zone. You have to brake. 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 metres, whatever it is, early. Otherwise, you are going to go straight on. You are going to lock up. You are going to get involved in a crash. Meanwhile, we see InSpeed dropping back, of course, allowing the Project 1 car to come through. It's not been a good day for the Porsches generally, but you can't really say it's too much of a BOP thing because there is one leading right now in the number 77 Proton Commander car.
Yeah. And again, that might just be slightly out of sequence on pit stops. Here is that 4 or 444? That's 444. So that is that a pass for position?
Yes, it was.
David Marocek going past, So past the number 2 Redline car.
Very good indeed. David Marocek looking pretty strong. Josh Thompson, this is certainly not his favoured sim, having jumped onto the platform fairly recently and jumped into the Team Redline squad fairly recently. I think it was earlier on this year. Meanwhile, they've got a bit of R8G directly ahead, causing a couple of problems. It's the number 18 at the moment that's just in the way. That's Ozil Dirham, who is a lap down on that battle, just getting a little bit slideways.
That car has had more trouble than it's worth, hasn't it? The number 18 car, they've been knocked off a couple of times. That was one of the cars that lost a wing early on as well. Interestingly, 444 is on a medium tyre, but the number 4 Van Wall Burst car is on a soft tyre and is actually pulling away now from Anchan Juven in the Porsche in 5th, who is on a medium. So that soft tyre at the moment is working well in the mixed conditions, as long as you keep it on the grey stuff, sun. That's what it's there for. So Jenny Simoncic was half a second, was 9/10, is now 2.5 seconds ahead of Anchan Juven. So the 4th place car. It's a big mountain to climb up to Nikodem Wisniewski in 3rd, who is 27 seconds ahead, but the gap is coming down and there are 45 minutes to go. And there will be at least another stop. Stop. And, as soon as we had that first full course yellow, then suddenly you're in a fuel race because not everybody is on the same fuel allocation. And I don't suppose that second full course yellow didn't look like it was long enough for the entire field to make a stop at the same time.
No, but I think the second one being longer than the first, I think
most of the front runners did.
I think enough people did that kind of brought them back into it a touch. All I will say is that when full course yellows come out, essentially there is this thing in endurance racing generally, this is whether it's both real or virtual, is that you'll hear race engineers talk about running the strategy backwards. You don't run the strategy of when you're making the next stop, essentially. You're running the strategy as to when you want to make your last stop, and then you're going backwards from there, and to be like, oh, so we actually need to be in this time, and you work it backwards like that. And every time a full course yellow comes out, you have to take all of that paper, or throw it straight in the bin, and then go, right, time to start again.
Exactly. Floyd Bicoles and Van Wall Burst have both used wets.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they on wets when it was...
Wet? Yes.
But our graphic,
I don't know.
Our graphic was telling us that it was. I know that was the stupidest question I think I might have ever asked. Actually, no, I did once say on a broadcast, I was like, one of 3 things might happen in this battle. It might get tighter, might grow, or it might stay the same. Yeah. And my commentator looked at me and was like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not wrong, but still.
No, exactly right. The Mahler and D-Station battle, the 888 Ferrari has just gone through there, R8G. That's Risto Capet. Risto now down to 2 seconds from Proton Co-Anders Dane Warren in the lead of GTE. D-Station and Mahler 9th and 10th place, and that gap is also coming down, I think. Yeah, Michele D'Alessandro in the Marla racing car now just 1.5 seconds behind the D-Station Aston. But at the moment it is Porsche leading Ferrari, and Ferrari, Prodrive Aston in fourth. And Risto Capet, well, the gap had come down, it's now back out again to 3.1 seconds. So yo-yoing up and down in traffic. But Risto Capet in that R8G Ferrari, that's the car that started on the front row of the grid. 51 hasn't really been their race, has it? Christian Michel is back at the wheel of the FS Velas car, but that's down in 8th place.
It was their race until about halfway through, and then it was very much not their race. Yeah.
Okay, so now that was sort of in the transition with me going out and Chris coming in. Where did they lose touch with the lead trio?
I think they just got the timing wrong on the strategy. I think they had to pit once more. I think they came in and then had to like come back in again to then go, you know, they just got the timing wrong. And that comes, this goes back to our discussion earlier, but you know, we were having a little chat this morning about whether you go aggressive or whether you go a little bit conservative, and they went aggressive on the strategy. They pitted earlier than everyone else on the first stint, earlier than everyone else on the second stint. And so when it then rained, they were like, well, we've pitted too early to come in and take on the wets. And this is why you sometimes want to run a slightly conservative strategy if you can get away with it, and so that when you pit for the wets, you're only coming into the pit lane once rather than twice, and they had to pit twice, and that's just throwing them down the order. It's bad luck, it's bad timing. That's how it goes, though. That's racing, that's motorsport.
Except they've only made 5 stops. Simsa ahead of them have made 6. The leader, Dane Warren Proton Coanda, has made 6.
They've made 6 stops.
Has made 5, rather. Risto Capet, R8G Ferrari,
4.
They've only made 4 stops.
Which 4 was how I would expect them.
Yeah.
5 and 6 sound...
Well, 6...
It's only a 4-hour race.
6... Simsa have made 6 stops.
That's maddening to me.
So did they... Well, maybe they came in on both full course yellows. Now, sometimes that's how it falls. The first one was short if it's a full course yellow fuel.
I think the 51 got caught out with, I think, the first full course yellow by, like, they'd already pitted when the full course yellow would come out, and so they kind of got caught out of that. Something in that vein. Either way, 51, I mean, sometimes you just got to take those. You know, sure, they've got the pace to battle. It is frustrating, it's annoying, especially, you know, here of all places, but you got to take them. You got to grab the points for 8th place. You've had a 2nd place in the first round. Focus on the points game. Focus on the championship. Don't try and get like rolled too much up about how, oh, this is terrible, and then take it into the next round.
Yeah.
Leave it at the door.
Yeah.
Carry on.
And you know, there's still 40 minutes to go, so any number of different things can happen. There's traffic, everybody is moving quickly, track is drying, but it's not bone dry. Cars will go offline and cause incidents, so yeah, just keep your head down, keep charging. And again, you know, there's a classic example. You've got the Panis racing car, Thibaut Casabon, just being dive bombed by Isaac Gillison for Yasheet, and Yasheet back up to 14th. They were one of the cars that was in that multiple collision. They were tagged into a spin by Fordzilla, lost a rear wing. They've had an unforced pit stop, and yet they have fought their way back up now into almost the top 10. So there is a car that should easily have had a top 10 finish, and they're fighting damn hard to try and make sure they get one. And actually, Fordzilla, even after the penalty, had less of a, quote, penalty, if you like, than having to have damage replaced, and so they are a couple of spots ahead. So battle Yeni Simoncic ahead of Anchan Juven, and the gap is now, it's Graf gone down to GTs. That gap is now right back down to only 0.7 of a second. Remember, I was saying that Yeni was about 3.9 seconds ahead the last time I looked a couple of laps ago. Well, he has got Anchan Juven right behind him.
Yeah, and Juven is obviously, when it comes to race wins and whatnot in this championship, he did win the first ever Le Mans Virtual in the GTE category, of course, alongside Nick Tandy, as well as, I think it was Tommy Osgard and Josh Rogers, the 4 of those bringing the trophy home for the team. So he's well experienced in this sim, you know, the world of sim racing. Again, less so with R Factor 2, but still, yeah, they're learning the LMP. They're learning it very well, because they are leading with one of their cars. So yeah, fair enough to him.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you know, that's really, again, you take your hats off to the Porsche Coanda guys, because all of their experience is in the GT Porsche, both in the real world and also in the virtual. So to take on a whole different program, it just shows that when you've got good drivers and good engineering, you can actually get on top of a very different beast indeed. So 23 leads, 20 you can see there. That is the chasing car of Ancan Juven, and Jenny Simoncic, number 4 Floyd Van der Waal car, is just out of shot ahead of him. So that's his target, and you know, he will be measuring it on getting measurably closer and closer. The car behind is the As Heat car, and that is not on the same lap. That's Isaac Gillison, who is down in 13th place. So he needs to just be aware not to watch his mirrors, but just to keep his eyes on the prize in front.
We'll say, if there is one battle you we'll have to keep our eye on, it's the battle for the race lead in LMP, because Jeffrey Rietveld, after getting past Nikodem Wisniewski, has been closing 1.5 seconds over the previous lap of that number 1 Team Redline car on Martin Kronke.
Wisniewski also getting closer to the leader, because he has closed the gap down a fraction as well. Leader doing 1:36.2, behind him Jeffrey Rietveld last lap 1:34.8 and 1:35.0 for Nikodem Wisniewski. So Kronke, the leader, is the slowest of the three. Now, with half an hour to go, you might not worry over much, but you aren't necessarily overjoyed to see the leader being caught if you are the lead team. And it is among those three, unless somebody needs 2 stops. And the longer we get into the final 30 minutes, then the less likely there is that they're going to need. I mean, 35 minutes should be eminently doable. Of course, that sort of depends where the checkered flag comes out. There might be another lap to do after you've run out of fuel or are running out of fuel, so it could still be squeaky bum time.
If you could do 35 minutes on a tank, pit with 33 minutes left to go. That was always like the... pit with a couple of minutes past.
Actually not, because you pit when you run out of fuel this time, and the deeper you go into that final stint, the less time you are stationary.
You're on the same tyres. Either way, 23 is coming into the pit lane. Martin Kronke relinquishes the race lead back over to Jeffrey Rietveld. Nikodem Wisniewski can also into the pit lane, and this is the thing, exactly what we're talking about. For me, this is a touch too early to see these two in.
This is going to be touch and go. This might be, we need a yellow. This could end up being a real furor. So Martin Kronke and Nikodem Wisniewski, no wonder they were closing. They were actually on their in laps, and Jeffrey Rietveld, any lap he does now after this puts them closer to the safety zone. Now, it will still be a full stop, but and it will and the cars that have stopped will have a full stop, but it might not be quite enough to get them there. Right, out comes Martin Kronke, and Nikodem Wisniewski will follow him out as well. So Jeffrey Rietveld leads now from Jenny Simoncic and Ancan Juven. Okay, interesting. This could be a proper scrap. But okay, could everybody in GTE please, when we get down to the final 10 minutes, stop racing and not crash, just so we can try and keep up with what's happening in LMP?
Yeah, that would be ideal. Thank you very much.
Ain't going to happen, obviously, because, I mean, not least because we've got that Porsche versus BMW battle, which has been going on since 3 weeks ago last Wednesday and doesn't show any sign of diminishing at all. So there's that.
I do really like the Le Mans Virtual Series. I know. It's I will say that the races that we've had, this level, there's always a risk at this level of one team just clicking and just being like, right, bye. Even at this level, and just running away. We had it with the first season of the R8G Esports Formula Pro Series, where Bonnet House just clicked with the car and won all 6 of the races. And it was kind of like, right, whilst it's interesting, it's kind of boring. I don't think any race that we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and bearing in mind this is our 8th race, none of them have been boring. Absolutely none.
We would have lost our shirt on both categories predicting a podium every single time out. We would not have got. We might have got one we certainly wouldn't have got all 3 podium finishers in any race that we've done.
I don't feel like, no, I'd never get all 3 podium. I think I might be quite close to the race victors in this race, the prediction. I'll let you know afterwards. We'll talk about predictions.
You got 2 answers out of 5 in Ask the Commentator 1.
What one was it?
I scraped.
It was, of course, it was WEC race.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no!
No, it wasn't. I scraped a 1.
What did you get?
I can't remember.
What
was the last one? I can't remember.
It was, it was who has the fastest lap record around here.
Yes.
With the oval as well.
It wasn't that.
Yeah, because for some reason I said Mercedes.
Well, I guess it was Mercedes as well.
When John Ratcliffe looked at me, he was like, Ferrari. And I was like, oh, but of course.
Why?
It's Monza.
He didn't say including the oval. Well, I thought Mercedes, having been the quickest car for years, might well have the fastest race lap in recent history, but no, apparently not.
Oh, yeah,
no, it was something else I accidentally... Oh, I know. Who won here last year? Who won here overall last year?
123, yeah.
And I said Redline, and he went... Yeah, okay, yeah. Redline was one of the words involved in the team.
It was that one that I got right in the Alpine.
That was a punt, yeah. No, I couldn't remember who won WEC in Monza, because that was a whole 4 weeks, 5, 6... I've been to Japan since then, and Saxony, and Rome, and all sorts of other places.
I was disappointed to be 0.2 of a kilometre off the length of Monza as well. I got 5.6, it's 5.8, and it was the average speed. That one, when he threw that one at me, average speed of the pole lap.
Yeah.
I was like...
Yes.
I guessed 2:45 and it was 20 out. Oh well, very frustrating.
We're hopeless, aren't we? Satellite Aston in its distinctive red, white and blue livery, just ahead of the Simsa Sports Ferrari. And again, you know, there's another car that was a real podium contender earlier on, the Simsa Sport Ferrari, but just sort of faded away when everything got jumbled up and ran into the back of David Pittard there. David Pittard, a little slower out of the corner, got in very deep, and the Ferrari carrying a little bit more minimum speed through, came out, fired off the corner, and ran into the back of the Aston Martin driver.
Well, Simsa are going to try and get their way back into this fight. Taking a lot of the curve there on the Rogier, though. That's the question. This is back up in LMP. This is the number 20.
Battle for second place.
Indeed. I think they're still... No, I think these two are still both waiting for pit stops, aren't they? Simoncic and Juven.
It is still the battle for second place, though. Jenny Simoncic and Anchan Juven. Yeah, and so, again, further into the half hour you go. So now we're looking at cars that stopped in the second full course yellow against cars... Well, the only 2 that have stopped so far clearly for some reason did not stop or were not able to get a fuel load or had less. No, see, if they'd had more on board, they still would have had a full tank. So they must have not stopped.
Honestly,
or something. Because we're now 2 more laps plus, and nobody else has... Oh, OK, Jack Keithley has for Williams Esports. He's just stopped. That's their 7th stop. And Jeffrey Reetweld has made 6, Jenny Simoncic 6, Anchan Juven's Porsche has only made 5 stops. So they did not make a stop for tyres outside of a regular fuel stop.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the Simsa Ferrari around the outside of the Aston Martin. Not going to get through there either. Same as last lap. David Pittard parks it at the apex. Let's see if the Ferrari can find a way by now. He's got a little bit more of a run on the exit.
That was naughty. I was very scared for the Simsa Esports car get squeezed a little bit there into Kevin Grande.
I think Pittard is trying to make sure that there is no way through.
We'll just say, whilst we focus on this battle and focus on what is at stake in the race, you can get involved a little bit on social media here, because our Thrustmaster Team of the Race vote has just opened on social media. I think it's on Twitter as well as on the Traction GG YouTube chat. You can pick between the 53 AMG Williams, the 23 Porsche Carrera, the 95 Prodrive Fire, or the 888 R8G as to who you think the team of the race has been, whilst we see Luis Diaz into the pit lane for a 60-second stop and go for avoidable contact in the pit lane. That's a monster penalty.
Now, more critical than that was the other car that came in with him. Yerny Simoncic out of second place. Floyd Van Wall, that car stops. So too does David Mrocek, next for you Van Wall. So both of those cars are in. So too is Team Redline number 2. So off goes 4. 444 will follow. Jeffrey Rietveld still on the racetrack in the Team Redline car, but Team Redline's number 1 car has made 6 stops, and now Anchan Juven in second place has only still made 5. Here is Chen Juven up behind the Aston Martin, and Aston Martin change, because we saw, do we not see the D-Station car being chased before? Oh, that's the Prodrive car's a lap ahead of it, sorry. I shall retract that. The Prodrive car, which is the sort of reddish and black car, in third place. Juven is into the pit lane, so Turkish driver bails out.
Rietveld stays out though.
Yeah, Jeffrey Rietveld stays out, so they must somehow have ended up... Did they get 2 stops in under full course yellow? That would only give them 1 lap, and that would have left them way back. So somehow they are going a very long way.
I think it was when Rietveld was sat behind Wisniewski. I think he waited until we had a certain fuel number and then went, right, now go on the attack, and went and then went for it. Like, it just timed it a little bit better. Juven, though, into the pit lane. We just saw the Panis Racing car. There's the number 23, of course. Martin Kronk still behind the wheel of the Porsche Carrera Esports car that moves up now into 3rd position. The 2 ahead, Alpine Esports, and the number 1 Team Redline still awaiting a pit stop. The number 36 will go longer than everyone else because they pitted much later than us, but they didn't pit under the full course yellow, so they were a bit slower on that.
So despite that, they are still in second place, waiting for a final stop. They are 20 seconds or so ahead of the number 23 Coanda Porsche. So the gap back from Jeffrey Rietveld to Martin Kronke. Rietveld is in, okay. So we'll ignore what the gap might have been and see where he actually comes out. I was going to suggest he might come out in 4th or 5th place. So it's not... now, when you stop, it's going to be slightly less time stationary. It doesn't make the pit lane any shorter, but you spend less time stationary than your rivals, so your pit stop is a shorter time stationary.
I can't remember what the fuel rate is. I think it's something about 3.1 litres a second. And so you think this way. Let's say, for example, that over 1 lap, let's say you burn 2.5 litres of fuel. I think it might be a bit more than that around here. But let's say you burn 2.5 litres of fuel, and then you save yourself, you go 5, 10 laps further into the race than everyone else. You will be saving 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even up to 10 seconds in the pit lane by just going longer, by extending this part of the race, by just doing it. And that is a substantial amount of time. It's not as if you're talking about like 2,000 or 3,000. So you're talking a large margin.
But then you also have to be considerably slower than the others to save that amount of fuel over equally good drivers driving equal cars.
Oh, naughty. Or 7.9 Axel there trying to go for a gap which was not there.
But he saw the danger. It was fast closing, and so he saw the danger and got his nose out of the way. Now then, Ferrari on Ferrari action. Sims ahead of SF as one of the 2 green machines comes past. I don't know if that's 4 Yerny Simoncic or 444, which is now Michi Hoyer again. So there is the Alpine, now leading Colin Spork. Jeffrey Rietveld out of the pit lane.
I will say, so a week ago, Colin Spork did stream on the official Alpine Twitch channel, and he showed it to show how strong his wheel was. He let go of his wheel on the straight, and it went mental. Yeah. Because it's like the level, like the actual weight that's being put through the wheel. You've got to be quite strong. It's a pretty decent workout. Colin Spork comes into the pit lane, and so he will make his final stop of the race. I don't know whether they'll be particularly happy with where they are in the race. They also relinquished the race lead back over to the number 1, who post-final pit stop, take over the race lead.
Well, you know, they should still, Alpine finish top 6. Where did they qualify? 8th.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, and they have They didn't get the greatest start. They didn't sort of make up big ground at the start, but they have definitely kept themselves right in the hunt. And it only takes a tiny twist of fate for things to happen differently. David Pittard, we look back from him at the Simsa Sport Ferrari, and then the SF Velas car. I mean, SF will definitely not think this has been a huge success so far, but again, you know, you've just got to live with the hand that you're dealt and get on with it. And as you said, certainly when you get to the end of the race, you'll sit down for 24 hours and you'll diagnose what you could have done, might have done better, and then you have to leave it and you have to walk away and start again with without carrying that baggage with you and without, you know, begrudging the hand that fate dealt you.
Yep. And let's say if they're working that through, obviously I'm sure they're not, but that we're so disappointed we're running an 8th now, wrong time to be doing it. Don't get frustrated with that. You're in the car. Christian Mikel, who is the Formula Challenge champion, Season 2 champion, which was on earlier on this year when he left Dennis Lynn's squad to go over to his team with Philip Dreiss, needracing.com. He's a very talented driver. He will be looking at this thinking, I'm not thinking about what we've lost, I'm thinking that I've got 7th and 6th directly ahead of me, right here, a part of this fight, and I can get them. I've got a car that's fast enough to get past both.
Yeah, he's got to wait for Patrick Schindler to try something slightly untoward on David Pittard and be ready to go by both of them.
Yeah.
Because actually, that's probably his best choice. The alternative is he gets a double toe. You know, if this was Spa out of Eau Rouge, you'd be straight by them on the Kemmel straight. There isn't a straight that's that long where the toe has such a significant difference here. But instead of fiddling and faddling around, looking and showing his nose down into the Lesmos, what he needs to do is get his exit of Ascari right and be hoovering these guys up all the way down the straight. David Pittard on the right-hand side there, up in his loft. Factory Aston Martin driver, and he is in this 6th place car with lots and lots of attention from behind.
Didn't want to close the curtain, did he?
No.
More than happy to have the camera blown out.
Yeah.
I think, considering one of the times we saw him last year was, of course, in the Sebring race, having a couple of issues. I've got to say, I am very impressed with how he. I know, obviously, David Pittard is a great, great driver in real life. Like, fair enough. In the sim, a lot of the real drivers come in, they struggle a little bit, then eventually get used to it. This, to keep Schindler and Mikel directly behind, has done a great job. Hasn't bowed to the pressure, not for 1 second. It's a very solid run for satellite racing right now.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the American team, I think, if they get top 6, they'll be very happy with that, because they certainly didn't have that kind of qualifying pace. But again, you know, qualifying is just 2 or 3 attempts at 1 decent lap, whereas the race is all about focus. And that's where the real-world drivers really have that sort of ability, is just to relentlessly bang in the same line, the same braking point, the same lap, time after time after time. Now, the pro drivers have that as well, but that's not where the professional race drivers are weaker than the professional sim racers. They have that relentless ability. That's how they're so good in a real car. What they don't have in the sim is the feeling that they rely on. They don't have that instinct, so everything has to be thought about more, and it's not until you've spent a lot of time behind the wheel that you gain those instincts in the virtual world. Jeffrey Rietveld dicing his way through. Notice how much brighter it has become suddenly.
Yeah.
The clouds have gone, and they're almost going to end up with a sunny end of the race as we had a sunny beginning. So Rietveld pulling away. Martin Kronke in 2nd place, 14.8 seconds back, and Kronke only just 1.8 seconds ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski in the AMG Team Williams car in 3rd. Then another yawning gap, 20 seconds back, car number 4, Jenny Simoncic for Floyd Van Wall. Anchan Juven on his back bumper in 5th, and Colin Spork in 6th for Alpine. So he's just ahead of Michi Hoyer, ahead of Team Redline number 2, and ahead of Yuri Toman for R8G. Jack Baldwin has just stopped in the 63 AMG Team Petronas car, so that again dropping down the order to the tail end of the top 10.
Still could be decent points, and fair enough. It's a bit of an experiment going on with the AMG Team Petronas Esports squad this afternoon. Of course, when James Baldwin jumped in, kind of when they were taking the wet tyres, they were going super aggressive on, or taking the wet tyres much earlier, taking a big gamble with it. maybe it's not worked, but still just trying to get a point, which, I mean, a point is more than what they got in Bahrain, so you need to take those ones. Like I say, you've got to keep going. You've got to try and get at least 1, 2, 3 points on the board. Maybe they're out of championship contention even already, unless they dominate the next 3 races, but still, you've got to start that charge on the points ladder now. Well, and then you say that, and then you suddenly think, you know, what a big gap there is between first and second, and first and third, and first and fourth at Le Mans. So yeah, big time. Yeah, true. You know, a 20-point advantage with 1 race to go is fine, unless that 1 race to go is Le Mans, in which case you're not fine. It's actually quite slender. So yeah, it's always harder to come from behind, because you don't have those points, and fate has a way of tripping you up more often than not, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. Well, the SF Velas challenge has been blunted a little here. He's tucking in behind the Bratislava car. Oh, and a deep dive. Not really from the Sims car. I'm not sure that was even a lunge. I think maybe David Pittard is just a little running out of brakes, perhaps, or grip compared to the Ferraris, and now suddenly the SF Velas car that even as the words, he's really a bit out of touch in this battle, were coming out of my mouth, suddenly he is back in touch and trying to make a move for 7th place. Yeah, it should be around the outside of the first corner here. If he gets the outside of the Rettifilo, he's got the inside for the next part. Super stuff. Great move from Christian Mikel, and timed it perfectly, because as you were saying, as Schindler got caught out by Pittard going a little bit slower because of where the ARC Bratislava car was, boom, Christian Mikel's like, right, that's my opportunity. See you, son. And up into 7th position. It is certainly not done yet, coming up towards the Rogier though. Yeah, Patrick Schindler, I mean, he was very clean and very fair there at the Rettifilo. He could have made contact. He could have just tried to stick his nose inside, and he didn't, because at this stage, you know, anything now that goes wrong is going to cost you very dear. There's no recovery time. So I think he did a pretty decent job there. And you're right, Christian Michel, boom, straight in, rat up a drain pipe, and now he's setting off after David Pittard. It'll be interesting to see whether a fresher approach, a different set of eyes on the back of the Aston Martin will make a difference. Again, you know, an LMP2 car coming by, the Axel car could have an effect here. It doesn't really. There were times, by the way, in endurance racing where we used to, again, about the fresh approach. So if you're stuck behind the same car, which does happen sometimes for literally like 2 hours, you know, particularly at Le Mans, you're sat there, all you're doing is you're passing them on the Mulsanne, and then they're passing you back, and then they're passing, it's very frustrating. And sometimes we got to the point where we were like, right, back off of them from a 1.5 seconds. You know you're faster than them, back off a 1.5 seconds, sit there, breathe for 2 laps, and then attack again. And it's just, you're trying to reset your mind. Rather than getting into the rhythm of it, you're trying to then rebuild up your speed advantage and then attack again. Well, also, if you're following him and he's doing 268 at the end of the straight, and you could be doing 271, that's no use, because there's not enough time left to get by him. But if you've got that speed in hand and you come steaming up behind, then you've got to use that momentum to get past. If you start off doing the same speed, you need more power to overtake him, and you don't have more power, because that's not how balance of performance works. No. And also, it's even from a speed advantage, I've always said, when it comes particularly my neck of the woods, which is touring car racing, if you're a 1.5 seconds slower than someone who's coming up behind you to go on the attack, and they get to the back of you, right, and then you defend, if you can keep them behind for a lap, they will start doing the same pace as you. Because they start losing where they've got that advantage, because it's all about carrying speed through the corner, but they no longer have that. And it's how you keep decent drivers behind you, is that as soon as you've got past that really big mental part, once you've got past the first lap or so, it suddenly calms down a lot. Has David Pittard had a bit of an issue? Let's take a look. Inside the final 15 minutes is not when you want things to go wrong. David Pittard is behind the Simsa Sports car, though. So Patrick Schindler has gone by him, but Christian Michel has also dropped back, according to the timing and scoring. So Christian Michel was ahead of David Pittard, was ahead of Patrick Schindler. No, David Pittard was ahead of Christian Michel, was ahead of Patrick Schindler. Patrick Schindler is now in 6th, ahead of Pittard and Michel. So there is Schindler
No, there's Michel. So he is now, yeah, well, hang a minute. So
yeah, I think Christian Michael's had an issue. As far as we're told, we were going to show you a replay of it, but unfortunately, just a little bit of an issue upstairs. Yeah, we won't put too much pressure on it. Don't worry.
Not to worry.
We'll talk about it later. That's fine. Just behind their back. It's okay. Not when it's on air.
Are we blame Richard?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Absolutely.
Why not? Well, I mean, he's the one that's leaving, so we might as well throw him under the bus. It's fine. We can do that now. And he is on replays as well. He's doing the 3 plays.
Well, and we know there'll be a bus coming along because it's not a bus strike, it's only a train strike, so there is that. So Christian Michel, yeah, dropping down to 8th place. Again, you know, that was me saying earlier, it's not going to be there. It hasn't been a great race for them. Then they got a break and made up 2. Now they've found another snake and gone back down 2. So Christian Michel, who started, again, back in the car at the end. And just over a dozen minutes left to run. They are running around in 8th place. Proton Coanda still leading from R8G, 4.9 seconds. So that gap coming down fractionally. Risto Capet and Dane Warren.
That was a bit naughty from the R8G car coming through. Well, I don't know. I'll hold back on that one. I'm not sure if that was naughty from the R8G or if it was just a little bit too much from the 51, who gets to the side. This is on the replay.
That's what happened before. That's what we were trying to see. So he came. David Pittard was defending a move on the outside and then came across, not realising that the 51 car was still there. I think Pittard was coming back over to his right to reclaim the line, and the 51 car was there. And yeah, okay. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, I think. And it all fell very nicely indeed there for the Simpson sports car that carried on its merry way.
Yeah, I'm not sure the 51 will feel that 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I think they might want to be like, right, where's race control? Let's see if we can sneak a penalty in the final 12 minutes of this race. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I don't think it'll matter that much to them. But either way, it's just one of those days for the 51. You just got to accept them. Sometimes they just happen like that. Focus on the positives. I mean, they qualified in 2nd. What a massive positive that is comparatively to last season. They were leading quite a lot of this race. They were looking like a major contender for quite a lot of this race. Focus on the positives. And whilst we speak of focusing on the positives, again, said it before, the Thrustmaster team of the race, the vote is open in YouTube chat and also on Twitter as well. Of course, the YouTube chat being the Traction GG YouTube stream of this broadcast. I'm sure most of you are watching it on it anyway, but still, you could vote in there as to who your team of the race is. And if one of those 4 teams doesn't shout out to you, well, let them know in chat as to which one you believe certainly was your team of the race. Here we go. Ooh. Wow.
So Dane Warren drive through for an unfair advantage.
Apparently was going way too quick, as far as we were told, going way too quick, going over 200 kilometres an hour, going into the full course yellow. Was going too fast in there, so it's essentially speeding in the full course yellow, but more at the start of it, so they've taken a lot of investigation into that. That will cost them the race lead. They are only 4.2 seconds ahead.
That will cost them the race.
Capet. Yeah, that's it. No, only 10 minutes left to go. Yeah, see you, mate.
In fact, that will cost them a podium, and so suddenly R8G, Risto Capet 4.5 back. Behind him, Lasse Sorensen for Prodrive, only 1.5 seconds behind the R8G Ferrari. We could have a race on our hands for victory because that Prodrive Fira car, 1.4 back and closed on the last lap. And in the pits, Dane Warren takes the penalty immediately. That's the only sensible way to do it. No point hanging on to the last minute to try and avoid the medicine. It's been a long time coming. They will have been told about it already. They probably had a complaint about that already. But there is the second-placed Prodrive car. Now, incredibly, did we not say earlier on, was it you or Chris was saying there has not been an Aston Martin on a podium yet? Correct. In a Le Mans Virtual Series race?
Yeah, we've never seen it.
There's been a Ferrari on the podium?
Last round, the first one.
Okay.
We've never had a Ferrari victory, though.
No.
We've had a 888 victory, but obviously it was in a BMW last year, but still.
Or an Aston Martin victory. So we could have a first here. Either that Triple 8 car wins, R8G Esports, and we get a first win in the series for Ferrari, or Prodrive win and we get a first win in the series for Aston Martin. Either way, we will get a first, touch wood, first podium for an Aston Martin. Now, look, there's a rare sight. Well, we got a change for second place. Let's take a look at how this happens. Down the inside under braking. That is a big move into the first chicane.
Yeah, Vishniewski straight down the inside of Martin Kronke. Great move.
To second place. Kronke 9/10 behind. I was going to say, we saw that orange and blue Porsche and we didn't see the BMW. Well, there is the BMW for the first time ahead rather than chasing the P1 Esports car. So Terzic has got himself in front.
I didn't realise Terzic should jump back into the car. Of course, he started the race.
There's been quite a lot of starting drivers getting back in at the end, actually. All the way up and down the field. So quite a lot of our starting drivers did a double. So you've done double, 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 and then the final bit and a bit has been the starting driver in a lot of cases.
Yeah, but you know, I kind of get, you know, if you've got your lead driver, you don't really want to do 2 hours on the bounce. It's better to do hour and 10, hour and 20, whatever at the start of the race, jump out, come back in, do the final half an hour, you know, if you're the fastest driver in the car, without breaching, of course, the 2 hour maximum driver driver time.
Maximum.
Yeah, they can't avoid, they can't go over that, because that will be a substantial penalty.
Yeah, that would be a real faux pas. So Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, leading by 16.5 seconds over Nikodem Wisniewski. Martin Kronke in third place. And you can see the gap is opening up. Wisniewski last time round, 135.50, 136.55 for Martin Kronke in third. So Wisniewski was catching and is now pulling away. And he's actually closing down on the leader, but still 7 minutes to go and 16 seconds to find. He needs a little bit of help from the almighty. Jeffrey Rietveld has made his final stop. That car's made 7 stops compared to 6 of the 2 cars behind. So they made an extra tyre-only stop during the wet weather, or possibly a full course yellow stop that some of the others didn't do in the first full course yellow. But Wisniewski, Kronke, sort of, unless Nikodem Wisniewski gets tripped up in that Williams car, and he has been, though he hasn't been. That's 444, I think. Michi Hoyer just in front.
I think we do need to jump to the race lead in GTE, because Risto Capet and Lasse Sorensen separated by 6/10 of a second.
Okay, here we go.
The GTE victory.
Very close. 888 Risto Capet, the R8G Ferrari, and Lasse Sorensen. You're right, hadn't noticed that. Personal best lap in every sector on the last lap.
So good.
So Risto Capet is the leader, and here is the man who might be the winner, Lasse Sorensen.
It was Lasse Sorensen's brother. It was Marco Sorensen who had that.
Marco who?
He had a large crash around here. Because I remember, I think it was like 2013, 14, 15, something like that. He had a flip. It might have been the Formula Renault 3.5 or something like that. He had a massive flip on the start-finish straight.
Of course, one of the Dane train who have made so much success with and for Aston Martin over the years, Marco Sorensen, Nicky Team. And Lasse Sorensen, look at the way the gap has come down. And that's it. He can almost, he can definitely hear the Ferrari. He can almost reach out and touch the Ferrari. And if the Ferrari is smelling odd, he can smell the Ferrari as well. You'll smell if it's burning oil. You'll smell if it's got a transmission problem, because that's a whole different smell. You'll smell if it's losing water, because that's another whole different smell. It's so close. 5 minutes. That is the lead. So either way, whichever one of these comes across the line, it will be a first-time win for a different make in the Le Mans Virtual Series. We have not had a Ferrari winner. We have not had an Aston Martin winner. Look at him. He's going, come on, baby. He knows he's getting into the last mile and a half. He'll be taking the whip to it in a couple of minutes. Final few furlongs. How many laps have they got?
I think 3.
But it depends
on
when
the
leader takes the line. If the leader gets the checkered flag right behind them, then they have to do another lap, and that might be one too far for R8G's Risto Capet.
I will say, with Risto Capet right now, I think Most of us mere mortals would be stressing out like crazy. Risto Capit, he is the sim racing equivalent of the Iceman. He will be very calm right now. I have met Risto Capit a couple of times. Very nice guy. I met Lasse Sorensen a few years ago, I think 2018, 2019. Again, both of these, you meet them out in the world and you think, oh, they're very nice. You meet them out on the racetrack, they are utterly ruthless.
Relentless. Well, that's, you know, that is the nature of the beast, isn't it? You know, when you're that competitive, you have to have the killer edge. You do have to have that killer instinct, and you know, you can be nice as pie outside it, and you know, look at Jenson Button, but give him a sniff of an overtake and he'd be there like a rat up a drain pipe. So Risto Capit needs to do the Sammy Davis Jr. thing in the cannonball run. Just take off the rear view mirror and throw it over his shoulder. I don't need to know where he is, I just need to know where I'm going.
It was one thing that I got taught when I did oval racing. Obviously, this is not oval racing, but when I did that, my friend Oscar Harvick was saying that you're driving in your mirrors too much, and it's so important in a race like this to not drive in your mirrors.
Right behind them, by the way, battle for fourth. Jenny Simoncic, Anchan Juven goes through. So Jenny Simoncic fourth in the number 4 car, Anchan Juven in 5th place in the number 20 Porsche, and Chen looking to go the long way around the outside, makes the late move. Jenny Simoncic is not going to be easy to pass. Oh. See, that is real-world experience of Anchan Juven, having raced Super Cup here several years in a row, just knowing that you can go so far, and if you dare go any further towards that second apex, you're going to turn him around, and you're not going to gain out of it either. And Jenny Simoncic, again, this is for the win, or it's not, it's for a position, but it's in the final, you know, few minutes, so everything here counts in large amounts. And again, contact there into the first of the Lesmos, well held by both drivers. That could have been quite damaging. Team Redline number 2 has just pitted, so too have Panis, so that's how close everybody got on fuel.
Yeah, and they did pit too early, which does mean one of the Porsches also pitted quite early. I think it was this one. I think it was the 20 pitting quite early, if I remember correctly. Yeah, in the pit lane sequence.
Not as early as Martin Kronker in 23, but this is the battle for 4th place. Jeffrey Rietveld 16 seconds from Nikitin Wisniewski. Wisniewski 2.8 ahead of Martin Kronker, excuse me, so he's keeping that gap alive. And back with our GTE battle, Risto Capit still 0.6 ahead of Lasse Sorensen, so that gap remains as it was for victory in GTE, and this gap remains as it was for 4th place overall.
Final lap. In the LMP category at least. The last lap they'll do this race is absolutely thrilling fight. Once again, comes down to the last lap for at least one position. It did last round at Bahrain, and it was a thrilling fight there in the LMP battle. Well,
Panis and Vector might be battling for position on the final lap. R8G's 18 car and Axel are only a quarter of a second apart for 18th place. Okay, it's 18th place, but for each of those cars, passing or not being passed are absolutely vital as this is for these two cars.
See if Juven can try and do something bold. We've seen the bold attempt down into the first Lesmo and it didn't work. It's about building it up and trying something into the Parabolica. And you were saying it earlier, when it comes to making a move into the Parabolica into T1, you do it from now. Here we go, race leader across the line.
Race leader. Is that him starting the final lap? Yes, last lap now showing, so final lap for the race leader, which means that these guys have got another lap to go. And I was just actually about to look on our tracker to try and figure out where the battle is for the lead in GTE. They are behind the race leader as well, so they will have another lap to do too. So it's the last lap for the race leader, but for most of the rest of the field,
still got a couple more. I mean, I thought it was last lap.
No, it is the last lap for the race leader. So the next time all of these battles get to the checkered flag, it'll be the checkered flag. Yes.
And there's only a few more corners. Well, there's only a few more corners for the number 1 to take back-to-back victories at Monza, because of course it was the 1-2-3 Real Team hydrogen car that took victory here, as we'll go back to this battle for 4th. It's still incredibly close, but the number 1 looking for back-to-back victories and really cementing their charge in the second season of the Le Mans Virtual Series. No attempt there from Chang. He's not close enough. He's got to wait. He's got to wait for that right opportunity. Again, it's going to have to come down into the parabolica. I think that's really where it comes. Speaking of parabolica, here they are, Martin.
Yeah. Checker flag awaits, and it will be Team Redline, car number 1, that is in first place as the flag comes out. Victory goes to Jeffrey Rietveld and Team Redline. Well, they missed out on pole position thanks to some brilliant driving by the Porsche team, but they do not miss out on victory here. AMG Team Williams take the flag in second place. Martin Kronke third for Porsche Coanda. So the 23 car that led early on and the 20 car led early on, they will finish on the podium. Jenny Simoncic in fourth, just ahead of Anchan Juven. And Juven, busy hands, trying to find something out of the final corner. The drag race to the line, he's not going to win it. So Simoncic takes fourth, Juven fifth. Alpine will take sixth place ahead of Next View, Van Wall, AMG, Team Petronas. Williams Esports have already finished 9th and 10th for Team Redline, car number 2. And we wait now for our GTE leaders. Risto Capet ahead of Lasse Sorensen, and it looks like he has opened up the margin on the final lap. There is 888, the R8G Esports Ferrari. Yes! He says, yes, yes, yes. Risto Capet is going to take victory, and it is a first win in the series for a Ferrari and a first ever podium in the Le Mans Virtual Series for Aston Martin. They take second place, just 9/10 of a second back. Looks like Lasse Sorensen got held up on the final lap because the gap was 2 car lengths and went out to nearly a second halfway round that final lap. And then Dane Warren completes the podium for Proton Coanda, the 77 Proton car, in third place. So Ferrari, Aston Martin and Porsche, only BMW miss out on a podium finish in GTE.
What a race.
What a race. Yes, highly entertaining. And a look at our classified pools check. Team Redline victorious, 140 laps. A very nice round number ahead of Team AMG Williams and Porsche Coanda taking third. Floyd Van Wall burst in fourth, Porsche Coanda number 20 in fifth, Alpine. Then the Next View, Van Wall, AMG Team Petronas, Williams and Team Redline car number 2. So some of our multi-car teams having a pretty decent time, despite a penalty early on for unintentional contact. Fordzilla 11th, just out of the points. Number 8, R8G Esports car really didn't have the best of fortune. Yas Heat with damage, Brabham finishing in 14th ahead of Panis. And Vector, ALC Bratislava and the rest. Number 18, R8G Esports team, they had a pretty torrid race. In GTE, Ferrari win, R8G on top, ahead of the Prodrive in the Aston Martin, and the 77 Proton Coanda Porsche, ahead of Sim Maranello, BMW Team Redline, and Simsa. And SF, unfortunately, down in 7th place, 8th place in class in the end, behind the satellite Aston Martin. That's the best result for that team, new to the series. So 7th place for them. Mahler and D'Station rounding out the top 10. And just one car failed to finish with that speed limiter problem on the GR Vector eSport car. And that wasn't damage, it was some glitch with the keyboard, software, plugs, something or other. So in terms of the points, car number 4 with a 2-point advantage now over the number 1 Team Redline car, and the 20 Porsche, not the 23, in third place. 23 though moves up onto 15 points. R8G in 4th place ahead of AMG Team Williams and the 444 Next View Van Wall Burst car. So 2 races in and 3 races still to go. Of course, you have 1.5 points last time out in Bahrain for the length of the race. It's a standard points-paying race, as will Spa be. And then same too with Sebring. In the GTE class, Oracle Red Bull Racing still have the lead, but 5.5 points ahead of Team BMW Redline. And our winners today, well, they have the jubilation of claiming the first victory in the series for Ferrari. Well, Bahrain set a pretty high bar, didn't it? And I think Monza's done a pretty decent job in achieving it as well. And one of the key things that we'll take away from today, of course, is the first actual wet racing that we've had in the series. We had one wet qualifying last year, and we had dry races all the way through. But we have had, a whole load of cats among pigeons because of the rain here. There was and as ever in the real world and in the virtual, it opens up all sorts of different possibilities for strategy and for drivers and teams to do different things. And we saw quite a lot of adventurous risk taking.
Oh yeah, big time. And we could not follow it, which is great. That's ideally what we want. And when it goes wet like that, it enters this crazy mode that you don't get in a dry race. I know some people don't really like wet races for whatever reason, whether it's a driver or even as a viewer. I love them. I'm looking at that, absolutely incredible from start to finish. There are some races that don't need any rain. Bahrain's a great example. That was just an incredible race for all 8 hours. This one just spiced it off just a little bit more.
All right. Well, let's hear from, I guess, who might be one of the happiest men in the place, Jeffrey Rietveld. Jeffrey, congratulations. How was your day? Interesting weather conditions and lots of challenges for the teams. Okay, Jeffrey, you're hearing us now? Yeah. He's not, is he?
No, I think this is always the drama, isn't it?
Jeffrey Rietveld, are you hearing us?
This is still the joys of modern technology.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with him shortly, I'm sure.
Okay. All right, well, R8G's Risto Capet as well. I mean, and again, for the, we talked about this right at the very beginning when the very first virtual Le Mans came along in 2020. A Ferrari did not exist on the platform, and it was created
for the race,
and as a result, is still certainly last year was a work in progress. This year, I think, is getting much more of the polished object, and they were good in qualifying. It's easier to be good in qualifying, arguably, than it is to be good over a full race distance and all sorts of different conditions. I mean, apart from anything else, they would have learned what it was like to race in dry to wet, wet to dry, and intermediate conditions as well, which they didn't really necessarily have beforehand.
I think also one thing that's really helped with the Ferraris in this season is you're saying about it being a work in progress in a sense from last season. But it's the fact that there are more Ferraris, more competitive Ferraris this season, which gives all of the drivers and teams a little bit more of a benchmark. SF, well, it was just FDA really that were the strong ones. Simpson weren't that strong. Now they've got a lot to kind of look at and go use as reference.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, Risto Capet, congratulations. You are the man who takes the first victory for Ferrari in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Tough race for the whole field, but how did you guys deal with that? Okay, he's not hearing us either. He can see himself on
screen. But he's doing great brand representation. I'm loving the brand representation.
All right. Okay, well, the technology, it may not even be leaving the building here. It may not be getting to them, and they're definitely not hearing us. Okay, not to worry. Clearly, as you could see, a very happy boy. So congratulations to them, to the R8G team as well. Again, top caliber team, and it is that ability of good teams and drivers, when conditions change and when cars change and when rule sets change, to react. That's when you've got a good unit together. And so for those guys to come out on top, again, they, I'm sure, wouldn't claim that they know everything about the Ferrari, but they are getting much more of a handle on it. And that's always good news, to have more different competitive chassis that people can choose from. And what they learn here knocks on to everybody else on the R Factor platform, because more people will go, oh, okay, well, maybe we should try the... Exactly. Yeah. And the more people try the Ferrari, you think about something like a Mini, like an old-fashioned Mini. People have been tuning them for 50 years, 60 years, nearly 70 years now. So much is known about them, and you get to that sort of knowledge of you know, the Porsche or the BMW or the Aston Martin even, that have been raced a lot over the years, and there's more knowledge base and more people know more about them. The Ferrari is still in that sort of catch-up area, but is still clearly a competitive car. And BOP allows it to be a competitive car. You've just got to figure out how to keep it in that sweet spot.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's a learning process all the time. I mean, these cars, they're still new to some of the teams to be racing it at this level. And when I'm talking about like new, I mean like not every tiny little detail's been found. And even when you've been racing them for 2-3 years, there will be one anti-roll bar change that you'll think. Also, R-Factor 2 is a developing platform. You know, we've had recently the release of Railroad 2.0, which has just changed things on that. We've explained how it's changed the wet weather and stuff. Yeah. All these things are changing all the time, so it's not just the cars as well.
All right, well, let's try our race winner again. Jeffrey Rietveld, good evening. Congratulations. How was the race for you guys?
Yeah, good evening. I hope you guys can hear me. A little bit of technical issues. Yeah, it was a very difficult race. I mean, switching from the dry to the rain and then back to the dry again. And yeah, it was very difficult, the circumstances. But I think we nailed the strategy, and I think that gave us the win today.
It's always a little bit of a gamble whether you go conservative or whether you try and do something a little bit out of the box. And we saw immediately that Team Redline split their strategies. Now, was that a team decision, or did the team of Car 1 and the team of Car 2 want to do something different?
I'm not sure what they decided to do on the second car, to be honest. I mean, I only focused on my own race with my own team, and then the engineers decide in the background what they're going to do with the second car and what's best for them. So to be fair, I have no idea what happened to the car and what the strategy was for them.
And you've practiced in wet weather conditions, and you've done all sorts of different simulations in wet weather conditions, but when you've got a full field of cars and you're actually racing and you can't go back and reset and you can't rethink it, that brings extra pressure, doesn't it?
I mean, I binned it once last year, so not planning to bin it again ever. So, I mean, it's very difficult with the rain, with the traffic, but you just need to stay calm. Sometimes you lose a lot in traffic, and then, I mean, you get a bit depressed, right? But then the next hour or something, you have a bit of luck with the traffic. So you just need to stay calm. It's an endurance race, and I think last year we made a lot of progress mentally as well during the race to stay calm, whatever happens. And I think today it showed as well with the perfect execution.
All right, well, congratulations. Great race, great result. Well done, Team Redline. We will see you next time out in Spa. We know what Spa means often, don't we? So at least we've had some preparation. If it does rain in Spa, and, you know, most times you go to Spa, you dress for all 4 seasons. Yeah. You know, we've been there with World Endurance. We've had blistering sunny days. We've had snow and everything in between. So no snow today in Monza, but Risto Capet, a first win for Ferrari in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Congratulations. How was the race for the team?
This was an endurance. It was so crazy. So many small races inside this race, and oh man, it was intense.
It looks like you were pretty relieved just to get to the end, and right at the end as well. What you didn't need was all that pressure with the Aston Martin behind you.
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, yeah, they were coming at us very, very fast, and yeah, like we got lucky with the first virtual safety car, not so lucky with the second one. The cars around us could like pit for less fuel, so move us up a bit like that. But yeah, it was so close in the end. Like any mistake any of us did at any part of the race would have made a difference, but we didn't. So yeah, it was so close. And yeah, we knew that there's a chance the Quanta they speed under the virtual cars. So yeah, I was losing it and losing hope, but suddenly getting the chance to go for the win gave me that 1/10 extra, and that literally made a difference the last like 5 laps. So plus we had to save fuel as well. Like when Lasse was coming, he was coming so fast, but in the end he had to turn down his engine, so I could turn down my engine. I could see from the delta like where he was losing or gaining in the acceleration. So it was so intense while keeping the car on the road while it was slightly slippery off the road. This was the best. I'm so happy.
it looks so easy from the outside. You're just driving and staying ahead of him, and you're juggling the fuel maps, and you're juggling how much you can roll into the corners and how late you have to brake, and yeah, fuel economy and everything. So a whole lot to think about. Congratulations, Ferrari's first win. Do you feel that you've got a car now that you understand a lot better, that you can do more with?
Well, I'll remind you, we disconnected from the lead in Bahrain as well, so we got this with the car. As long as they don't slap us with weight, we will be fine. But yeah, the next tracks won't be so good for us. We don't like fast corners, and Spa is all fast corners, so there might be some pain. But yeah, it's a long championship, and of course it will culminate with Le Mans. So we will see. But yeah, we know how to extract the maximum from the car, and I mean, our drivers are just the best. Like Timothée from the past official series of Air Factor 2, GT Pro, and so has so much experience. That's what really builds us. And I mean, Alex Moller is just the best pro driver in the world. He's so OP that he is the one needing the ballast, not our car. So yeah, amazing.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing what you guys can do in Spa. Maybe, like the real team, you'll need a little bit of rain to help you, but who knows what happens in Spa. All right, we'll see you next time out. Congratulations. Enjoy your win. And, you know, and again, it does look straightforward in the end. Okay, the Aston's coming, and he's just holding him off, and he's just managing the gap. But he's managing the gap while knowing that he's got to save fuel and wait for the Aston to see if they can save fuel. So there's so much going on when you look at these races that you don't see below the surface. Yeah. Whereas if it was a running race, you could see more physically what's happening. And in auto racing, it's always hard to tell. It's great to hear that kind of fresh debrief when he's still buzzing and full of all the detail from that final stint. That yeah, looked like it was going to be okay, a podium, which is great, but ended up with a win, which is greater.
Yeah, they've done so well as a team. Like I say, as the three of them, they seem to get along very well. And you need your endurance. You know, if you're in endurance racing, you need all of your team to work so well together. That's what we've seen today.
So Monza, done and dusted, 4 hours in, 4 hours done, and it's the first time we have had wet weather in the race as well. Now, it started warm, dry and sunny, and for some reason, the Redline cars that were first and third on the grid got away very slowly. Porsche and the Floyd Boycotta's car got by them. Trouble early on, right into the first turn, and it wasn't just LMP2 that had problems either. They're saying with GT, as soon as the lights changed, Alex Smoller in the centre of the picture from the front row, outdrugged by the SF Ferrari and the BMW of Kevin Siggy trying to look down the inside into turn one. But watch that Red Bull car nudged off by the Project One Porsche into the barriers, didn't even get to the first turn before sustaining damage that would require a pit stop. 51 Ferrari got nudged out. It was battling for the lead at that stage and lost the lead there to the 888 car. Lots of exciting battles in LMP, but the Fordzilla car having passed R8G, tagging the Yas Heat car into a spin, multi-car pile-up. Fordzilla got a penalty, but those that were damaged spent more time in the pit lane and lost out as a result. Fordzilla drive-through dropped them down out of the top 10. That was all in a very busy first hour. Battles in GT. There's the Prodrive Aston Martin going through in a Aston Ferrari Porsche battle. And the Ferraris at the front of the field for a lot of the time, like in qualifying, looked as though either or both of them might end up finishing on the podium. The threat was always that there might be rain coming in the race, but for the first hour and a half or so, it remained dry. The cars remained on their regular strategy. And some spectacular racing, and then all of a sudden the wipers were on. Most of the drivers use an automatic wiper system, so they don't have to worry where the button is. The moment that the computer tells them it's raining, the wiper comes on, and it took a while for it to get properly wet. And that meant that all sorts of different strategies were being played out in the pits, whether or not you stopped for wets, whether or not you stayed on slicks, how late you could gamble. Not everybody ended up on the winning end of that. The number 18 R8G car tagged out, lapping traffic. And of course, that damage taking a while to get back to the pits and repair. And then as the rain increased in severity, wet weather tyres being used in a race for the first time in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and it was clear that they were absolutely required. because even on the wets, grip was absolutely a premium. Racing Team Mexico taking one of the Coanda Porsches, the Proton cars, very firmly out of contention with that collision. Racing Team Mexico also struggling here, getting tagged by a red line car. They had more than their fair share of problems. The #1 car got away with the contact with no damage. The second full course yellow of the race came as a result of a bizarre technical glitch. The pit lane speed limiter refusing to release on the Vector Sport car. And as it crawled round at 60 kilometers an hour, there was a full course yellow. Most cars were able to refuel, not all. Conditions were turning from wet to dry, and cars were back on slicks by this stage. Into the closing stages, lots of tight battles. David Pittard fighting a double defensive action in his Aston Martin for 6th place against the Simsa and SF Ferrari. And Pittard having to work extremely hard under pressure. Simsa coming out the winner in that little three-way battle. And as the race headed into its dry final hour, again, the 51 car coming out a little worse, getting nudged off in traffic by another prototype. Change for 2nd place in the closing stages, and a move up the order from AMG Team Williams ahead of the number 23 Porsche Coanda car. Some close racing behind as well. Anchan Juven and Jene Simoncic for 4th position, swapping paint for a number of consecutive laps. And again, each just giving the other enough room to survive. In the background was the lead battle as we got into the final 10 minutes. The Ferrari and Aston Martin battle for the lead of GTE. Comfortably out front, Jeffrey Rietveld brought Team Redline, car #1, to the flag for victory in Monza, where Risto Capet held off just Lasse Sorensen in the hard-charging Prodrive Aston to claim a first win for Ferrari in the series. R8G Esports victorious. Well, that and so much more, really, to talk about in the future. We're going to have to go away for a few weeks and decompress all that and put it together and get some thoughts together before we head to Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, we're now in slightly better-known territory for our drivers because Bahrain was brand new, a brand new track to the platform. Monza is well known, Spa is well known, so they're sort of more into territory where they know well, which in theory should make it even tighter than ever, right?
I mean, if last year, of course, last time we went racing at Spa is anything to go by, I think last year's race was absolutely fantastic. Such a good fuel strategy game. The high battle between Team Redline and Coanda was absolutely thrilling at all times. It was a great race, and it came down to the wire. I suspect we'll see very much the same thing again. And if this season's anything to go by, after Bahrain, which is one of the most incredible races I've seen in sim racing, and what we've just seen here, I think we're in for an absolute barnstormer.
Well, you don't generally go to Spa-Francorchamps and expect it to be disappointing, and we don't expect it to be disappointing. What we do expect, hopefully, is that you will be able to join us for that. We'll have qualifying on the 4th of November, which will be Friday, and of course we'll have our third installation of the Le Mans Virtual Cup. And we will have the race on November the 5th, bonfire night here in the UK. Until then, from everybody at the Le Mans Virtual Series, on behalf of Chris McCarthy, Lewis McGlade, Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We look forward to your company next time out for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 3 of the 2022-23 Le Mans Virtual Series. We'll see you there.